Volume 2, Chapter 51. After several more tests, it was confirmed that this slingshot technique was not just about reducing noise, it was an incredible skill that more than doubled the speed and penetration power of a regular shot. At this level, even a noble with exceptional reflexes would struggle to perceive and dodge it, making it practically a surefire killing move the moment it was fired correctly. Of course, there were drawbacks as well. First, he couldn't run around and throw stones freely like he used to with the regular slingshot technique. Even for relatively close targets, it took about 1 second to establish the wind path, while distant targets required over 5 seconds. If he moved, the starting point would shift, forcing him to recreate the entire trajectory from scratch. And second, another failure. Pang, a loud boom echoed as the stone flew. Turon let out a sigh of disappointment. In the distance, the target, a deer, was startled and bolted away in panic. The principle behind the silent slingshot was to extend his magic power in advance to control the wind path, then remove air resistance in sync with the stone's flight, accelerating it. Because of this, if the target moved mid-flight and disrupted the trajectory, he couldn't quickly correct it. If the stone adjusted even slightly according to guidance magic, only part of it would remain in the wind stream, completely ruining its trajectory. Of course, he could forcefully adjust it with magic power even in such situations, but that completely wrecked both efficiency and power. He tried various methods, but there didn't seem to be a way to overcome this flaw. No opponent will just stand still in a fight, so this will have to be strictly for ambushes or for immobilized targets. Even with those limitations, it was still a terrifying technique. If he attacked while concealed and infused as much magic power as possible to maximize its power, the target wouldn't even have a chance to react. Even a top-tier wizard like Mesa would likely pass out or suffer a similar level of damage if she took this attack to a vital spot without a defensive magic artifact. I guess I'll end today's practice here. The sun was already setting, so Turon called Bage, who had been playing some distance away, and returned to Kalamaf City. It had been 3 weeks since he publicly declared that the western threat had been eliminated. As winter gradually faded, the pleasantly cool air filled the city, and he noticed the citizens' clothing had visibly lightened. However, as he looked down from above, the southern entrance of the city appeared unusually noisy. Had some kind of incident occurred? Activating his senses, he detected several nobles, at least 4, along with over 20 knights gathered near the entrance. After confirming that there was no immediate threat, he landed. A nearby officer, who had been anxiously pacing with a troubled expression, hurried over and reported in a flustered tone. "O protector of the city, the Lord of Vigen has personally come to request an audience. How should we proceed?" The Lord of Vigen, Turon searched his memory for a moment. Vigen was located to the southeast of Kalamaf, geographically the closest city to the Emerald Desert. He also recalled that one of the nobles who had visited before was the son of that city's lord. "Since they traveled all the way from another city, we can't treat them poorly. Escort them to the central estate." At his command, the officer's face visibly brightened. The fact that a foreign city lord had arrived with a group of wizards, yet had been left standing at the city gates, must have weighed heavily on his mind. Understood, since overcoming the recent crisis, Turon had been implementing policies to help the impoverished residents of the central estate gradually build their own small homes and gain independence. It wasn't that he had suddenly developed a desire for estate life. It was simply because he knew that, regardless of who ruled this city in the future, they wouldn't allow commoners to continue living in the central estate. Of course, he hadn't indulged in luxuries like repurchasing the expensive furniture that had been lost in the past or tending to the garden, so the place still felt rather empty. But at least it was better than the city hall. A short while later, Turon sat across from the Lord of Vigen in the former city lord's office, which had been stripped down to just a desk and a few chairs. "This is our first time meeting in person. Protector of Kalamaf, I am Alos, the Lord of Vigen and head of House Mebern. I am Turon of Kalamaf." Alos, the Lord of Vigen, was a middle-aged man who, much like his son who had visited earlier, appeared shrewd, in other words cunning. After briefly assessing Turon's magic power, he immediately adopted a submissive posture toward the young man, who looked at least 120 years his junior. "My foolish son came here before. I hope he wasn't impolite." "Not at all, though I was a bit taken aback when he suddenly brought up marriage. Haha, that wasn't just my idea, it was something all the local lords had discussed together." From Turon's experience, nobles in regions like the Grey Zone, where there was no liege to serve, tended to be arrogant and overbearing. Yet this man seemed oddly accustomed to gauging others' reactions. Even now, the way he skillfully deflected responsibility was proof enough. "In any case, that is precisely why I came in person this time." They both understood what that referred to without needing to say it aloud. The condition to become the city's ruler, the investigation into Turon's mother's past. Given that Vigen was the closest city to the Emerald Desert, the land of House Zahar, it was reasonable to assume that their search had the highest chance of success. Did you find any clues? I can say with absolute certainty that I've identified who the woman was. No other lord in this region would have uncovered as much as I have. Has anyone else come to you first? No. Not yet. Turon's heart pounded at the confidence in Alos' voice. Yet strangely enough, despite his bold declaration, Alos scratched his eyebrow with an uncertain expression. It's just. While I am confident about who she was, it's difficult to determine her current whereabouts based on this information. If you're looking to find her, I must be honest, it might not be of much help. That doesn't matter. After all, Turon already knew that his mother had arrived at Hisarul Hill, given birth to him, raised him, and then passed away. What he truly wanted to know was who she was and what she had been doing before that. And if Alos was telling the truth, it was clear that he had brought exactly that information. Before we get into the details, may I ask you something first? Please go ahead. Protector of Kalamaf, do you perhaps have a deep connection with House Arabian? Turon narrowed his eyes at the question. He had a rough idea of why this topic had come up. His interaction with the Arabian army and his announcement that the Western threat had been eradicated had already spread far and wide. The real question was, why bring it up now? The thing is, well, our House Mebern served as a base for House Zahar's forces during the war, as you know. That was purely due to geography, but I want to make it clear that I personally have maintained neutrality. Turon had already heard as much from the city's influential figures. Originally, the Lord of Vigen had been this man's older brother who was openly pro-Arabian, but one day he was suddenly found dead. There was no proof, but it was widely believed that House Zahar had assassinated him. In other words, Alos was preemptively trying to dispel any suspicion Turon might have toward him, fearing that his alleged ties to House Zahar might put him in a bad light. I am not aligned with either house, so you don't need to worry about that. I have no intention of holding House Mebern's past against you, so set your mind at ease. Turon gave a firm response and silently observed Alos. A few seconds later, Alos, sweating slightly, gave a hesitant nod. I'll trust you. After all, without trust, this entire deal wouldn't be possible in the first place. That aside, do you have anything to formally guarantee your promise? The transfer of a city's rule isn't something that can be decided by mere words. Besides, I'm a bit concerned about the descendants of the family that originally ruled this city. The surviving members of Kalamaf's ruling family consisted of only 2 nobles who were nearing their final days and 5 young knights. Even if they reclaimed the city, they lacked the ability to protect it. Furthermore, when their house had collapsed, they were the first to ransack the central estate's wealth and flee. Not only Turon, but everyone else as well, paid no mind to any rights they claimed to have. In other words, Alos had merely thrown in that last remark to make his argument sound more convincing. Instead of pointing it out, Turon called for Daruk and had him bring a scroll. It was made of the finest parchment, carefully transcribed by a skilled scribe, and contained the declaration of the city's rule transfer. Naturally, the recipient's name and house were left blank. The moment I write Lord Alos' name and house here and sign below, this contract will be protected under the name of the great pre-god tribe. Anyone who breaks it will become my enemy. Since all the nobles of the 7 gathered cities had personally witnessed Turon's magic power not long ago, this was a powerful deterrent. A city wasn't worth making an enemy out of someone who could easily overwhelm the heads of most noble houses, even those ranked high among the great families. The contents of the contract were exactly as previously mentioned. Turon would grant the city's rule to whoever provided the most specific and detailed information he sought. However, the recipient would be obligated to sincerely protect the citizens as their ruler. This sincerely protect condition feels a bit vague. It means they must do their utmost without risking serious injury or death. At the very least, if rumors spread about people being attacked by magical beasts, they should conduct patrols or go on hunts. That's not entirely unreasonable. I already manage my own territory that way. Of course, if you neglect this duty, that would also be a breach of contract. There was no need to explicitly state that this would make Turon his enemy. Judging by Alos' flinch, he had understood perfectly. After discussing a few more details, the two reached a reasonable agreement. Once all conditions were finalized, Alos excused himself for a moment and left the room. When he returned, he brought a woman with him. I am Sarina, O descendant of the great god. She appeared to be around 40 years old. Her face must have been quite beautiful in her youth, still carried refined features. Her precise speech and composed posture suggested she had been trained to serve nobles. Alos placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke. Tell this person exactly what you told me before. If this goes well, I'll take responsibility not only for your retirement, but also for your children's future. Sarina's eyes widened in shock as she looked back and forth between Alos and Turon. She seemed startled that such a young-looking noble was being treated as an equal, or perhaps even more, by the ruler of her own city. As she hesitated, Alos, growing impatient, urged her in an irritated tone. Hurry up, why yes, I will speak. I have served House Mebern of Vigen for generations, and during the war I was responsible for attending to the nobles of House Zahar. If it's about a pregnant woman who fled on a golden horse, it must be the person I'm thinking of. How do you know her? At Turan's question, Sarina glanced cautiously at Alos before beginning her explanation. That's because I was in charge of managing her. Managing her? Yes, she was one of the spoils of war taken by House Zahar when they pillaged the Arabian mainland. Sarina abruptly stopped speaking. Turan's face had hardened so severely that even Alos, who had been quietly listening from behind, flinched at the sheer intensity of his presence. Keep talking. Ah yes. About 20 years ago, during the war, Sarina had worked under the Zahar nobles who used Vigen City as their base camp. Her most important duty was overseeing the ordinary women among those captured when Zahar raided and plundered the Arabian mainland. Were there many such women? Not too many. Perhaps 20 at most. Typically, the most valuable war captives were enemy wizards who had been crippled in battle and taken as prisoners. However, even among ordinary humans, there were certain individuals considered valuable spoils of war. Just like the ones once offered to Turan, women who had been trained solely to become concubines of nobles, cultivated in beauty and refinement. And according to Sarina, Turan's mother had been one of them. Chapter 52. In the past, Turan had watched the play Hero Kjorn, where the war between the two great noble families was depicted as an honorable and fair battle. Knights clashed with weapons, while nobles on the sidelines hurled fire and lightning to gain the upper hand. However, real war was carried out in a far more insidious and treacherous manner. First, the nobles of House Zahar would approach in concealment, secretly tampering with the prepared food and water or ambushing and sniping those who left the main forces for reconnaissance and communication. At night, they would openly unleash magic and flee repeatedly, ensuring that the enemy could barely get any sleep. In contrast, the daytime belonged to House Arabian. They advanced slowly but steadily, illuminating their surroundings and forcibly securing cooperation from the noble families that ruled the regions they passed through to replenish their supplies. Naturally, those who refused were undoubtedly Zahar's spies, and they were burned to death with lightning. Since it was impossible to wipe out all the noble families along Arabian's path in advance, Zahar changed their strategy while the enemy approached at a slow pace. They dispatched small elite units of nobles and knights to launch direct invasions of Arabian's homeland. The main targets of these attacks were the small cities scattered across the Taking Plains. The main estates, where the family heads might still be present, were too much of a burden to attack, whereas these smaller cities were left defenseless due to the conscription of nobles and knights. The raiding parties slaughtered the few remaining nobles and knights and looted valuable treasures from the central estates. In the process, some set their sights on the women who had been raised to become concubines of nobles. Turan's mother Bage was one such girl abducted from the small city of Kimmel in the southern Taking Plains. Bizella, yes, if my memory serves me right, that was definitely her name. Turan repeated his mother's real name for the first time, lost in thought. It certainly sounded much more aristocratic than Bage, and also more feminine. I still remember her because that young lady was quite an unusual person. Unusual how? Well, you see, while taking care of the captured women, Sarina categorized them into two groups. The first were the submissive ones. These women, having lost all hope of returning home, did everything they could to charm a man and escape the fate of being treated like breeding livestock. They flirted with the Zahar nobles and knights who had slaughtered their families, desperately seeking special treatment. The second group was the defiant ones. They were consumed with hatred, determined to kill the enemies who had murdered their families. They refused to eat or attempted to disfigure their own faces to diminish their value. Aside from a select few whose beauty was deemed too precious, most of them were disposed of in various ways before long. But Bizella was neither of the two. She acted as if she were on a trip to a new place, wandering around all day and asking the servants endless questions. Why do people here dress like this? What is this dish called and how is it made? What is the name of the god worshipped here? Once, another abducted girl scolded her, asking why she was acting so cheerful in such a miserable situation. Her response was astonishing. Isn't it fascinating that people live so differently in a place we never knew about? At least it's better than being stuck at home, putting on fake smiles. Naturally, for the girls who had been trained their entire lives to become noble concubines, such words were nothing short of an insult. As a result, Bizella became an outcast even among them. Thanks to this, Sarina, who served the captives, naturally grew close to her and heard many personal stories. Bizella spoke of how she had always dreamed of becoming a traveling merchant since childhood, but had been slapped by her father for even suggesting it. She complained that the noble education she received at home was so boring that she felt like she was dying. I'm sad that my family is gone, but they never cared about what I wanted anyway. Rather than being stuck in that suffocating mansion for the rest of my life, at least now I get to see a different world." Hearing Sarina's explanation, Turan tried to imagine his mother, 20 years younger, probably around his own age now. A bizarrely eccentric and optimistic young woman who, despite losing her entire family and being kidnapped, still claimed that things weren't so bad. That image bore no resemblance to the cynical and utterly exhausted woman in his memories. What had happened to change that peculiar girl so drastically? What about the man? What Turan was just as curious about as his mother was the identity of his father. Since his mother was the daughter of an Arabian knight, his father was undoubtedly a noble or knight from House Zahar. Judging by the circumstances, he was likely a noble. To commoners, all wizards were high-ranking figures, but nobles wouldn't have looked kindly on an ordinary knight taking a woman as his concubine and raising her. Besides, while magic power wasn't always inherited perfectly from one's parents, Turan's potential was far too high for him to have been born from a knight and a commoner. There was only one man who came looking for that young lady. He was a young man, though. Well, I don't actually know his real age, but you mean he looked young. What about his appearance or name? Was he a knight? A noble? That I can't quite remember. I was serving too many people back then, I'm sorry. Turan clicked his tongue in disappointment but soon accepted it. It was only natural. That former innkeeper was an exception. Normally, most people wouldn't remember the face of someone they had seen only a few times in passing 20 years ago. However, I do remember a few things the young lady said about the man she was meeting. She mentioned that despite seeming stern, he was actually kind, that they had planned to travel together someday, and she didn't seem to dislike him. In fact, Sarina added quietly she had looked more like a girl in love. Turan felt immense relief at those words. Although the circumstances of their first meeting being a kidnapping was problematic from the start, but if there had been genuine love between them, then at least he could come to terms with it. His mother had spoken well of his father before, but Turan had always suspected that it was just something she said for her son's sake. Sarina continued sharing more about Bizella. Like the time she was locked in solitary confinement because she was running around the mansion to build stamina for traveling, which was mistaken as an escape attempt. Or the time she nearly set the garden on fire while trying to learn how to make a fire by rubbing sticks together. Turan eagerly etched these amusing anecdotes into his memory, a smile tugging at his lips. The young lady became pregnant about 3 or 4 months before she escaped. Even then, she used to say that when the three of them traveled together in the future, all this knowledge would come in handy. But then, she suddenly ran away. One night, Sarina had stepped out of the mansion for a minor errand. On her way back, she ran into Bizella. Startled, Sarina instinctively blocked her path. Bizella, looking equally surprised, pulled her horse to a stop, who knew where she had stolen it from and pleaded with her. Unlike her usual cheerful self, her face was utterly despondent. She begged me to pretend I hadn't seen her. So I asked her, "Didn't you say the three of you would travel together someday? Why are you running away now?" And what did she say? She said she had been too naive in how she saw the world. That there was no such thing as true freedom, and in the end, we were all nothing more than livestock raised by shepherds, and she couldn't allow this child to be given the same fate. Those were the exact words his mother had spoken when Turan first awakened his magic. In the end, Sarina had pretended not to see Bizella's escape, and that was how 20 years had passed. Turan could now guess that his father must have helped his mother escape. Otherwise, where would she have found a good horse capable of carrying her thousands of kilometers to safety? And how had she managed to evade Zahar's trackers? "Well, are you satisfied?" Alos, who had been quietly listening from behind, asked in a subtle tone. Turan hesitated for a moment before nodding. He was convinced that no other noble house could provide a more detailed account than what he had just heard. It was already a significant gain just to know for certain that there was no point in trying to find relatives on his mother's side. He still didn't know who his father was among Zahar's nobles or knights, nor why he hadn't been with his mother. But perhaps that was something he would learn later in the Emerald Desert. More than anything, he had indirectly experienced a version of his mother he had never known before. That alone was enough to satisfy him. "From this moment on, Kalamaf is yours. I trust you will govern it faithfully as per our agreement." Alos grinned, revealing his white teeth as he spoke in response to Turan's answer. With the higher-ups having finalized their discussions, Kalamaf City officially began preparations to transfer governance to House Mebern. Some officials from Vigen City arrived to take over various administrative duties and assess the city's condition. As they reviewed the documents, they couldn't hide their astonishment. "My God, do these numbers even make sense? It's like a corpse coming back to life." According to the population and financial records, Kalamaf had essentially been a dead city brought back to life. And it was all thanks to a single individual. The one responsible for this miracle, Turon, was making his final preparations to leave. Off on another journey. Sounds fun, doesn't it, Bage? Where to? Southwest, to a place called the Sky Library. Come to think of it, you wouldn't be able to see the old librarian, would you? Since I'm sneaking in this time, it'll be tricky for you to come along. This time, he planned to simply use concealment, sneak in, take care of his business, and leave. On his first visit, he had gone through official channels, just in case there were any hidden detection measures capable of seeing through Zahar's concealment. But now he knew there weren't any. Given Turon's current magic power, it was unlikely, but it would be annoying if the head of that place tried to insist again about marrying his daughter. Now that I think about it, I really have been here a long time. Since his journey began, the longest he had ever stayed in one place was a month at Houseburg. But in Kalamaf, he had ended up staying for nearly 2 to 3 months, his longest stay in any city. After one final check of his room in the city hall residence, Turon stepped out the door. Daruk, who had now stepped down from his position as mayor, bowed his head to him. "You have arrived, great Turon." Now that he had officially relinquished his role as the city's protector, Turon's new title among the people was Great Turon. The man who had saved Kalamaf from ruin, the one who had accomplished what no other noble would dare attempt. "You must be disappointed that you can't continue as mayor. It was an ill-fitting role for me from the start. Besides, I'm far too old now." It was true, Daruk was already 66 years old, well past the age of retirement for someone who wasn't a wizard. "First, please accept this." "What is it?" Daruk opened a chest beside Turon's room, revealing a vast amount of gold and silver coins. Where had this impoverished city acquired such wealth? The citizens gathered it. "The money from selling the furs you brought in and the surplus stone, we are merely returning what rightfully belongs to you. Use it for the city. If left here, it will simply become the property of House Mebern rather than the citizens. Please do not refuse." Turon looked at Daruk and realized, just like last time, that he wouldn't back down. The gold coins probably amounted to about 800 and the silver coins around 2,000. It was an absurdly large sum to carry in a backpack, but he had the large capacity pouch Mesa had given him. After confirming that Turon had taken the money, Daruk smiled. "May I escort you to the gates one last time?" "By all means." As Turon followed behind him, he sensed the presence outside through his sacred relic. Beyond the city hall in the plaza stood thousands of people lined up. At times like this, having a keen perception was more of a curse than a blessing. This kind of thing would have been far more surprising and enjoyable if he had walked into it unprepared. Wow. As expected, the moment he stepped outside, he was greeted by an overwhelming crowd, what seemed to be every single citizen of Kalamaf. Most of them were the elderly and children, the survivors of the old Kalamaf that had once been reduced to ruins. They were waving makeshift flags made with sticks and cloth, which had crude drawings of a golden eagle and a man like a coat of arms. There were also embarrassing phrases like "Long live great Turon and our savior." "This is a bit much, please don't say that. Today everyone has gathered to honor their great benefactor." Turon swept his gaze over the faces staring at him, infinite gratitude, sadness about his departure, worship and praise. Those reactions, sometimes positive and sometimes negative, were things he had seen over the past few months, but now that he thought he wouldn't see them anymore, they suddenly felt regrettable. "Did I actually like being praised like this?" Feeling embarrassed at discovering this childish side of himself, Turon increased his walking speed. As he passed through the tightly packed crowd and neared the city gates, something caught his eye. A group of citizens who had been waiting for him swiftly pulled away a white cloth, unveiling a statue about 3 meters tall. A young man with a golden eagle perched at his side, a carving of Turon himself. "When did you make this?" "It was made in a rush, so it's a little rough, but we plan to create a better one later. There's one at each of the 4 city gates," Daruk answered with a cheeky smile. If he had ever walked through the gates on foot, he might have noticed, but since he always traveled on Bage, he had been oblivious. Then again, even if he had seen something under construction, he would have assumed it was just another building, not a statue of himself. Wouldn't House Mebern disapprove? "We got their permission in advance. They even welcomed the idea, saying that as long as the statue remains, it'll serve as proof of how the city changed hands. You all are still struggling to survive, though. Sometimes there are things more important than mere survival. For the citizens of this city, honoring their savior is one of them." "That's right." Several people in the crowd echoed Daruk's words with a cheer. Feeling increasingly embarrassed, Turon muttered a few protests before falling silent and walking past the statue, stepping beyond the city gates. In the distance, the familiar rocky mountains of the gray zone stretched across the horizon. He turned back one last time, thinking to deliver a grand farewell speech, but standing in front of that massive statue, he found himself at a loss for words. "So, I actually thought of a lot of impressive things to say, but I can't seem to remember any of them now." "What need is there for words? Your actions have already spoken far greater than any speech ever could." Since when had this old man become so eloquent? Turon opened his mouth as if to reply but then simply gave up. Instead, he instructed Bage to take off into the sky. As the familiar sensation of weightlessness set in and the ground quickly receded below him, he glanced back one last time. Among the crowd, he saw several citizens finally unable to hold back their tears. And with that, the savior of Kalamaf left the city behind. Chapter 53. Turon, having left Kalamaf City, flew above the old empire's road stretching westward, using it as a guide. Before long, he spotted the building where House Arabian's army had been stationed during their battle against the Dark Elves. They left without destroying that. Considering the number of wizards involved, it wouldn't have been a difficult task. But it seemed they didn't see the need to put in such effort. Perhaps, in the future, it would serve as a resting place for travelers passing between the Gray Zone and the Central Western region. Of course, since it was hastily built using magic, there was a greater chance it would collapse before then. As he continued westward, leaving the structure behind, the ashen stone mountains came to an end, revealing a land where forests and plains harmoniously blended. This was the largest and most resource-rich forested area in the West, often referred to as the Central Western Forest region. It was also near this area's western edge where Turon had once met Ashes. There really isn't a single living person here. Even after expanding human detection magic across several dozen kilometers, not a single human presence was caught in his spell. The towns and villages scattered across the land were all in ruins. One could say that death had completely settled over this land, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Are the Dark Elves truly nothing more than wolves incapable of coexisting with humans? According to the Dark Elves captured and interrogated, this great invasion had been an act of retaliation. The Necromancer King's youngest daughter and her husband, whom he cherished the most, had been sightseeing on the surface when they were killed. Since humans ruled this land, it was naturally assumed that humans were responsible. To avenge them, they slaughtered humans in return. For such an absurd reason, countless humans and Dark Elves had died. But in their society, the orders of a royal who wielded control over the undead were as absolute as law, so they had no choice but to comply. In that regard, it was disturbingly similar to how human society was ruled by the absolute commands of wizards. That daughter and husband must have been the two who tried to kill Ashes. Would this truth be known within House Arabian? Turon thought the chances were about 50-50. It depended on how well House Berg had kept their mouths shut. Of course, he didn't feel particularly guilty about it. Leaving Ashes to die there and allowing those two Dark Elves to treat human lives as mere playthings wouldn't have been the right choice. Though the people who perished here might have seen things differently, may you rest peacefully in the Celestial Palace. Turon prayed for the people of this land. He could no longer be certain whether the gods truly resided in the Celestial Palace or whether they would accept human souls. But if they didn't, if the dead had nowhere to rest, then that would be far too tragic. Unlike his previous journey across the Emerald Desert, Turon had no urgent reason to rush this time. So he allowed Bage to rest properly and traveled at a relaxed pace. He only flew when the sky was clear and the sun shone warmly during the day. When Bage grew tired, he carried her under his arm and walked on foot, and at night, he would find an abandoned village to rest in. One significant difference from his past travels was his meals. Thanks to the large capacity pouch Mesa had given him, he had stored a variety of dried foods, cooking utensils, and spices. Now, even on the road, he could prepare meals that were quite decent. Is it good, Bage? Too salty? Stop complaining and eat, it's not like you're the one cooking. I could cook better even with my feet. With occasional arguments with Bage, who claimed she could do better than Turon even with her feet, the two proceeded smoothly and without incident. On the fourth day of their journey, Turon realized they had reached the forest near where he had once met Ashes. A little farther ahead, he could see the location where he had previously warned that Materi, the hidden city of the Dark Elves, lay in wait. Going a bit further, he could see Materi City, the place he had warned about having a hidden Dark Elf city. Naturally, this place had also been invaded and left in ruins. Would things have turned out differently if I had warned them more forcefully? Bage, who was beside him, tilted her head as if wondering what he was talking about. But Turon simply smiled and brushed it off, saying it was nothing. In truth, even if he had insisted back then, nothing would have changed. The Dark Elves' offensive had been so swift and overwhelming that no one could have predicted it. If the nobles of this region had banded together to mount a defense, things might have been different, but who could have foreseen such an attack before experiencing it firsthand? After passing through Materi, Turon flew for another day. As the western forest region gradually came to an end, a landscape of uneven hills began to spread out. Then, at last, he saw people again. He had reached the western wasteland, a region he once considered extremely prosperous. However, in the grander scheme of the world, it was nothing more than a remote borderland. He quickly passed by several cities that had once seemed troublesome to stop at. Before long, the site of Orem City came into view. Was this place always this small? Back when he had first seen it, it had seemed like the most populated place in the world. Then again, at that time, Turon had only seen tiny villages with a few dozen people and small towns with populations barely reaching 1,000. To suddenly encounter a city with a population in the tens of thousands, it was no wonder it had looked enormous to him back then. But now, Orem City seemed no bigger than Kalamaf, or perhaps just slightly larger at best. Having once served as the savior and ruler of a city that size, Orem now appeared almost insignificantly small in his eyes. "You've done well, Bage. I'm going to take a quick look around. Do you want to rest here? You won't take long, right?" "I won't, probably, as long as nothing unexpected happens." Perhaps recalling how he had said similar things before and ended up taking much longer, Bage tilted her head suspiciously. Then with a flick of her wings, she took off, telling him to at least make her next meal taste good. Turon waved casually to see her off before stepping into Orem City. "Ah, it's that guard from back then." The guard who had once told him to clean himself up because he was too dirty was now stationed at the east gate. Then again, it hadn't been that many years, so it wasn't surprising that the same people were still around. Using concealment magic, Turon walked right past the man without being noticed. Unseen by anyone, he passed through the city gates and headed toward the distant library. Now that he was actively using his concealment abilities, he was reminded just how absurdly overpowered they were. If he wanted, he could walk into the central mansion right now and slaughter the entire Baltus family, and they wouldn't even have a chance to resist. However, as he wandered through the city unseen, he noticed a strange tension in the air. Did another magical beast appear? Turon considered dispelling his concealment and asking someone about it, but ultimately decided to continue toward the library. It would be troublesome if someone recognized him. As always, he slipped past the knight guarding the entrance and approached the locked library door. After blowing air into the keyhole a few times to understand the internal structure, he used telekinesis to precisely align the cylinders inside and unlock it. Success. Normally, even with telekinesis, one wouldn't be able to unlock a padlock without knowing its internal structure. At best, they'd end up breaking it. However, by utilizing the power of the storm bloodline, he could blow air inside and detect the way it flowed, allowing him to pick the lock with precision. It was a simple trick he had picked up while spending time in Kalamaf. Glancing behind him, he saw that the knight was still staring ahead, completely unaware. Even though he wasn't as perceptive as a noble, he still had sharp enough senses to have heard the noise just now. And yet, he remained oblivious. A power that prevented people from recognizing the natural reactions caused by the user's actions. This was what made House Zahar's concealment ability so special. Just like how footprints would clearly appear on the sand, yet people would unconsciously overlook the change, the sound of the lock opening had reached the knight's ears, but he had failed to connect it to the presence of another person. Unless he physically made contact with someone or sensed an attack coming toward him, he would remain unaware. Turon stepped inside the library, closed the door behind him, and turned to look around. The first things that caught his eye were the round walls and the spiral staircase, both familiar sights after having entered this place multiple times before. In front of them sat a middle-aged man at a desk, the librarian. "Elder, just in case," Turon called out to him, but the librarian didn't seem to notice. Even if he was a spirit created by the gods, it seemed he wasn't capable of piercing through House Zahar's concealment magic. Due to the bright magical lights on the ceiling rapidly draining his magic power, Turon dispelled his concealment and approached the librarian. "It's been a while, Elder Librarian." Yet for some reason, the librarian didn't react to Turon at all. He simply sat there at his desk, staring blankly ahead, unmoving. His unblinking eyes made him seem like a well-crafted doll. "Elder," Turon poked the librarian's shoulder, but his fingers passed right through, as if touching nothing but air. Come to think of it, hadn't he already experienced this before? He had been too startled to recall that he couldn't physically touch the librarian. "Could it be because I didn't bring an official entry pass? Since the lord of this city and the owner of the library was the head of House Baltus, perhaps only those who had his permission were recognized upon entry." Just as Turon's expression darkened with concern, the librarian suddenly snapped his head toward him and spoke. "How was it? Did that seem convincing?" "Yes." Turon let out a breathless chuckle in disbelief, and the librarian grinned mischievously. From their first meeting, he had known the librarian was this kind of person, or rather, this kind of spirit, but he hadn't expected him to be playing tricks again. "You really startled me. Judging by your face, I'd say it was worth the effort. But you sure came back quickly. Given how confidently you set out, I thought it would take at least 10 years. To be honest, I thought so too, but for just a short visit, I've seen far too much. From the secrets of his birth to the mysteries surrounding gods and bloodlines, and even an unknown conspiracy, there were too many things he wanted to ask." Turon decided to start with something that could be confirmed quickly. "Would you be able to check my bloodline again?" That's easy enough. As he had done before, the librarian immediately plunged his fingers deep into Turon's body. Tracker, Hunter, and Airbender. Airbender likely referred to the aspect of the storm bloodline that governed wind manipulation. It seemed that long ago, after being absorbed into House Arabian's lineage, it had been consolidated under the storm bloodline and subsequently forgotten. And one is still locked. You really are absurdly lucky inheriting two different types from each side. Turon had expected as much. His ability to control lightning was still dormant. Feeling satisfied now that he had confirmed this, he moved on to another question that had been weighing on his mind. The pre-god tribe, did they all possess four bloodlines? I mean the four types you mentioned. Yeah, that's right. You certainly haven't been idle. Where did you hear about that? Don't tell me there's still another spirit out there. I'm not sure if it was a spirit, but I did see something similar. Turon proceeded to recount everything he had witnessed to the librarian. The tomb of the gods deep in the Emerald Desert, the labyrinth slumbering beneath it, how the gods had reshaped giants into monstrous beings, and the process of transforming wizards into gods. Finally, he even presented the experiment records left behind by the unknown creator of the labyrinth. The librarian, after reading through them, let out a low groan and twisted his beard. A subterranean labyrinth and experiments on creating gods. Who could have done such a thing? It's the lame goddess, isn't it? Probably not. Hold on, I'll need to search through some old records. The librarian seemed lost in thought for a moment, his gaze shifting slightly upward. Then suddenly, his eyeballs began to spin in circles. Rather than moving up, down, left, or right like a human's would, his eyes rotated continuously in a single direction. After a few minutes of eerily spinning his eyeballs, the librarian suddenly snapped his fingers. A translucent book materialized in front of Turon. Read it. This is one of the lost documents from after the fall of the Old Empire, the same handwriting and script as the one you found. The ability to recreate lost books. This was something the librarian had never shown him before. Turon tried to turn the pages, but just like the librarian's body, he couldn't physically touch it. Instead, there were strange symbols on the sides. Pressing them allowed him to flip through the pages. This handwriting, just as the librarian had said, it was identical to the script found in the labyrinth, the writings about the night hunters left behind by the labyrinth's master. The book seemed like a journal, though its author didn't seem particularly enthusiastic about writing it. Each entry was rather short. That pig bastard Otis is a real moron. I told him that if we leave a species capable of scientific thought unchecked, they'll inevitably become a threat to our descendants. I told him we should wipe them out in advance, but he's too lazy to care. If I didn't need his tracking abilities, I wouldn't have had to rely on that bastard at all. Let him waste his life chasing women forever. Whoever this Otis was, perhaps a god, there were strong negative feelings toward him in these words. The next page contained a response to the complaints from the previous entry. I've figured out a way to exterminate those steampunk rat bastards without Otis's help. It's modifying the ones we've captured as prisoners. Their offspring will be designed to have low intelligence, superior physical abilities, and extreme aggression. Keeping them in a constant state of heat and enhancing their pheromone-based tracking abilities would be a good idea too. If we release a mass of such creatures into an apocalyptic scenario and let them breed freely, in a few dozen generations, their entire race will be nothing but mindless beasts. Their so-called defensive systems won't activate against creatures of their own species, as long as they're capable of reproduction. At the very least, our descendants won't have to worry about being hunted by rat bastards flying around in steam-powered airships. The way the author treated an entire race like playthings was chilling, even considering that the victims weren't human. Turon turned to the librarian and asked about a word he didn't understand. Do you know what steampunk means? The librarian gave a vague, unreadable response, making it unclear whether he knew or not. As Turon continued reading through the journal, he realized that these steampunk rat bastards referred to the dwarves. A plan to degrade their intelligence while maximizing their physical abilities, it fit their current state perfectly. Moreover, the relics of the ancient dwarves were known to use steam-based technology, which aligned with the mention of steam-powered airships. So my suspicions were right. This god had the power to manipulate life itself. But none of the pre-god tribe he knew of, nor any of their descendant bloodlines, had such an ability. Perhaps this was a god from the southern or eastern lands that he had yet to visit. Or maybe this was an unrecorded god, one who left no descendants and had been completely forgotten. As he flipped to the next page, the content shifted entirely. The humans here are fundamentally flawed, not just because they've spent generations as slaves to other races, but because they entirely lack the ability to explore new phenomena. For centuries, they haven't advanced a single step, merely accepting and using whatever we provide them. Is this a problem with their brain structure? Would it be possible to artificially implant creativity into humans? And in doing so, could we still maintain control over them? Previously, the author had seemed concerned about the future of his own people, but in this entry he was contemplating modifying and controlling humans. Had so much time passed between these entries that his mindset had changed. A strange chill crept over Turon as he turned the next page, only to realize that it was the last one. Having a lifespan is ridiculous, there must be a way. What could it be? That last job change experiment I conducted, if I use that as a vessel and transfer my body. Chapter 54, Lifespan and Vessel. No matter how many times he read it, the implication of its contents was clear. The pre-god tribe had a lifespan, and they did not ascend, they simply grew old and died. Some of them might even still be alive, having transferred their bodies. Every detail was terrifying enough that he hesitated to speak of it aloud. Do you happen to know who wrote this? I don't. That was here long before I came into existence. If it had been added later, I might have remembered who brought it in, but though his appearance and behavior resembled that of a human, the librarian was, after all, a spirit that had come into being alongside the library's construction. He only knew what happened around the library and the contents of the books stored within. Unfortunately, there were no other books left by the owner of this handwriting. Still, thanks to this, I've learned something interesting. Lifespan, huh? Now I understand why my creator seemed so rushed. The librarian nodded as if he had grasped something and stroked his beard. Come to think of it, hadn't he said that the lame goddess was incredibly impatient when she created the library? Most likely, she had come here knowing that her life was nearing its end. Why exactly she chose to spend her final moments creating a library was a mystery. Afterward, Turon continued his conversation with the librarian. Topics included analyzing the principles of magic he had newly learned during his travels through natural laws, and what history lay in the lands he had passed through. They also discussed what the surviving members of the pre-god tribe might be doing now if they had overcome their lifespan limits, though they reached no particular conclusion. At the very least, it was clear that they had yet to openly reveal themselves and dominate the world. At that moment, the librarian, as if something had just occurred to him, posed a question. Come to think of it, you sneaked in this time. Are you involved with the faction attacking this city? Attack? Yes. Turon tilted his head at the unfamiliar topic. As I mentioned earlier, I flew straight here from far away, so I don't know much about the situation here. I did sense a bit of unrest, though. This city is currently at war. Strictly speaking, it has been caught up in one. Even recalling what he had seen from the sky on his way here, there was no obvious sign of conflict. At most, the streets seemed a little less crowded. Is it a war between wizard families? Yes, all the wizard houses in this area have split into two factions, centered around two houses called House Hadit and House Coral. Hadit and Coral, names he had heard before. Back when he had fabricated his identity in front of Orum's lord, hadn't these families been mentioned as examples of those in conflict? If it was a war between wizard families, it wasn't surprising that there were no visible traces of battle. Unlike other races, wizards saw enemy cities and villages as nothing more than prey to be claimed. Of course, if it were a large-scale war like the one between House Arabian and House Zahar, it would be a different story, but that didn't seem to be the case here. While other races are sweeping away several cities right next door, people are fighting among themselves. That's actually the reason the war started. Could you explain in more detail? I only picked up bits and pieces from the chatter around here, so I can't say for certain. According to the librarian, Hadit and Coral were families that ruled over two nearby cities. About a decade ago, they went to war over some unresolved issue, during which each side lost a few nobles and over a dozen knights. Though they eventually reached a truce, deep-seated resentment remained. Then, a few months ago, Dark Elves launched a large-scale invasion of the Eastern Forest region, only to be repelled by Arabian's army. As a result, that area suddenly became a highly desirable frontier for development. Establishing a new colony where the old city once stood and merely transporting large quantities of harvested wood would yield immense profits. The noble families in the area, without exception, organized expeditionary groups to pioneer the unclaimed land. Each group primarily consisted of a few nobles from the family, a dozen or so knights, and refugees who had fled from the forest region. But in the midst of all that, conflicts arose over which family would claim which section of land, and eventually Hadit and Coral went to war once again. Since this time it was a matter of interests, the scale grew even larger than before, splitting several families in the region into two opposing factions. In this situation, House Baltas, the ruling family of Orum, sided with House Hadit, as the head of Baltas was married to a woman from that family. The problem was that Hadit was now on the verge of defeat. With the upper hand, Coral's forces were sweeping through the territories of families allied with Hadit, demanding their surrender. And now it seemed that Orum City would soon face the same fate. Having heard the full explanation, Turon let out a low groan. Hearing the story, he could understand why the city's atmosphere had become so unsettled. If anything, it was surprising that they had stationed even a single knight as a guard in front of the library. Probably they wanted to put up a show of strength, since removing the knight would reveal just how desperate the situation was. Well, that's just how people are. If I recall correctly, the ones in power now have been ruling for about 400 years. It's about time for a change. The librarian treated the war as if it were nothing unusual, as though such conflicts were routine. And indeed, for someone who had lived for thousands of years, witnessing the city change hands multiple times, it likely wasn't a big deal. I suppose I shouldn't stay around here too long. I might get caught up in something unnecessary. Since wizards rarely looked up at the sky, riding Bage probably wouldn't draw much attention. Still, caution was necessary, so where should he go next? Sitting in his chair, Turon fell into deep thought. It seemed best to postpone his journey to the Emerald Desert for another year or two. Perhaps he should head south instead. At that moment, a sharp stabbing sensation flared within him, causing him to groan involuntarily. Dizzying pain and fear and a desperate feeling of searching for someone. Bage, it was the emotions of his soul-bonded companion, Bage. Turon immediately stood up and shouted to the librarian. Something urgent came up, I have to go. All right, come again. Before the librarian had even finished his slow response, Turon had already activated concealment magic and dashed out of the library. As soon as he cast detection magic, he caught Bage's scent and a faint trace of blood coming from the east. Fortunately, the continued transmission of emotions indicated that Bage was still alive. Without hesitation, Turon cast flight magic and shot eastward. The knight standing guard at the library frowned as a sudden gust of wind swept past him. It's only been an hour or two at most. Flying through the sky, Turon clicked his tongue. Bage was a magical beast strong enough that even most nobles would struggle to capture her, so Turon had let her roam freely. Yet, something had happened in that brief time. Considering how he had left Bage alone for days in the Emerald Desert in the past without issue, this was just sheer bad luck. He had a good guess as to who had captured Bage. The nobles of House Coral, the ones who were currently sweeping through the area. Given the circumstances, they were the most likely culprits. Following the scent trail, it didn't take long for Turon to spot a camp where over 100 people had gathered. Unlike House Arabian's military, their encampment was composed of multiple tents. 8 nobles, 35 knights. Turon used the Sacred Relic's sensory ability to precisely assess the situation inside the camp. The unusually high number of nobles suggested that their goal wasn't conquest, but rather forcing the enemy into submission. Still concealed, Turon stepped further into the encampment, where he spotted a large-built woman gripping Bage in one hand and handing him over to a black-haired nobleman. Her magic power was slightly more than half of what Turon currently possessed, an impressive level among the heads of typical wizard families. She was likely the leader of this camp. What's this now, sister? A magical beast. I caught it while passing by, lock it up properly. It's a lot stronger and more vicious than it looks. Look at this, I got scratched here. A nobleman standing next to the large woman, seemingly her comrade, rolled up his sleeve to show a fresh wound, boasting about it. The black-haired noble ignored him and instead questioned the leader. Why not just kill and eat it? It's for my son. If we kill it now, it'll become an undead spirit before we get home. Ah, wait, sister. Looks like this one has an owner. The black-haired noble pointed at Bage's ankle. A rope dangled from it, the same rope Turon had tied there to prevent Bage from being mistaken for a wild golden eagle. However, the noblewoman, who appeared to be the leader, smirked knowingly and shook her head. If it bothers you, just cut it off and throw it away. Is that really okay? What if it belongs to some great noble family? Why would a noble's pet be in this backwater? There's nothing to worry about. At best, it's something someone from house had it bought for a high price. No one on our side raises magical beasts, right? Well, that's true. The black-haired noble nodded in understanding and burned away the rope tied around Bage's ankle. Bage let out a sharp cry, but with one wing twisted at an unnatural angle, she couldn't put up much resistance. Surprisingly, Turon didn't feel anger upon witnessing this. Instead, an eerie sense of calm washed over him. It was as if his emotions had burned away under the weight of his fury, leaving behind only pure rationality. A moment later, still concealed, he followed the noble carrying Bage toward a tent in a corner of the encampment. The black-haired noble was heating a thick metal rod, bending it back and forth to fashion a makeshift cage. Well, since its wing is broken, this should be enough. I'll just have a knight guard it and The noble suddenly froze, realizing that a shadow had been cast behind him. Turning his head, he saw a young man with gray hair and gray eyes. Was there someone like this in their army? No, more importantly, how had he entered the tent without making a sound? Excuse me, that golden eagle is my friend. May I take her back? What? That's troublesome since sister brought it. The black-haired noble unconsciously responded awkwardly to the sudden request. An outsider had suddenly appeared in the middle of their encampment and was politely asking to retrieve the magical beast their commander had captured. His brain momentarily failed to process this completely unexpected development. Instinctively, he emitted magic power toward Turon, but for some reason there was no response. In the wizarding world, projecting magic power toward someone was a way of saying, "This is my level of power, show me yours." There were only two reasons someone wouldn't respond. Either they were an ordinary human with no magic power at all, or they were a pathetically weak wizard who couldn't afford to reveal their magic reserves. As his mind cooled slightly, the black-haired noble considered the possibility that this intruder wasn't actually powerful, but was merely bluffing to reclaim his pet. Still, there was a potential risk. He decided to proceed cautiously and asked a question. Who the hell are you? Your name, tell me your name. I don't think my identity is important. What matters is that she is precious to me. Return her and I will not hold you accountable for breaking her wing. The black-haired noble was certain after hearing the next words. This guy, at best, he was a knight or a low-ranking noble even weaker than himself. Otherwise, wouldn't it make more sense to reveal his power and threaten? Do you know who I am? Hand it over right now. If I refuse, he was about to say, what are you going to do about it? When he suddenly realized the man before him had vanished. What, was it an illusion? Or before he could finish the thought, the world spun around him. The last thing he saw was his own headless body. Turon looked down coldly at the noble's decapitated corpse. Regardless of whether the man was strong or weak, if he had at least recognized his wrongdoing and shown a hint of remorse, Turon might have spared him. But without even that, he was nothing more than a bandit, a wolf to be hunted. Leaving the headless noble behind, Turon sheathed his dagger and crouched beside Bage, stroking her head. A flood of joyous emotions surged through their soul bond. Turon, I hurt these people bad. I'm sorry for leaving you alone. Did they attack you first? Yes. Reading the words scratched onto the ground, Turon let out a dry chuckle. He had expected as much, but still. To think they would first attack and kidnap a magical beast clearly marked as having an owner, then try to use it as prey, they were bandits through and through. Turon pulled out the mimic relic and drank about a quarter of the magic power of the healer bloodline stored within. He could feel the healer bloodline's magic power filling up inside his body. This should be enough. For an ordinary creature, a much smaller amount would have sufficed, but magical beasts required significantly more magic to heal. Placing a hand on Bage's twisted wing, he channeled his power. Soon, a crackling sound echoed as the wing was set back into place. A few moments later, Bage, now fully healed, radiated joy as she wrote out her words. It not hurt anymore. That's a relief. Bage, was it really painful? Yes, but it is okay, Turon saved me. After writing that, Bage suddenly wiped away the words with her other foot and hesitated before scribbling again. From now on together, don't go alone. I promise. Being left alone and nearly hunted had clearly shaken her deeply. Even after hopping onto Turon's shoulder, Bage kept rubbing her head against Turon's body, seeking comfort. After spending a moment soothing his companion, Turon stepped out of the tent, his face now frozen in an icy expression. Now it was time to make the kidnappers pay. Chapter 55. 7 years ago, when young Turon lost his mother to illness, the village elders presented him with a document under the pretense of managing his inheritance and demanded that he place his print on it. The document stated that the sheep farm on Hisarol Hill would be transferred to communal ownership by the village. Since Turon could read, he naturally refused, but the elders dismissed his defiance, claiming that the document was nothing more than a formality from the start, and forcibly expelled him. Unfortunately, at the time, Turon's body and magic power had yet to fully mature, so he couldn't even consider fighting back. His fear of being captured by corrupt nobles if he openly revealed that he was a wizard also paralyzed him. After being driven from the farm, Turon lay in the field for a while and thought of a way to reclaim his mother's inheritance without openly revealing his magic. His plan was simple. Hide in the sparse bushes around the village and throw stones at everyone who came out of the village. His first targets were the village elders who had stolen his inheritance. Fortunately, the full-strength stone throws of a young noble were powerful enough to fly dozens of meters and break the bones of the middle-aged men. The first two he attacked had their legs shattered. The next one lost his jaw and had to eat porridge for the rest of his life, and the last one was struck fatally on the head and died after suffering for days. Enraged, the village's young men took up weapons to avenge them, but Turon, using his keen sense of smell, always detected them first, sniped one or two from a distance, and then ran away. Even though he was still just a child, his speed already surpassed anyone in the village, making him impossible to catch. And so the battle continued for several days. After more than a dozen people were severely injured or killed, the village, reduced to near submission by a lone 12-year-old boy, finally surrendered. This memory suddenly resurfaced because the current situation felt eerily similar to that time. He had just killed one noble, leaving 7 nobles and 35 knights as his remaining enemies. Individually, they were all far weaker than Turon, but if he faced them head-on, he couldn't be sure of victory. Especially since they were an allied force, each possessing different bloodline abilities, making the battle even more unpredictable. However, such disadvantages could be easily overturned with the right strategy. Go up first, Bage. At Turon's words as he stepped out of the tent, Bage immediately soared high into the sky. It would be much more convenient if he could share his concealment ability with others. Perhaps the House Zahar had a hidden technique related to that. Whether he would ever learn it remained uncertain. As the golden eagle swiftly took flight, a few knights nearby shouted in surprise. Huh. Isn't that the magical beast Lord Maxi caught earlier? But its wings are perfectly fine. She definitely ordered it to be kept locked up. While the camp grew noisy over Bage's sudden flight, Turon, still maintaining his concealment, silently moved toward the commander. At the same time, he imbued magic power into his slingshot and created a path of wind. This one first. Swish. A faint hissing of wind accompanied a small stone as it flew straight into the head of the large-built noblewoman. Instead of brutally smashing her skull, the sheer speed of the projectile left a sizable hole in her head. Had she faced him directly, she might have lasted at least a few minutes, but for someone of her caliber, it was a pitifully anticlimactic death. Although the stone itself made no sound when thrown, the impact of it piercing her skull did, drawing everyone's attention to the noblewoman as she collapsed with a thud. Lady Maxi, sister, we're under attack. We're under attack, everyone, defensive formation. Caught in a situation they never anticipated and having just lost their leader, the Coral Alliance forces were thrown into complete chaos. Of course, not a single one of them suspected that a House Zahar noble had infiltrated their ranks and launched the attack. It was far too unreasonable to assume that those who should have been in the distant Emerald Desert would suddenly launch a surprise attack. Thanks to that, Turon was able to take his time preparing a wind path and snipe the second strongest noble. Second one. This time, the target was a rather small and frail-looking male noble. Unlike the first victim, he seemed to possess a magic artifact for defense. Instead of having his head pierced through and dying instantly, he screamed and tumbled to the ground. However, judging by the pale brain matter oozing from his head, it seemed unlikely that he would be able to continue fighting. At that moment, one of the nobles finally seemed to realize what was happening and shouted loudly. "It's concealment, everyone light up the area." It would have been much easier if he could have killed a third target right away. But with the two strongest nobles already dead, the power balance had completely shifted, so it wasn't a major issue. Turon clicked his tongue lightly and snapped his fingers. A single spark created by frictional heat. The moment he blew a powerful wind into it, a storm of flames that erupted above Turon's head swept across the entire camp. "Aoyag, it's hot, water, get water," desperate screams echoed in every direction. If such a firestorm had surged from a distance, it wouldn't have been too difficult to counter. After all, the speed at which flames traveled on the wind wasn't particularly fast by wizard standards, and they could simply counter it with opposing wind magic. If it had been just one person, perhaps Turon could have overcome it, but with dozens of opponents working together, even he wouldn't have been able to hold out. However, a firestorm that suddenly erupted right in the middle of their encampment was devastating enough to force the Coral Alliance into complete ruin. The 8 knights and 1 noble closest to the blaze burned to death before they could even scream, while about 6 knights further away suffered horrific burns, writhing on the ground in agony. Before the flame storm that swept through the camp could even clear, dozens of spells rained down on its center. Kill him. Were they perhaps battle-hardened wizards who had even experienced war? Every single spell hurled at him carried an overwhelming force. Fire arrows, a shower of rocks, water bombs, spears of light, real arrows and javelins imbued with magic power. Each spell had been enhanced by bloodline abilities and honed over decades, making them even more powerful than the magic their casters originally possessed. However, in the spot where all those attacks rained down, there was no one left. What? Concealment, light up the area first. The nobles of the Coral Alliance quickly conjured spheres of light and scattered them in every direction. But even as the area lit up for over 100 meters, no figure was revealed. There's no one. After unleashing the firestorm, Turon had used wind magic to propel himself out of the camp at high speed. He had taken a few hits from stray spells in the process, but thanks to activating his guardian magic artifact, he only suffered minor injuries. And those wounds were quickly healed by the remaining healer bloodline magic he had used earlier. While the Coral Alliance forces stood frozen, as if battling a ghost, Turon once again created a wind path and sniped another noble. Realizing that the enemy was precisely targeting only their nobles, the morale of the Coral Alliance plummeted. Aja, surrender, we surrender, please spare us. Surrender, are you insane? Scatter and run. That bastard intends to kill us all. At a noble's desperate cry, Turon shot another stone, proving that their fears were justified. If he could have overwhelmed them without using bloodline abilities, he might have shown mercy. But now that he had revealed his powers, there was no option of letting them live. If rumors spread that a House Zahar noble was in the far west, there was no telling when they would eventually trace it back to him. Now let's attack together, Bage. Using wind magic, Turon sent his voice to Bage, who was soaring through the sky. At his command, Bage let out a chirp and dove toward one of the fleeing wizards. A knight attempting to escape was caught in Bage's talons and was torn apart, his screams echoing through the night. Ahig! The surviving remnants of the Coral Alliance scattered in all directions, but deep down they all knew perhaps none of them would make it out of here alive. A total of 43, good, not a single one got away. Turon counted as he tossed the last knight's corpse onto the pile at the center of the encampment. He had killed people before, but 43 in a single night far exceeded his previous record. Now that his head had cooled from the rage that had consumed him, the reality of it all left a bitter aftertaste. Some of them might not even have wanted to participate in hunting down tamed magical beasts. Of course, Turon had only one way to be considerate of them, to just leave without even attempting revenge in the first place. Unfortunately, he was not a kind enough person to overlook an injustice just to spare the innocent. If he was struck, he would strike back, and if he took revenge, he would make sure there were no loose ends. Let's clean up first, Bage, you ready? Yes, Turon and Bage first absorbed the magic power of the wizards. As expected, the magic from the knights was utterly useless, serving only to prevent their bodies from turning into undead spirits. The magic from the commander and the second-in-command nobles provided only a slight benefit. However, his mimic relic had absorbed as many as 6 new bloodline abilities. Unlike Turon, Bage showed significant growth in magic power. After all, she had devoured several wizards who were her equal or stronger. Seemingly thrilled with her newfound strength, Bage chirped and danced in the air. Don't get too excited, you might get used to killing people. I'm strong now, next time won't get caught, be careful. There are still plenty of people out there who are stronger than you or me. Though in truth, there weren't that many who were stronger than Turon. Only the top-tier wizards of great noble houses like Mesa and the house lords who ruled over them. Considering that there were fewer than 10 great noble houses, the total number of people stronger than him wouldn't exceed 40 or 50 at most. After absorbing all the magic power, Turon searched for magic artifacts among the bodies. He managed to find a ring and an earring. The defensive artifact that had blocked one of his slingshot attacks earlier must have been a single-use item as it had shattered. Unlike before, he didn't have to worry about House Zahar nobles tracking him down, so he took everything valuable and set fire to the entire encampment, erasing the last traces of the battle. Looks like we'll have to leave this place for a while. Where do you want to go? Anywhere is fine as long as I'm with you, Turon. Bage responded brightly to Turon's question. Then let's head in that direction. It'll be more fun to travel somewhere new. The north was too close to House Arabian, the west was blocked by the Sky Mountain Range, and the east was where he had already traveled. That left only one choice, the south. According to the map Kjorn had given him in the past, there was a great noble house in that direction. House Lvidas, rulers of the land known as the xperrif wetlands. They were famous for being a great noble house formed from 2 non-combat bloodlines, the Healer bloodline and the Purifier bloodline. This flight, unlike the one from Kalamaf, had once again turned into a forced march. In wizard society, stealing a magical beast that had been soul-bonded was a crime deserving of death. But since there was no way to prove it aside from Turon's word, it was no different from robbery and murder. Fortunately, the journey was much smoother than when they had left the Emerald Desert, thanks to Bage, who had absorbed a significant amount of magic power. Her speed and stamina had improved significantly. Despite flying almost non-stop, she showed no signs of exhaustion. For 3 full days, they avoided people using tracking magic as they flew. Eventually, the landscape and climate began to change. By the time the area was completely covered in short forests and wetlands, Turon spotted a village in the distance and landed nearby. This place smells awful. A foul stench, like something rotting, rose from the stagnant water beneath the reeds. His sense of smell would eventually dull with time, making it easier to tolerate, but it was still unpleasant. Turon tucked Bage under his arm and headed toward the village he had spotted from the sky. Since he had no information about this region, he planned to gather details about the local customs and any nearby cities. Oh, he hadn't noticed from above, but up close the village had a rather unique structure. Nearly half of the houses were built on the lake, not all of them, but about 1/3 seemed to be constructed that way. As Turon approached, a middle-aged woman with dark skin caught sight of him and cried out in surprise. Oh my goodness! At first he wondered why she was so startled, but soon realized that her gaze was fixed on Bage, who was hanging from his side. It's all right, ma'am, she's a good one. I've never seen a bird that looks like that before, but are you sick or something? Why are you wearing such thick clothes? Now that she mentioned it, the middle-aged woman was dressed far more lightly than Turon, with her arms and legs exposed. Perhaps it was because they were in the south, where the climate was warmer. Back in Kalamaf, he had been suspected of being a wizard for dressing lightly, yet here, he was seen as suspicious for the exact opposite reason. The irony of it all was amusing. No, nothing like that, I just traveled from quite far away. Is there a large city nearby? A city, if you head in that direction you'll find one. But things have been rather unsettling lately. Did something happen? The last time he ignored such uneasy signs, he later found out that a war had broken out. Turon immediately pressed for details. The middle-aged woman hesitated before answering cautiously. Well, I don't know the exact name of the house, but I heard that a high-ranking person passed away recently. Chapter 56. After asking around a bit more, Turon learned that the high-ranking person was none other than the head of the great house Lvidas. Of course, the villagers had no idea why such a person had died, but given the circumstances, they assumed it was due to old age. If the head of a great house had been murdered by someone, the atmosphere wouldn't just be uneasy, the entire wetland region would have been turned upside down. Well, even gods eventually die of old age. Why would the head of a great house be any different? Turon recalled the image of the head of House Arabian he had seen in the past. A being who could summon thousands of bolts of lightning with a mere gesture, scorching the earth, an existence that seemed like a natural disaster in human form. Yet even such beings could not defy the lifespan set for them, a thought that made the reality of mortality feel all the more fleeting. That evening, Turon stayed at the village hall, a place where the villagers gathered, and had his first taste of the local wetland region's cuisine. As expected of a village by the water, most of the dishes were fish-based, all either steamed thoroughly or boiled. To counteract the strong earthy scent, various local spices were added, creating quite a distinctive flavor. Come on, eat up. I heard you're a traveler from far away, young man. Tell us some stories about the world. We're all just country folks who have never left this area. There must be a lot of strange things out there, right? Before he knew it, dozens of villagers had gathered in the hall, all eager to hear stories from a traveler from afar. In exchange for food and lodging, they requested that Turon share tales from his journey. Due to the nature of Suraf wetlands, where carts and wagons had difficulty passing through, even traveling merchants rarely ventured in and out. Because of this, stories from the outside world were a rare and precious thing here. As they had said, everything from the villagers' clothing to their architectural styles was vastly different from those of the nearby western wasteland. It reminded him of the time he first set foot in the Emerald Desert. While the adults were chattering away, a few children who had tagged along tried to touch Bage, who was perched on the stick at Turon's waist. Bage, in response, bared her sharp beak menacingly, making her refusal clear. Frightened, a few of the children burst into tears. You shouldn't do that, Bage, be nice. At Turon's playful reprimand, Bage let out a snort-like clack of her beak before lowering her head just enough to allow the children to pet her. After giving Bage's head a light stroke, Turon began recounting some of the experiences from his travels, slightly embellishing them for effect. He spoke of the Sky Mountain Range at the westernmost edge, the time he set sail on the North Sea, the Rocky Mountains of the Grey Zone, the endlessly bountiful Tacking Plains, and the now devastated forested cities that were once filled with towering trees. Having received similar requests whenever he blended into local villages while pretending to be a commoner, Turon had by now become quite a skilled storyteller. As he spoke, a middle-aged man who had been listening quietly spoke up. Come to think of it, I heard that if you keep going east from here you'll reach the sea. Is that the place you're talking about? No, that would be the South Sea. The one I visited was the North Sea. Here, take a look at this. Since the villagers had lived their entire lives within the vicinity of their home, they had trouble distinguishing locations. So, using the simple geographical knowledge Kjorn had once shared with him, Turon sketched a rough map of the places he had personally traveled to. Of course, since he hadn't measured anything precisely, the landmasses, latitudes, and longitudes were all wildly inaccurate. But at the very least, the relative positions of the regions were somewhat recognizable. Oh, this is where we live, it looks so small. You mean you've traveled all the way over there, young man? You'd need more than a few years of walking to cover that distance. I wonder what's beyond those mountains, the villagers, marveling at the kind of map that wealthy merchants would pay a fortune to obtain, excitedly chattered about places they had never set foot in. The next morning, in return for enriching the village with his stories, Turon received clothes worn by the locals and a pair of shoes. The clothes were made of a loose yet durable material that was resistant to wear and allowed good airflow. The sleeves and pant legs were cut about halfway. In contrast, the shoes were about twice as thick as ordinary leather shoes and extended above the ankles. The outer surface was coated with a mysterious pale substance. They said it was coated with sap from local trees to prevent water from seeping in. These won't let water in, that'd be incredible for use on a boat. There are people who actually buy them for that purpose. But be careful with fire, even a small spark can set them ablaze instantly. After changing into his new outfit, Turon left the village, following the path the villagers had told him about. Wearing the clothes he had received definitely made moving around much easier. No matter how sturdy a noble's body was, the discomfort of wet clothes clinging to the skin or shoes soaking up water and squelching with each step was the same for everyone. Of course, the difference was whether or not one would suffer from colds or various other illnesses because of it. Perhaps out of boredom from simply hanging at his waist, Bage took off and flew around a few times before returning with a wild boar. Even for a magical beast, the sight of her carrying an animal that appeared to be 100 times her own weight was nothing short of astounding. If you keep wandering off alone, you'll get hunted again. At Turon's teasing remark, Bage let out a disgruntled cry and lightly bumped her head against his side. Regardless, thanks to her, lunch was taken care of with a stew made from the wild boar cooked in the local style. Unlike domesticated pork, the fat had a crunchy texture when bitten into, adding to the meal's enjoyment. After finishing his meal and walking for about another hour, he arrived at a city. This place was called Slop. Unlike other regions, its boundaries were marked by wooden palisades instead of stone walls, likely due to the soft nature of the ground. Even though this area was dry enough to support a city, the soil was still oddly muddy. Hey, it's not a crow. What kind of bird is that? Don't tell me it's a magical beast. It's called a golden eagle. It's not a magical beast, just a well-trained bird. It won't harm people. As expected, bringing Bage into the city attracted too much attention. The city guard scrutinized them for a moment before finally allowing Turon to pass after collecting 2 copper coins. It's fine. Hearing Bage's slightly dispirited cry, Turon patted her back reassuringly. A little while later, as he moved toward the bustling commercial district to find an inn, just as he always did, something unusual caught his eye. A black pillar stood in the middle of the marketplace, surrounded by various shops. As he approached, he saw that it was engraved with text, clearly inscribed using magic, specifically earth manipulation techniques. Ishil Lvidas, head of House Lvidas, guardian of xperrif wetlands and mother to all the sick and injured, has departed this world, called to the heavens by the gods. Her sons and daughters shall pay their respects before this pillar. A few of the passing townspeople paused before the memorial, bowing in reverence. After observing this for a moment, Turon shifted his gaze to the final section of the inscription, written in the name of Varkin Kraf, Lord of Slop. It seemed that the ruling family of this city bore the name Kraf, yet for some reason the name felt oddly familiar. Not as if he had encountered it frequently, more like he had seen it a handful of times before. Turon fell into deep thought. A name he had read in the library of Orem, a vassal family of House Arabian that he had come across while staying with House Berg, or perhaps Turon carefully retrieved a notebook from his large-capacity pouch, making sure not to draw any attention. Back in the north, he had encountered that pyro executioner, Oval, the man who had caused chaos in his pursuit of the pyromaniac bloodline. The name he had revealed was definitely Oval Kraf. So he was from here. Now that he thought about it, Oval had mentioned being from a family in the south. Why he had traveled all the way to the distant north to massacre ordinary people was beyond comprehension. Gods, that eerily clear gaze, the fanatical belief in some strange superstition that had been instilled in him by someone. Back then, Turon had only thought that something suspicious was going on. But now he was almost certain that the one who had implanted such methods into both Oval and Midden must have been someone from the pre-god tribe. Now that he knew some of them could be on this earth, possessing others' bodies. Of course, he still didn't know why they were doing it. Perhaps the head of this family had some connection to those mysterious pre-gods. As the thought crossed his mind, Turon turned his gaze toward the grand mansion at the center of the city, only to shift it away again. Even if he was considered a formidable warrior among humans, he wasn't yet powerful enough to meddle in the affairs of godlike beings. Perhaps one day, when he had grown strong enough to rival the heads of those great houses, he could begin to unravel this mystery. Clicking his tongue at this newfound realization, Turon suddenly had another thought and scanned his surroundings. One of the key ingredients for Spirit of Fire, as listed in Oval's notebook, sulfur. It occurred to him that it might be found somewhere nearby. If they were conducting experiments, wouldn't they have chosen someone who could easily gather the necessary materials? As expected, after asking around the market for a short while, he got his answer. You're looking for sulfur? Yes, I heard it's an excellent antidote. I do have some, but not a lot. I've got about a handful. Interested? The merchant named an outrageous price, 1 gold coin for an amount not even worth a full handful. But Turon didn't even bother haggling and bought it outright. It was obvious he was being ripped off. The man hadn't even weighed the gold coin to check its size or weight, but Turon didn't care. Do you know where I might find more of this? Now hold on, that's my trade secret. You're not getting it from some hidden secret location, are you? I could probably find out just by asking a few other people. You might as well tell me since I'm already buying from you. The merchant pouted at that, but then glanced at the gold coin in his hand and nodded. If you follow the east road for about 4 days, you'll come across several hot springs. You'll find it around there. There are a lot of monkeys in that area. Some of them are magical beasts, so be careful. They're not particularly vicious, though. Hot springs, what's that? Pools of hot water that come up from the ground. I don't know much about them, but the locals believe soaking in them is good for your health. The monkeys seem to like them too. The mention of monkey magical beasts reminded Turon of the ones he had hunted in the past alongside nobles from House Baltas. If even common merchants knew about them but didn't bother hunting them down, they were probably not particularly hostile toward humans. After purchasing a scale for measuring gold coins and silver coins, Turon immediately left Slop through the east gate and set off on foot. While there were people around, he maintained a normal walking pace, blending in like an ordinary traveler. But once he confirmed that he was alone, he had Bage assist him in flight to cover more ground quickly. He finally came to a stop after confirming that there were no people within a 3-kilometer radius. Finally, I can experiment with this. What are you doing? Bage, who had been scribbling in the damp soil with her talons, suddenly realized that the wetlands moisture had seeped between her claws. Frowning in annoyance, she vigorously shook her foot to fling the mud off. Turon chuckled, then reached down to clean the dirt from her claws before selecting a nearby tree for her to perch on. Stay up there for a bit, it should be fine, but just in case. Going far? No, not far. I just need to run a little experiment. Turon broke off several trees of suitable size nearby and set them on fire. Since it was his first attempt, he encountered a few trial-and-error moments. But after carefully adjusting the heat, he was able to produce several chunks of charcoal. He hadn't realized it before, but it seemed that the type of wood used was also important in making charcoal. Next, he retrieved a chunk of saltpeter from his large-capacity pouch, which he had purchased in Vanapel City of the Emerald Desert long ago. The ratio was 75, 15, and 10. After double-checking the exact proportions in his notebook, Turon took about half of the sulfur chunk and crushed it with his hands before placing it on the scale. Then he used telekinetic magic on the opposite side of the scale to balance it. Alright, this is 10. By measuring how much force was needed to match the weight of the sulfur, he determined the required amounts. He then took out a bowl and poured the sulfur powder into it. Next, he applied half again as much force as before on one side of the scale, then gradually added crushed charcoal powder on the other side until the balance was restored, before pouring that into the bowl as well. Lastly, he increased the applied force to about 7.5 times the original amount, then measured out and added saltpeter powder to complete the mixture. He had concentrated so intently on the process that cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Inside the bowl, the 3 powders, white, black, and yellow, remained clumped together, failing to mix evenly. Even after repeatedly pressing, compacting, and stirring them with his fingers, there was no noticeable change. Just to be sure, he tried lighting a small piece on fire, but it just burned normally. As expected in this state, it has no effect. Turon was certain that the enormous explosion Oval had caused back then was due to this spirit of fire. After all, the explosion had originated from the black powder placed on either side of the cave, and none of the other formulas in the notebook had names suggesting such an effect. It seemed that in order to complete it, the final step required some sort of magical fusion. Let's see. Turon placed his hand over the powder and concentrated. He visualized the particles, imagining them breaking down beyond what was visible to the naked eye, intertwining at the smallest level, the fundamental units he had learned about from the librarian. In that instant, a bright flash of light erupted from the bowl. When he pulled his hand away, the powder had transformed into the same pitch-black substance he had once seen in that cave. Chapter 57. Was this the fully completed spirit of fire? Turon carefully picked up a small amount of the substance with his fingers, rubbing it gently, sniffing it, and even giving it a light lick to gather information about the material. Something feels different. The first noticeable difference was the texture. Just a moment ago, he had ground the 3 substances into an extremely fine powder, yet now it felt coarser and rougher. Moreover, the strong stench of ammonia and rotten eggs that had lingered earlier was completely gone, replaced only by a faint burnt smell. It didn't seem like a simple chemical change, rather, it felt as if someone had secretly swapped the substance with something else. Gazing down at the powder, Turon placed it in a bowl and set it aflame with magic. At the same time, he accelerated his thoughts to observe how the fire reacted. A flame emerged over the black powder, followed by an incredibly rapid combustion reaction, then an explosion. With a loud bang, the bowl shattered into pieces, and a faint cloud of smoke rose into the air. Oh, he had only used a tiny amount of the powder and applied just a small flame, yet the power was this intense. Of course, this alone wasn't nearly enough to harm nobles of his level. but the fact that it could produce such an effect with almost no magic power consumption made it a highly valuable material. The first potential use that came to mind was a trap, similar to what Oval had used in the past, disguising it as an ordinary object and detonating it when someone got close. By distributing it strategically to create chain reactions, he could trigger a massive explosion while consuming minimal magic power. There were several other possible applications as well. He could scatter it around his body and detonate it to propel himself rapidly, or he could release a large quantity of powder from the sky onto the ground and set it off. He could even use the wind to blow the powder toward an enemy before igniting it. It didn't have to be used solely for combat either. In the gray zone, where the mountains made roads winding and difficult, he could use this powder to break rocks and create paths. It could also aid in mining by breaking through rock formations. Clearly, this would be far more efficient than using magic directly to destroy rocks and carve out roads. However, there was a crucial condition for any of these plans to work. He needed a stable and abundant supply of this black powder, the spirit of fire. Sulfur can be found at the eastern hot springs, and charcoal is easy to obtain as long as there are trees. So the problem is saltpeter. Right now, he had only 3 fist-sized chunks of saltpeter in his pouch. That wasn't nearly enough once ground into powder. Hadn't that merchant mentioned that saltpeter came from the South Sea? Coincidentally, heading east from the xperrif wetlands would lead him straight to the South Sea, so it seemed worth a visit. After using up the remaining half of his sulfur to produce more spirit of fire, Turon set off eastward with Bage. Since flying risked accidentally overshooting the hot springs, they traveled on foot this time. Of course, a high-ranking noble's pace was far beyond that of a commoner, so by late at night, he had already covered what would normally take 3 or 4 days. This must be the place. According to the local villagers he asked, the hot spring area was located at the foot of a mountain they called the Back Mountain. They warned him repeatedly if he planned to use the hot springs, he must not be disrespectful to the great Monkey King. That being was known to spare humans from harm, but anyone who acted rudely or harmed his fellow monkeys would never be forgiven. Great Monkey King, huh? That dark elf, the Necromancer King, had been formidable enough that even though he was ultimately defeated by Mesa, he would have been a tough opponent for Turon to face alone. And yet here in this rural region, a mere monkey magical beast was not just a king but a great king. That name seemed far too grandiose. Riding on Bage, Turon ascended the mountain, circling the area in search of sulfur deposits. At the same time, he expanded his sacred relics perception, aiming to gauge the strength of this so-called great monkey king before approaching. But then, startled by his voice, Bage, who had been flying above, tilted her head as if asking what was wrong. However, Turon was too overwhelmed to even respond. Both the magical beast and the person, they're unbelievably strong. Judging by its form, the magical beast appeared to be a monkey, yet its magic power was stronger than Turon's but weaker than Mesa's. It might not have been a mythical magical beast, but it was still a creature capable of wiping out several small cities upon appearing, a true monster. This must be the great Monkey King. And sitting opposite to that magical beast was a wizard around Turon's level. Based on stature and body shape, it seemed to be a woman, but with her head hanging backward limply, she appeared to be unconscious. The villagers at the foot of the mountain had assured him that the Monkey King did not harm humans, but leaving things as they were still felt unsettling. It could be a situation like the one with Ashes and Tilly in the past, where a magical beast was protecting a human but had no idea how to help them. Bage, sorry, but could you wait up there for a bit? I think I need to go alone. Bage let out a displeased cry, but sensing the seriousness in Turon's voice, nodded reluctantly. Releasing his grip from Bage's legs, Turon immediately cast flight magic and concealment magic, stealthily approaching the location where he sensed the presence. They were in a deep valley on the mountainside, where the strong scent of sulfur filled the air. As he drew closer, his vision, which could pierce through the darkness, revealed the figures of the magical beast and the human. The Monkey King was a massive creature, roughly the size of 3 or 4 humans combined, with a black face and bright red fur. Its build and features were different not only from the monkey magical beasts Turon had encountered before, but also from the ones depicted in Magical Beast Encyclopedia. The beast was soaking in steaming water, its eyes closed as it remained still. And sitting opposite it, partially submerged in the hot spring, was the woman. Like the Monkey King, she had her lower body in the water, but with nothing covering her upper body, her tanned torso was fully exposed. Her arms rested against a rock and her head leaned backward, not so much in an unconscious state but rather as if she were reclining lazily in relaxation. Was she just taking a bath? Realizing he had misunderstood the situation, Turon attempted to halt his movement, adjusting his flight with the power of wind. But at that moment, a sharp beep suddenly echoed throughout the area. The sound came from a small mirror placed by the water's edge. Sensing magic power from it, Turon deduced it was a magic artifact, most likely designed to trigger an alarm when someone meeting certain conditions approached. Startled, Turon instinctively retreated. As soon as he did, the sound ceased and the woman moved, tilting her head left and right. What, did someone come near? As the confused woman spoke, the Monkey King sprang out of the water and let out a powerful roar. The thunderous bellow echoed across the surroundings and the woman scolded the beast. Don't get so worked up, Akil. It's not like we're the only ones allowed to use this hot spring. Hey, come on out, we won't harm you. This old woman won't get angry just because you saw her body. Despite her words, her appearance and voice didn't seem old at all, yet her tone resembled that of a 70-year-old grandmother. When no response came, the woman clicked her tongue and began rising from the hot spring. I guess that's it for today. I won't be able to visit here as often anymore. Can't even take a bath in peace with strangers lurking around. Hearing her complaint, the Monkey King snorted "Kyung" and stomped its foot. Was it pleading with her not to say that? Turon knew monkeys were intelligent, but this magical beast seemed to understand human speech on the same level as Bage. Watching from a distance with his sacred relic's perception, Turon hesitated briefly before finally deactivating concealment a short distance away and stepping forward to approach them. My apologies, I didn't come here with bad intentions. I sensed human presence in a place where magical beasts roam, so I approached to check if there was any danger. Since the woman was still not wearing any clothes, Turon lowered his gaze. Of course, thanks to the mimic relic, he could read magic power, meaning that if she attempted a surprise attack, he could react immediately. Instead of getting angry, the woman burst into a hearty laugh upon seeing Turon. Well, well. Turns out you're quite the handsome young man. No need to apologize, I should be the one feeling lucky instead. Oh, come on, Akil, relax your expression. So you came here to help this old lady? Yes, you have such a kind heart. People like you are rare these days. To his surprise, the woman, still completely unclothed, walked right up to him and ruffled his hair. Turon flinched at her defenseless attitude, and noticing his reaction, she glanced down at her own body before laughing again. Oh, you're not just innocent looking, you're actually young, aren't you? No need to avert your eyes. I'm over 300 years old, have had 12 husbands, and you're younger than my great-grandchildren. Do you really think I'd care about a kid seeing me like this? At those words, Turon lifted his head and looked directly at her. Despite her claims, her face and body didn't appear older than her late 20s or early 30s at most. The name of this old lady is Rita Lvidas, and you, as expected, she was a noble of the Lvidas bloodline. Well, of course, otherwise there would be no reason for someone this powerful to be here. My name is Turon. I came from Kalamaf. Kalamaf, that's way out in the gray zone, isn't it? You've come quite a long way. Even though Turon had stated his place of origin instead of his family name, Rita didn't press the matter. Instead, she simply laughed and reached out her hand. In response, the Monkey King casually tossed her clothes as if they were longtime friends. Lady Rita, have you formed a soul bond with that magical beast? Oh no, nothing like that. We're just old friends. I've loved bathing in these hot springs since forever. That guy's probably been living here for 1,000 years. My grandfather's grandfather said it was already around when he was a child. They had left a magical beast of that caliber alone for 1,000 years without hunting it. Turon was momentarily shocked but quickly realized that, considering the beast's docile nature and immense strength, it wasn't such a bad approach. After all, absorbing a magical creature's power was highly inefficient. Even if 4 nobles absorbed it, they would likely only acquire 20 to 30% of its original strength. In contrast, maintaining a friendly relationship meant they could rely on a high-ranking noble-level ally in times of need. Of course, since there was no soul bond, the extent of the Monkey King's aid would be limited, but still, so kind Turon, what brings you here? If you're here for the hot springs, I've had my fill, so I'll gladly yield the space to you. Not that I'd mind sharing, of course. She laughed heartily, clearly teasing him. Seeing her act like a grandmother doting on her naive grandson, Turon shook his head and explained his purpose. I heard sulfur can be found here, so I came to collect some. Sulfur, what do you need that for? I heard it can be used as an antidote. Ah, so someone around you has been poisoned? No, nothing like that. I was thinking of selling it in distant places as a trade item. Since he couldn't openly admit that it was for making spirit a fire, his excuse ended up being a bit long-winded. Rita tilted her head, seeming unconvinced, but soon smiled and said, if that's the case, I know a place where you can find a lot of it. There are some spots where people pick up exposed sulfur now and then, but if you're looking to sell it, you'll need to mine a proper amount. Follow me, gesturing for Turon to come along. Rita started walking deeper into the valley. The Monkey King, giving Turon a suspicious glance, let out a huff before following behind her. The place Rita led him to was quite deep and complex. Finding the path alone would not have been easy. Even with an excellent sense of smell, that wouldn't necessarily help in navigating the terrain. After a short while, Turon let out a small gasp as he looked at the deep valley, where the ground was spread out in a vast yellow expanse. Approaching closer, he picked up a yellow rock and realized that it was a solid chunk of sulfur. Suddenly, he recalled how he had once paid a gold coin for just a small amount of it in Slop City, and a wave of frustration hit him. To think that here, sulfur was just lying around on the ground like common debris. No, well, at least I've learned about this place, so I'll just consider that the cost of acquiring information. As Turon tried to rationalize his loss, Rita, who had been silently watching from behind, spoke up. By the way, did you bring a basket or something to carry it in? I suppose I'll have to make one now. Originally, he had planned to store the sulfur in his large-capacity pouch, but revealing a sacred relic in front of a high-ranking noble of Lvidas felt a bit uncomfortable. Instead, Turon felled the largest tree nearby and hollowed out one side to create a canoe-shaped basket. Oh, will you be able to carry that? This much is no problem. Turon used telekinesis magic to gather the sulfur chunks scattered around. As hundreds of kilograms of sulfur smoothly piled up inside the basket, Rita clapped her hands together and said, "You've got quite the talent for magic, especially for someone so young. You flatter me." "Flatter you, ha. When I was your age, all I knew was how to heal people, nothing else." Rita then chattered away, lamenting how she wished the children of her family were as polite and humble as Turon. Turon listened quietly before slipping in a question. "By the way, are all nobles of Lvidas like you, Lady Rita?" I mean looking much younger than their actual age. Despite what you say, you don't look a day over 100. Before he could even finish his sentence, Rita burst into laughter and playfully smacked his shoulder. The force of it sent some of the sulfur tumbling out of the basket. "Oh my, I'm sorry, but you're one to talk, aren't you? I can only imagine how many ladies you've bewitched with that face of yours. I merely spoke the truth as I saw it." "Oh, so now you're trying to charm an old lady too?" With a teasing tone that made it hard to tell if she was joking or serious, Rita ran a hand over her own face. Nobles with the healer bloodline and purifier bloodline stop aging entirely once they reach a certain level of strength. By using healing and purification powers together, they can freeze the passage of time in their bodies. Then, Turon was about to ask if that meant they could live forever, but remembered the memorial stone he'd seen during the day. Hadn't he just seen today that even the head of House Lvidas, not just an ordinary member, had died? As if she already knew what he was about to ask, Rita grinned and answered, "The reason we don't live forever is because nobles don't die of old age due to their bodies. We die because our souls grow old." She said this with a mischievous smile, like a grandmother sharing a secret story with her grandchild. Chapter 58. At Rita's words, Turon placed the log basket containing sulfur down on the ground. He had a gut feeling that this conversation was far more important than gathering sulfur. "I don't mean to question you, Elder, but doesn't the scripture say that after death, souls ascend to the celestial palace to enjoy eternal bliss?" The scriptures of the pre-God tribe varied depending on the region, including the structure of their deities, but their teachings about the afterlife remained the same. Wasn't that also why wizards performed rituals to scatter the souls of the deceased as part of funeral ceremonies? The purpose was to ensure that dead magical beings did not remain on earth as undead spirits harboring resentment, but instead ascended to the heavens to reach the gods and enjoy an eternal life free from pain and suffering. However, if what Rita said was true, then even the souls that had ascended to the celestial palace would eventually age and die. That outright denied the traditional concept of the afterlife. At Turon's remark, Rita furrowed her eyebrows. "Young people these days, don't be so hasty and listen to me until the end. The body dies because the soul ages, but that doesn't mean the soul itself perishes. Isn't that also mentioned in the scriptures? That in the celestial palace, the body holds no meaning. Do you wish to continue living after death, suffering with bodily functions like excreting waste?" Clicking her tongue lightly, Rita climbed onto the log basket that Turon had made and sat down with her legs crossed. To put it simply, the soul is the driving force that moves the body. When the soul grows old, the body also weakens. Eventually, the body even loses the strength to breathe, leading to death. As for the soul, it may continue to live in the celestial palace, remaining old or perhaps becoming young again. But since no one has returned to tell us, that remains a matter of imagination. Then, if there were a way to reverse the aging of the soul, true immortality would be possible. That is precisely the field of research our family is dedicating all its efforts to. Though of course there is still a long way to go. Saying this, Rita patted the thigh of the Monkey King standing beside her. "Look at this fellow. Despite living for nearly 1,000 years, isn't he still in excellent health? I doubt my ancestors, who decided to keep Akal alive, ever imagined he would live this long." Indeed, it seemed one of the reasons they had left the Monkey King here was to study the lifespan limits of magical beasts. Caressing Akal's leg, Rita spoke with a dreamy expression. "What could be the reason that Akal can live so much longer than us? Is it because a monkey's soul is much stronger than a human's? Or is it because it's a simpler and more primitive creature? But this fellow, aside from being unable to speak, is far wiser than most humans. There must be another factor we don't understand. Certainly, Akel gave off the impression of a magical beast that Bage might resemble if she were to live for 1,000 years. As Akel stared at him with dull, brooding eyes, Turon averted his gaze slightly. I have a magical beast that has formed a soul bond with me, and that one is just as intelligent as Akel. It can even write. Right, that's impressive. I once tried to teach Akel how to read, but he was so exasperated by it that I eventually gave up. Did you leave yours somewhere? I told it to wait up the mountain in case anything happened. Would you like me to call it here? Go ahead. Akel would probably enjoy seeing another magical beast for the first time in a while. At Rita's words, Akel shook his head with an expression of utter disbelief. It likely meant that he had no interest in making friends with another magical beast. Turon sent a signal through their soul bond, calling Bage to come. Not long after, Bage descended into the valley, spreading her jet-black wings wide. The moment she caught sight of the massive Monkey King, she recoiled in fear and hid behind Turon. Did her magical beast instincts allow her to sense the overwhelming strength of her opponent? Amusingly, Akel, who had been acting uninterested until just now, wore a somewhat hurt expression at Bage's reaction. It's okay, Bage, there's nothing to be afraid of. Both Elder Rita and Akel are friends here. So your name is Bage, I am Rita, I won't harm you, so could you show me your face? Perhaps it was Rita's gentle and affectionate tone that worked. After a brief hesitation, Bage cautiously peeked her head out and looked at Rita. Meanwhile, Akel, seemingly aware that his massive size might be intimidating, crouched down to make himself appear smaller. Feeling somewhat reassured by this, Bage slowly stepped forward and scraped her claws against the sulfur-covered ground. Hello, my, what beautiful handwriting. Well, a magical beast that can write. If this little one were to live long and write a history book, that alone would be a priceless treasure. How old are you? Don't know. She's probably around 10 years old. From what Turon had heard at the time of their soul bond, Bage had been captured as a juvenile a little over 10 years ago, so the estimate wasn't far off. Birds typically reached maturity within a year or two, even in the longest cases. So young, so young. If we weren't in a place like this, I would have given you something delicious to eat. Rita continued chatting with Bage, then turned to Akel, nagging him about how he too could communicate this way if he just learned to write. In response, Akel covered his ears with his massive hands, as if he didn't want to hear it. After Rita spent quite some time mediating between Bage and Akel, the giant monkey and the golden eagle seemed to have formed their own peculiar bond. It was almost like the relationship between a playful kitten and a laid-back large dog. By the time they had finished loading all the sulfur chunks into the baskets, Rita suggested that they take advantage of the opportunity and enjoy a hot spring bath together. She claimed it would be good for their skin and overall health. A short while later, Turon immersed himself in the hot spring, covering his lower half with a single piece of cloth. He had taken off everything else along with his clothes, except for the mimic relic, which he wore like a necklace strung through a metal ring. The water was hot enough to severely burn an ordinary person, but that level of heat was just right for his noble body. Nearby, Bage was flapping her wings, repeatedly diving underwater and resurfacing, only to get her head pressed down by Akel's thick fingers, causing her to squawk and gulp down water. The giant monkey burst into laughter, but in retaliation, the furious golden eagle jabbed her beak into his side. Unfortunately for Bage, Akel's thick hide seemed impervious to the attack. After watching the two playfully squabble for a moment, Turon turned his attention to Rita, who was also enjoying the hot spring, wrapped in a single cloth like himself. Is there something you want from me? What makes you ask that all of a sudden? The things you mentioned earlier, they seemed too important to be brought up in passing. After all, they had been discussing none other than the greatest treasure of all treasures, the secret to immortality. It wasn't the kind of conversation one could simply dismiss as idle chatter from a talkative elder, especially not when speaking to someone they had just met today. At Turon's remark, Rita grinned broadly and clapped her hands together. That's all because of you. I always chose handsome men as my husbands, but none of them ever matched up to you. It's the same as how men tend to start talking about anything and everything when they're in front of a beautiful woman. The implication that she had been spilling secrets just because she was attracted to him left Turon at a loss for words, and he shut his mouth in silence. Seeing his reaction, Rita chuckled and shook her head. Just kidding, don't take it so seriously. The fact that we don't age is something most people already know, and even if word got out that we aim for immortality, what difference would it make? In the end, the conclusion remains the same: we don't actually know anything. As she spoke, her face showed a strange mixture of fatigue and frustration. Considering her age and strength, she probably wasn't far removed from the recently deceased head of House Lvidas. Perhaps they were even sisters. At that moment, Rita suddenly wiped the playful expression off her face and spoke seriously. Well, to be honest, the reason I brought all of this up was because I have a proposal for you. Have you ever seen a white elf? White elf, more specifically a white elf royal with the innate talent of a soulmancer. In the past, Turon had encountered and fought dark elves a few times. The dark elves were known for handling the spirits of the dead, undead spirits, whereas the white elves were said to manipulate the souls of the living spirits. Other than that, there was very little information about them. Unlike the dark elves, who had dug deep underground and managed to thrive, the white elves had nearly gone extinct thousands of years ago. Even in the world travelogue that Turon had read, white elves were only briefly mentioned with something along the lines of, "A long time ago some of them lived in this region." No, I haven't. Haven't the white elves already gone extinct? I've read quite a few history books and there hasn't been a single mention of them in the past few thousand years. That may be true. But perhaps somewhere in the remote corners of the world, some white elves are still barely surviving, hiding from humans. What I want is simple. If you ever come across a white elf soulmancer, whether by capturing them or persuading them, I want you to bring them to us. If someone could manipulate the souls of the living, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous help to Lvidas' research. If they could control souls to halt or even reverse aging, the path to literal immortality would open. With a somewhat enigmatic expression, Rita looked at Turon and continued. Judging by your abilities and skills, you're clearly not from an ordinary family. Yet, seeing as you don't even reveal your lineage and instead wander around, there must be a reason you don't belong there. That also means you can see things that others, weighed down by family burdens, cannot. Those who carry too many responsibilities cannot travel freely. Even though they had never actually tested their magic power against each other, Rita spoke as if she already had a solid grasp of Turon's capabilities. It seemed she possessed a few magic artifacts, one of which must have a function similar to the mimic relic. Instead of denying her words, Turon simply listened and then turned the conversation around with a question of his own. If I bring you a soulmancer, what do I get in return? The knowledge he had shared was certainly rare, but for a task as difficult as finding a soulmancer who had supposedly vanished thousands of years ago, it felt like an absurdly small price. Frankly, this was even harder than stealing a sacred relic from a major noble house. At least in that case, the relics were confirmed to exist. At Turon's question, Rita grinned and winked at him. A reward, how about me? I may be a bit old, but I dare say I'm still quite the beauty. And not to boast, but my husbands have all been quite satisfied with me. Her long black hair shimmered, her smooth, healthy brown skin glowing as she teasingly lifted the cloth covering her body, trying to entice him. But Turon felt absolutely nothing from it. The way she had acted like a worn-out old woman just moments ago was still too fresh in his mind. More than that, by now, he had figured out that this was just how the old woman liked to toy with him. I'd like a serious answer. You're no fun? Fine. If you bring us a soulmancer, we will give you a sacred relic of eternal youth. A sacred relic that prevents aging. Turon unconsciously glanced over at the guardian magic artifact, which he had left with his clothes. Since he possessed a similar artifact, Turon could understand what Rita was implying. Are you saying it's an artifact that directly contains the Lvidas bloodline ability? To be precise, it's an artifact that continuously grants its wearer the power of healing and purification. We've already tested it on an ordinary human and confirmed that they didn't age until the moment of their death. Naturally, it's a one-of-a-kind treasure even for us. How old did the wearer live to be? Between 120 and 130 years old. It varies from person to person, but that's the general range. The sheer magnitude of what she was saying made Turon pause for a moment and look up at the sky. If this was true, then it was something on par with the highest-grade sacred relics left behind by the gods themselves. As he gazed at the stars scattered across the dark sky, his previously narrow thoughts seemed to expand again. A sudden thought struck him and he asked Rita, "Have you made this offer to anyone else besides me?" "I've discreetly proposed it to a few influential figures from noble families I have ties with. There are rare cases where wandering nobles like yourself possess great strength. Of course, the reward will go to the first person who succeeds in bringing one back." In other words, he was just one of the many baited hooks that the Lvidas family had cast out. It was always better to throw 2 or 3 or even 100 rather than just one. Indeed, among all possible candidates, wandering nobles with exceptional skill had the highest chances of finding a white elf. If a species that had disappeared thousands of years ago was still hiding somewhere, it would undoubtedly be in a place inaccessible to ordinary people. And powerful wizards usually remain secluded in their family's stronghold, rarely venturing out. No matter how he thought about it, the offer didn't seem too bad. It wasn't as if they were demanding him to dedicate his life to the search. If he happened to find one while traveling, he'd get a sacred relic in return. "If I happen to find one, I'll contact you." That answer alone is enough to make this old woman feel like all my chattering today was worth it. Rita chuckled with the carefree laughter befitting an elderly. After enjoying the hot springs, Rita bid farewell, saying they'd meet again, and then swiftly disappeared down the mountain. Turon, after spending the night in a suitable location, stored all the sulfur chunks into his large-capacity pouch. Since sulfur had an intense odor, he carefully arranged the space inside the pouch to prevent it from coming into contact with other items. As expected of a sacred relic, the pouch had a function for that as well. After perfectly organizing the contents, he took a moment to observe the amount and let out an impressed sigh. This should be more than enough. It was probably around 200 to 300 kilograms. Even this was nothing compared to the amount in the valley. If he ever needed more, he could simply return and collect it again. With Bage perched at his side, Turon began walking eastward, recalling the conversation from the previous night. A promise of eternal youth in exchange for bringing back a soulmancer. But during that discussion, Turon hadn't only been tempted by the prospect of immortality. He also remembered the old pre-god tribe records he had once read in the library. Records of a being who, in his final years, had begun to openly express contempt for humanity and an obsession with control. What if that being had managed to transfer his body or prolong his lifespan using the power of a soulmancer, only to discover that the very descendants he once looked down upon could also achieve eternal life? And what if, eventually, he became consumed by paranoia, believing that one day even the realm of the gods would be threatened? Could it be that, in order to prevent such a future, he chose to exterminate all white elves, except for a handful that he could control? Chapter 59. As he moved eastward, Turon first used most of the sulfur he had newly acquired, and the saltpeter he had on hand to combine them into spirit of fire. He left a small amount behind to show others what materials were needed when securing more. The spirit of fire he obtained amounted to a little more than 3 fistfuls, only slightly more than the saltpeter he had used, as saltpeter was the primary ingredient in the production ratio. It was unfortunate that charcoal powder and sulfur, despite being required in small amounts, were readily available. Continuing eastward, Turon experimented with the spirit of fire in various ways. As a result, he found that the most practical uses were either dispersing it forcefully with the power of wind to create a wide-area explosion, or detonating it beside his body to gain propulsion. Gaining propulsion is a bit painful, but logically speaking, it made sense. It was like being struck by an invisible force to move his body forcibly. Detonating it beneath his feet was slightly less painful, but while experimenting with this, he accidentally destroyed his shoes when he forgot that they had flammable coating on them. After spending several days traveling and experimenting, Turon once again grabbed Bage by the legs and took to the skies. While Bage was eager to fly after shaking off the remaining fatigue through the hot spring bath's power, the main reason was that traveling through this wetland had been far more exhausting than expected. The first issue was the constant rain. After it stopped, he could simply evaporate the water from his body, but while it was raining, he had no choice but to endure getting soaked. It wasn't feasible to cast telekinetic magic on every single raindrop, so he needed to put up a barrier, but moving forward meant he had to continuously create a new barrier ahead of him. Ever since he lost his waterproof boots during an experiment, his shoes had been filled with water, which was endlessly uncomfortable. The second issue was the unbearable nuisance of mosquitoes and other insects at night. Such pests existed in other regions as well, but in this wetland their presence was excessive. Whether he camped outdoors or stayed in a village, the moment he lay down and closed his eyes, bugs swarmed him, making his entire body itch. Although their teeth or stingers couldn't penetrate his skin, just having them crawl over him was utterly disgusting. Even Turon, who was originally a shepherd accustomed to traveling and sleeping outdoors, found it unbearable. If someone like Ashes had been in this place, he would have panicked after just one night and gone looking for a barrier master. If there had been any worthwhile discoveries to justify enduring such hardships, it might have been different. However, despite visiting several villages and towns nearby to gather information on saltpeter, he found nothing of value. As for information on the White Elves, if there had been any clues here, Rita would have secured them long ago, making the search pointless. Determined to escape all these inconveniences, Turon soared high into the sky and shot eastward for an entire day. In an instant, he covered a distance several times greater than what he had walked over the past few days. Before long, a vast blue horizon unfolded before his eyes. It was the South Sea. The South Sea smelled entirely different from the North Sea, where Turon had previously been. While the North Sea carried a cool, fishy scent, the South Sea had a warm aroma, blended with the smells of various marine creatures. After taking a moment to enjoy the sight of the ocean for the first time in a long while, Turon headed further south, passing by several fishing villages before arriving at a port city. It was a small town with only a few thousand residents at most, not a major trade hub like Abacha or Kamad. Instead, it seemed to sustain itself by catching and selling local fish. Upon entering the city, the first thing he did was find a fish vendor and purchase dozens of horse mackerels. Then, he headed to a quiet, secluded beach and fed them all to Bage. He had recalled and followed the advice of the House Derman lady whose name he could barely remember, and it turned out to be quite effective. Bage found the horse mackerel far tastier than any land animal meat she had eaten during their travels. You like this, huh? How about southern horse mackerel? Yes, delicious. After treating Bage to a special meal for her hard work, Turon returned to the market to search for saltpeter. As expected, he found some for sale. However, as always, money was the issue. This costs 5 gold coins. It's the elixir of immortality. Your life is on the line. How could it be cheap? Do you want to watch your father and mother grow old and die? They have both already passed away. No. I mean, it's just a figure of speech. Come to think of it, the merchant selling saltpeter in Vanapel had said the exact same thing. It seemed to be a common sales tactic among saltpeter dealers. Of course, if this were truly an elixir of immortality, then nobles of Lvidas, including Rita, wouldn't have been searching desperately for the white elves. Turon could have bought out all the saltpeter available here if he spent all his money, but that would have been a waste. More importantly, even if he purchased all of it, the amount wouldn't match the quantity of sulfur he had. After all, the amount of saltpeter required to create the spirit of fire was over 7 times that of sulfur. Thus, as he had done when acquiring sulfur previously, Turon purchased only a small amount of saltpeter and asked where it came from. However, this time, unlike before, he didn't get an easy answer. Hey, why are you asking about that? It's a secret, a secret. Listen, outsider, if you keep asking questions like that, it won't be fun for you. Even after questioning several saltpeter merchants, he received similar responses. Eventually, they even started issuing veiled threats. It seemed like there was a group actively keeping the origin of the saltpeter a secret. If it's being kept secret, that means it can't be easily obtained. If it were something as accessible as sulfur, which he could acquire by traveling a few days on foot, then no amount of secrecy would keep it hidden. It also wouldn't be considered rare. Considering the information that it came from the South Sea, there was a good chance that saltpeter was produced on an island somewhere out in the ocean. As he was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed someone approaching him stealthily from behind. When he felt the person's hand reaching toward his pocket, he prepared to break their wrist immediately, but unexpectedly, the hand landed on his shoulder instead. Hey there, young man. Turning around, he found an older man dressed in shabby clothing, missing several teeth. He had the typical appearance of a vagrant. With a sly grin, the man wasted no time getting to the point. You're looking for the place where saltpeter is mined? Yes. Seeing as you've already bought some but still want more, you're probably planning to sell it elsewhere, aren't you? The fact that he knew Turon had purchased saltpeter suggested that he had been watching him secretly. Realizing this wasn't all that surprising, after all, he hadn't been paying close attention to every single presence in the bustling market. Turon thought for a moment before nodding. Something like that. Well then, I can take you to where saltpeter is mined. What do you want in return? Only a fool would believe that a stranger would guide him to a saltpeter source for free. As if expecting the question, the man immediately responded. It's nothing big, just money. The saltpeter is on an island. If you take a boat, you need to pay the fare, don't you? This fit perfectly with the conclusion Turon had just reached. After briefly glancing around, Turon asked the man, how much? 15 gold coins, not too expensive, right? If you mine the saltpeter and sell it elsewhere, you'll make several times that amount. All right. But I'd like to confirm the saltpeter source before I hand over the money. Oh my, of course. How could you trust me with such a large sum now? Tomorrow, about an hour after sunset. You see that mountain over there? Yes. The man then pointed toward a mountain rising along the edge of the city. It wasn't very high, just about the height of a local hill. If you go straight behind that mountain, there's a small village. A ship will come there, you can pay when you board. Thank you for the information. Hearing Turon's gratitude, the man chuckled. I'm the one who should be thankful. After the man left, Turon picked a random inn nearby and rented a room. As soon as he entered, Bage wriggled and swiped her claws through the air. Seeing this, Turon immediately pulled out a sand-covered slate from his large-capacity pouch. That person liar. Since the slate had limited space, Bage's writing was always short and concise. But after having many such conversations before, Turon had no trouble interpreting it. The guy who said he'd tell us where saltpeter comes from? Yes. Why do you think so? At Turon's question, Bage hesitated for a moment as if contemplating, then wrote again. Saltpeter expensive if known would mine himself. That's true. Wow, you're really smart. Even people get tricked because they don't think about that. Turon burst into laughter at Bage's sharp analysis, which was astonishingly perceptive for a golden eagle, and patted her head. Did Turon know too? Roughly, mixed with the usual stench of someone who hadn't bathed in days, Turon detected another scent, the excitement of a predator just before a hunt. The only time he had ever smelled that from a person was in one situation. right before bandits were about to strike. It's probably a smuggler's ship or a pirate ship. If I go, they might take my money and force me into slavery on board. Back when he had traveled on the Blue Marlin, he had heard plenty of stories from the sailors about how things worked at sea. Then why go? When friends who can provide information gather by themselves, why wouldn't I go? If he had simply captured the merchants here, demonstrated some magic, and pressured or tortured them, he probably could have learned where saltpeter was sourced. But the reason he hadn't done so was that the merchants had every right to keep it a secret. They weren't obligated to reveal where their supplies came from. Meanwhile, these people were actively trying to rob him of his wealth and freedom, making them perfect targets for him to unleash his sadistic side without any guilt. What could be more welcome than that? So when he had thanked that man earlier for the information, it hadn't been empty words at all. The next day, Turon stayed in his inn all day, training his magic. As the appointed time approached, he finally stepped outside. When he reached the city gates, a guard explained that the curfew was about to start, meaning he wouldn't be allowed back inside if he left now. Turon politely nodded in acknowledgement and then made his way toward the place the vagrant had mentioned. Eventually, he arrived at a small village. A particularly rough-looking young man was sitting on the village's wooden fence, and he spoke in a lazy, mocking tone. "Are you the guest here to board the boat?" "Yes, go on in." As Turon stepped inside the village, he heard laughter and someone muttering, "Moron," behind him. It was so blatantly a trap that he almost wanted to roll his eyes. But just as he was thinking that, something ahead made him frown. What the hell is this? A powerful flow of magic power, just like what he had felt back at the sulfur hot springs. And this time, it was even stronger than Rita or Akil. Not as powerful as Mesa, but close. Surely there couldn't be more than 100 top-tier wizards from major houses in the whole world, so why did he keep running into them so often? Unless he had some kind of gravitational pull that attracted incredibly strong wizards like planets. A high-ranking noble from Lvidas, could it be the heir? But why would they be in a place like this? Though puzzled, Turon slowly continued walking. If someone had laid a trap to capture him, they wouldn't have asked him to come at night. Besides, in this level of darkness, he was confident he could escape, even if Mesa herself were chasing him. The smaller presences nearby. Were they knights acting as bodyguards? As Turon analyzed the situation and walked toward the ship anchored by the shore, a rowdy voice reached his ears. "Hey, is that really true? Would I make something like that up?" I begged them, saying, "Please spare me." And you know what they said? "Crawl between my legs and I'll let you live." So I quickly rolled over and kicked that bastard right in the around a campfire in front of the sailing ship. A group of rough-looking men sat together, clearly sailors at a glance. Among them, Turon sensed two knights, likely the highest-ranking individuals in the group. And sitting casually among the sailors, talking with an easygoing attitude, was a young man. Visually, he seemed about 5 or 6 years older than Turon. With his short silver hair, slightly shorter stature, yet broad shoulders and well-trained physique, he left a strong impression. This was the unknown great wizard Turon had sensed earlier. "Come on, stop spewing nonsense, you bastard." One of the sailors smacked the back of the wizard's head. Surprisingly, instead of getting angry, the wizard just grinned and chuckled. A wizard of his caliber, likely a top-tier noble or even an heir, acting so casually around commoners. Turon himself often disguised his identity as an ordinary person, but seeing someone else do it from an outsider's perspective was almost absurd. It felt like watching a lion blending effortlessly into a pack of wolves. At that moment, the silver-haired wizard's gaze turned toward Turon, then shifted to Bage, who was sitting beside him. "Huh?" The wizard showed a surprised expression while pointing at Bage. It was the kind of reaction someone might have when unexpectedly running into a familiar face in an unlikely place. But where would a noble of Lvidas have ever met Bage? Just as Turon was wondering, one of the sailors suddenly clapped his hands. "All right, now that all the guests have arrived, it's time to set sail." "Whoa, is it that time already?" The silver-haired wizard blinked in confusion. The same sailor who had smacked him earlier smirked and said, "The stories were fun to listen to, but now it's time to board the ship. First, put down all your belongings, we'll load them for you." "I appreciate the offer, but I'd rather carry them myself. I have some valuables inside." In response, the sailor delivered a hard kick to the wizard's shin. "Are you dense? From now on, your job is scrubbing the deck, you bastard. What about the pre-god tribe ruins you promised to take me to? How the hell would we know about that?" At the sailor's words, the silver-haired wizard burst into laughter. To an outsider, it might have seemed like a cheerful chuckle, but Turon could sense the thick, lingering killing intent hidden beneath it. "Damn it, I got fooled again, you assholes. How many times am I gonna get tricked in this damn region?" Whoosh, flames erupted from the wizard's entire body. Not the usual yellowish red fire that most wizards conjured, but a brilliant platinum-colored flame shining as brightly as the sun. Chapter 60. Bloodline abilities are powerful on their own, but when properly combined, they become an even more terrifying force. Just like how the head of House Arabian gathered clouds with the wind to unleash an even more powerful storm of lightning. The magic unfolding before Turan's eyes was the same. At first, it was flames. Then, through repeated refinement, it transformed into a golden radiance, taking the form of a beam of light. As that golden halo gathered behind the silver-haired man's back, forming a massive aureole, the sailors recoiled in terror and shouted, "A wizard, Captain, First Mate, help us!" In response to their cries, the two knights among the group reacted in completely opposite ways. One bravely drew his sword to fight back, while the other swiftly turned and fled. In truth, neither action held any real significance. A whip of light shot out from the aureole, severing both the sword and the body of the knight who had charged in, along with the head of the one who had tried to run away. The lack of blood or brain matter flowing from the severed parts made it clear just how searingly hot the whip had been. They're both dead. This can't be real. Perhaps they lost their sense of reality, watching their trusted allies being slaughtered so effortlessly. Frozen in shock, the sailors stood motionless, unable to even think of escaping, as dozens of golden whips split apart and streaked toward them. Turan silently observed the almost dreamlike spectacle. Light and fire, he was certain he had heard of a house that wielded those two bloodline abilities before, a prestigious family from the east of the Emerald Desert, House Varaha. That man was undoubtedly a noble from that distant eastern land. There was no time to wonder why a noble from such a faraway place had appeared here. Realizing that only a few survivors remained, Turan quickly reached out his hand. A massive surge of seawater erupted from the shore, enveloping the three remaining sailors. We're alive. The seawater infused with Turan's magic collided with the incoming golden whips, generating a thick cloud of steam. As a brief silence settled, Turan respectfully addressed his opponent. "My apologies. I understand that you're angry, but could we speak for a moment?" However, the Varaha noble didn't bother listening. Instead, another golden whip formed from the aureole and lashed toward Turan. Not only was it terrifyingly fast, but each whip curved unpredictably as if it had a will of its own. Seeing this, Turan frowned and accelerated his thought process, pulling more seawater to intercept the incoming whips one by one. He soon realized that their trajectories were slightly different from how they appeared, likely an illusion caused by light scattering. Had it not been for the magic detection ability of the mimic relic, he might have been completely deceived. After barely deflecting all the attacks, an immense amount of steam blanketed the coastline. Even though the exchange had been brief, the extreme concentration had given him a splitting headache. Without the aid of thought acceleration, he might have taken a few hits. Judging by how the attacks deliberately avoided his vital spots, it seemed the opponent had no real intention of killing him. Just then, a powerful gust of wind swept in from somewhere, dispersing the steam that had shrouded the coastline. The Varaha noble stood there, smirking triumphantly while holding a magical artifact unlike anything Turan had ever seen. "What is that?" If he had to describe its shape, it looked like a stick with a piece of paper attached to the end. Originally straight, it suddenly spread open into a nearly semicircular form. As the noble swung it, a fierce gust of wind erupted, pushing the flames forward. Clicking his tongue lightly, Turan responded with his own wind magic, scattering the incoming flames in all directions. Had the fire been refined into a sphere or spear-like shape, it might have been a different story. But hastily conjured flames, strengthened by wind alone, could be dispersed in this manner. The Varaha noble, startled by what he saw, asked in surprise, "What the hell, you're good with wind too? Are those your two bloodline abilities? No house like that should exist." Just as his opponent had done earlier, Turan chose not to answer the question and instead launched an attack by raising a massive wave. The sheer force of it was enough to crush an average person to death, but that was merely a diversion. The moment his opponent evaporated the wave with a wall of fire, a stone, previously loaded into Turan's slingshot, pierced through the steam and shot toward his abdomen. With his vision obscured, he had no chance to react. It was the perfect attack. Yet just as the stone approached, it suddenly vanished with a strange ripple, as if an invisible beast had devoured the space around it. What was that? A defensive magic artifact. Narrowing his eyes, Turan analyzed the nature of that defense, how it worked, and how he might break through it. Did it only work on physical projectiles? If that were the case, it was strange that it hadn't stopped the seawater, which was also tangible. But before he could think further, his opponent suddenly raised both hands and dispersed the aureole that had been glowing behind him. The bright, illuminated coastline darkened in an instant. I surrender, I lost, let's end it here." His lighthearted tone made it seem as if the fight had been nothing more than a playful scuffle. Turan silently observed him before slowly tucking his slingshot back into his pouch. "You were quite skilled, friend. I'm Salif, and you, Turan." There was no need for formalities after they had already exchanged blows. But despite Turan's curt response, Salif showed no sign of offense. Instead, he pointed to the steam still lingering in the sky. I've never seen a wizard control water like that before. You're not from House Carmine, are you? No. For a wizard, being mistaken for someone from a house with an ability they didn't possess was one of the highest compliments. However, as Turan's short replies made clear, he did not feel pleased by the praise. He had just noticed 3 charred corpses, bodies he hadn't had time to protect as the battle had escalated. Oh right. You were trying to save them, weren't you? Were they your brothers or friends by any chance? I had something I needed to ask them about, and dead men don't talk. Ah, having apparently read the nuance that it was his fault everything was ruined, Salif rubbed his ear with an embarrassed expression. No, those bastards made me angry so I couldn't help it. When someone shows sincerity even after getting hit in the back of the head. It was understandable to be angry even from an outsider's perspective, but still, if you wanted something, shouldn't you have kept a few alive? Especially considering that Salif himself had been searching for the pre-god tribe ruins or whatever they were. At that moment, Salif's gaze shifted toward Bage, who had remained perched quietly beside Turan throughout the battle. It was clear he was trying to change the subject to avoid the awkward situation. Ah right, that golden eagle, it's a magical beast, right? The one they were selling in Comed City. Bage often passed as an ordinary golden eagle because her mutation wasn't too extreme, but there were small differences that set her apart from her kind. Her eyes were notably sharper, she radiated a sense of intelligence, and her wings were slightly longer in proportion to her body. These details were subtle enough that only someone familiar with her, like Turan, would usually notice. Yet Salif had recognized her at first glance. That's right, knew it, you can't fool my eyes, I spent an entire month trying to get my hands on that bird, how'd you manage to win it over? Well, let's just say we were destined. At that moment, Turan was certain of his opponent's identity. The heir to House Varaha, the very man who had failed to earn Bage's favor. Given the circumstances, there was no doubt about it. Of course, he didn't show that he had realized this. After all, there must be reasons the heir to a great house would want to keep secret why he was wandering around alone. Just then, Salif spread out all 10 fingers toward Turan. 10 times? What? I'll pay 10 times whatever you paid for it, how about it? Even if you offered 100 times, the answer would still be no, Bage wouldn't want it either. Seeing Bage, who had been leaning against Turan's side, nodding furiously in agreement, Salif let out a deep sigh. As expected, damn it, what the hell am I lacking? That was something Turan was also extremely curious about. Since Mesa had also been deemed worthy, it was clear that the criteria didn't apply solely to Turan. And yet, even Bage herself could only describe it as a feeling. Regardless, though Salif gazed at Bage with clear regret and lingering attachment, he didn't push any further. That was a huge relief. If he had tried to take her by force, Turan might have had to kill the heir to House Varaha. But I still don't get why he's so obsessed with Bage. Though she was Turan's most precious family member, objectively speaking, while Bage was useful, she could hardly be considered a particularly powerful magical beast. Though she was intelligent, she had no abilities like breathing fire or lightning or creating invisible blades. Surely as the heir to House Varaha, he could obtain much more powerful magical beasts with his power and wealth. Just as Turan was pondering this, Salif suddenly pointed toward the charred bodies of the sailors. So, what were you trying to ask those guys? If it's something I know, I'll answer for you. I've been around here for quite a while. I'm looking for a place where saltpeter is mined. Saltpeter, that white stone? Yeah, they have that near my homeland too. If you're buying into that elixir of immortality rumor, though, it's bullshit. It's mostly just used for coloring cured meat. I know, I just have a personal use for it. Turan had no intention of telling Salif about the spirit of fire. It was impossible to predict the scale of destruction a noble with the sun bloodline could unleash if they got their hands on it. Salif stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before speaking again. So, you're looking for a nearby source, huh? Then, Parian Island is probably your best bet. If you head northeast, you should reach it in a few days. Turan looked at him in surprise. How do you know that? I've spent a lot of time scouting around this area. Until recently, I was traveling by ship and I heard people mention that saltpeter is mined there. Never checked it out myself, though. Now that I think about it, didn't you say you were searching for the ruins of the pre-god tribe? That was all Turan said before cutting himself off, as if he wasn't particularly interested. If Salif was hunting for valuable artifacts, showing too much curiosity might make him wary. But contrary to expectations, Salif seemed more than happy that Turan had taken an interest. His enthusiasm flared as he eagerly continued. That's right. It's a legend passed down across various islands in the South Sea about a forgotten god who sank into the ocean and never returned after fighting against great sea serpents in ancient times. There's no record of him in any scripture. He's a truly lost god. Doesn't that make you curious? The story was all too familiar, and for a brief moment, Turan nearly reached for the mimic relic hanging around his neck. But the original owner of this relic had died thousands of kilometers to the north in the North Sea. Wait, thinking back, there was a legend in the North Sea as well. a tale of an ancient magical mirror that connected the North Sea and the South Sea as one. If the original owner of the mimic relic had fought in the South Sea, passed through that mirror and ended up in the North Sea before perishing. It was an idea that had come to him on the spot, yet it sounded incredibly plausible. So, are you looking for the remains of that god or any relics he left behind? Nah, that's pretty much impossible. It's not like I'm a mermaid or anything. For now, I'm just trying to find the last place he stayed before heading into battle. Considering how much time has passed, any records left by the god himself are probably long gone. But at the very least, there should be some stories passed down about what kind of god he was, which deities he was friendly or hostile with, that sort of thing. Claiming that it was purely an academic pursuit, Salif chatted away in the same lighthearted manner as when he had been bluffing to the sailors earlier. His story began with how he had first heard a tale about a drowned god at a southern port of the Emerald Desert. For the past year, he had traveled between ports along the South Sea and its many islands, gathering information. Along the way, he sometimes befriended good sailors and at other times ended up in traps like today, having to fight his way out. He had tried local dishes he had never seen before, battled mighty magical beasts, and even clashed with mermaid armies. Most of the time, he disguised himself as a commoner, just as Turon had seen earlier. By doing so, he said, he had the chance to experience aspects of people's lives that he would never have known as a noble. And that to him was enjoyable. His adventures felt oddly similar to Turon's own, making the conversation surprisingly engaging. However, there was one thought that kept surfacing in Turon's mind as he listened. It feels like he's more interested in traveling than actually finding clues about the god. As that thought lingered, Salif suddenly grumbled, but lately the atmosphere around here has been awful. There aren't many decent sailors left, just trash like those guys earlier. Over the past few months, I've probably killed a few hundred of these pirates come wannabes. At that rate, you've made a significant contribution to law enforcement in the South Sea. Even if pirates were rampant in these waters, their numbers couldn't possibly be in the hundreds of thousands. Even if there were only 10,000, that meant Salif had personally killed one out of every few dozen. Well, I'm basically doing vigilante work on the side. Not that House Lvidas or the other noble houses would like it. But as long as I don't get caught, who cares? Doesn't your family say anything about you wandering around like this? Of course I ran away from home. You can probably guess which house I belong to, but just in case, don't let my family know I'm here. If you do, I will retaliate. Consider this your warning. For a man who had to be at least 20 years older than Turon, calling it running away from home sounded ridiculously childish. Seeming to feel Turon's gaze, Salif gave a somewhat embarrassed smile. Hey, don't look at me like that. It's not just me running away because I felt suffocated. This is a journey to find myself. From what I can see, you seem to be right here in front of me. No, that's not what I mean. Look at me, a perfect face, outstanding talent, born into a prestigious house. I'm living a life of the chosen, aren't I? Due to the effects of magic, wizards generally had upright postures and flawless skin, often appearing more attractive than commoners. But Salif wasn't exactly what one would call a handsome man. Finding it awkward to respond, Turon hedged, but Salif seemed to take this as agreement and continued speaking as he pleased. But as I lived, I suddenly had this thought. That I wasn't truly myself, but rather a manufactured being. Manufactured? Yes, I was strictly educated from a young age. You must behave like this, you must not do that. My personality, abilities, even small habits and ways of speaking, everything. That's Turon was about to say that wasn't anything unusual. Even noble daughters raised to become concubines or wealthy merchants grooming their heirs underwent similar upbringing. Seeming to guess what words Turon had swallowed, Salif shook his head. Yeah, I know, that's normal for the children of high-ranking families, but my house went beyond that. How so? My relationships, my challenges and achievements, even my passions, the things I became deeply interested in, none of it was truly my own. It all felt constructed, as if someone was carefully sculpting me looking down from above. Chapter 61. Salif was born to a noble couple from a great house. He awakened his powerful magic power at a younger age than others, walking what could be called a path paved with gold. Though he occasionally faced conflicts and setbacks, his life generally went as he wished, making it more than sufficient for him to become a noble youth armed with a reasonable level of self-esteem and arrogance. However, 10 years ago, when he turned 48, Salif realized for the first time that something was off about his life. The realization came when, at a family event, he noticed a scar on the back of a distant relative's hand, identical to the one his childhood friend who had died long ago had. A friend? Yes, he was the one who died because of me. In his mid-teens, when his adventurous spirit was as strong as it is now, Salif secretly left his family estate with a friend who had grown up with him like a brother. Their goal was to gain magic power on their own, gain real combat experience, and explore the world. However, when they went to hunt a magical beast that was threatening a village, young Salif realized the opponent was far too powerful. At the critical moment, his friend who had run away with him sacrificed himself to save Salif's life. That event left a deep scar on his heart. After somehow making it back to his family, Salif vowed never to recklessly leave the estate again and buried his adventurous spirit deep within himself. But then, I had a hunch, so I went to dig up the grave where my family had supposedly buried my friend's body. There was nothing there. That relative had also disappeared on a secret mission from when I was 8 until I was 15, a mission that no one knew about. From the circumstances, it was clear that the relative had disguised himself as a child and played the role of his sacrificial friend. He had likely used some kind of cleverly crafted magic artifact to alter his appearance. The realization that the major event that had shaken his very personality in childhood had all been a fabrication left Salif in shock. When I checked the records, the magical beast that had attacked me turned out to be one that my family had raised before releasing. The timing of its release matched exactly when I experienced that incident. Upon investigating his past further, he discovered that this was not the only such case. A cousin of similar age whose magical prowess had always been superior to Salif's, making him both jealous and determined to surpass him through desperate training, had once been sent on an assignment to a rural area, only to go missing and be forgotten. A maid he had loved deeply but who had left him, citing the burden of their status difference, turned out to have a completely fabricated background, including a false birthplace in official records. Even several friends who had shared his passion for history turned out to have shown no interest in the subject before meeting him. You get the gist, right? My entire family was shaping me, that's why I escaped. Here, no matter what I encounter or what I choose, it won't be something orchestrated. Since escaping from his family, he had changed his personality, speech patterns, and mannerisms, all in an effort to find his true self. Finishing his explanation, Salif took a swig directly from a bottle of liquor that he had produced at some point. I couldn't even dream of drinking like this within the family. Have you ever thought about why they did it? I don't know. Given the scale of what was set up, the family head must have been involved, that's for sure. The fact that Salif did not use any honorifics when referring to his family's head made his resentment clear. As he listened, Turon recalled the stories of the pre-god tribe, who were said to survive by transferring their souls into new bodies. If they had managed to survive until now and continued switching bodies, they would naturally desire the bodies of talented and powerful wizards. And the heir of a great house would more than meet those requirements. One of the laws of magic: the more plausible something is, the less magic power it consumes. If soul transference had been used, that law might not necessarily apply, but from a magical standpoint, it was certainly more efficient to swap souls into people with matching personalities and interests. A sudden, drastic shift in personality would be an obvious anomaly, after all. It occurred to him that Mesa might be in a similar situation. After all, she was not only born with exceptional talent, but also held a status that made her an ideal vessel for a god's body. Just like in Salif's case, Mesa had never mentioned any external manipulation around her, but perhaps she had simply not realized it yet. It might even have something to do with her refusal to eat or her deep hatred toward her family. While Turon was lost in thought, Salif suddenly threw the bottle of liquor he had been drinking straight at him. What was that for? Well, the mood was getting too dull with all this serious talk. Have a drink. You can drink, right? Turon looked down at the dark brown liquor for a moment before taking a sip. A wave of heat flowed down his throat. It's strong. It's a distilled alcohol made from fermented sugarcane juice, a famous specialty of the South Sea. After saying that, Salif, determined to lighten the mood, shifted the conversation back to his adventurous tales. Turon played along, sharing drinks and responding in kind before slipping in a question. Do you ever think about going back to your family? I doubt it, but maybe if I get strong enough to match the family head, I'll go back to turn everything upside down. Never go back. In fact, if possible, get even farther away from their reach, somewhere far west. Salif blinked as if wondering what he meant, but Turon could not give any more clues. If he were to present evidence for his theory, he would have to reveal far too many secrets. And if Salif were ever captured in the future, subjected to torture, soul transference, or any other means of extracting information, their conversation could end up reaching those behind all of this. If those people realized that someone was aware of their existence, there was no way they would just let it go. After talking through the night, Salif bid farewell, saying they would meet again if the chance arose, and left for the south. Turon silently wished that he could stay out of his family's sight for as long as possible. They had only spent a single day together, sparring and drinking, but the thought of someone he knew experiencing something as horrifying as soul theft, a fate worse than death, was deeply unsettling. As the morning sun rose, Turon casually caught a few fish for breakfast and then took off with Bage, flying northeast. Initially, he had planned to take a leisurely boat ride, but the new revelations had made him change course. I need to secure the Spirit of Fire quickly and then head toward Arabian. Even if I can't confirm whether a god exists, I should at least be able to find out if there really is a force manipulating Mesa's life. Based on Rita's request, the House Lvidas likely had little to no connection to the pre-god tribe. If a living god had been around all this time, they would have either already retrieved the white elf or never needed them in the first place. House Zahar and other great families were difficult to approach due to a lack of connections, but Arabian was different. He had links through House Berg and Mesa, making it comparatively easier to investigate. He had also used the mimic relic to pose as someone from the barrier master bloodline, so he would draw less suspicion. If by any chance an unfortunate situation arose during his investigation, he could use the Spirit of Fire to unleash massive firepower and escape. For that, he would need to stock up on a large supply of saltpeter this time. As he pieced together his plan, Turon absent-mindedly ran a hand over his face. A magic artifact that can change my appearance would be useful. I wonder if there's a way to get one. Since the existence of someone capable of mimicking multiple bloodline abilities was virtually unknown, combining that with a disguise would allow him to take on dozens of different identities. It might be worth searching for such a treasure before heading to Arabian. Of course, such an item was not something one could just find on demand. Lost in thought, he flew for several hours. Stopping at a few islands along the way, landing to ask for directions repeatedly, he eventually arrived at Parian Island. This island, known as a source of saltpeter, was a moderately sized landmass stretching several kilometers. From above, Turon could see that there was even a village on it. Descending to a suitable altitude, he focused on his sense of smell and soon detected the peculiar, pungent odor unique to saltpeter coming from somewhere near the center of the island. After asking Bage to land in an appropriate spot, Turon set off toward the source of the scent. Pushing through dense foliage, he walked for a few minutes until he spotted a cave at the base of a massive cliff. Its walls and ceiling were reinforced with wooden beams. From within, the sound of something being struck repeatedly echoed. Is this the place? Since there was no one guarding the entrance to the mine, Turon walked straight inside. Before long, illuminated by flickering torchlight, he saw miners chipping away at the rock, extracting white ore from the walls. Their complexions and clothing looked far from decent. Being a miner isn't exactly a clean job, but this seems excessive. The miners had gaunt faces, clothes soaked with grime, and bruises scattered across their bodies. Even more concerning was that all of them had shackles on their legs. Anyone could tell at a glance they were practically slaves. Noticing Turon suddenly standing among them, the miners flinched in terror and bowed their heads. "We've been working hard, Supervisor." "Supervisor?" Turon echoed the word in confusion, making the miners' expressions shift. Now that they took a closer look, the young man before them looked and acted nothing like the overseers they were used to. Are you not here to inspect our work? I just came to this island looking to obtain saltpeter. Is there someone in charge of selling it here? Did you come alone? Yes, I'm by myself. At Turon's response, the miners recoiled in alarm and cried out, "Run away now, I don't know how you got here, but take me with you. Please, were you all brought here against your will? All of us were kidnapped, those bastards." Just as one of the miners shouted in anger, a sharp cracking sound rang out from behind them. The moment they heard the lash of a whip, every single miner cowered and dropped to the ground. "You're too loud, what's all this chatter about? I can't even take a shit in peace without you lot." The overseer holding the whip frowned in confusion as he spotted Turon. Parian Island was difficult to reach due to the ocean currents surrounding it. Only those who deliberately set their course here could arrive. Because of that, the same people always visited, and there should not have been any unexpected guests. He had heard that no ships had arrived today, which meant there should not be any visitors either. So who was this outsider, and who might you be? "I'm here to buy saltpeter. I wasn't informed of any visitors." "No, more importantly, if you're here for saltpeter, why come all the way here instead of inquiring in the village? Which pirate crew are you with?" "I'm not affiliated with any pirate crew. But tell me, did you staff this mine with kidnapped people?" At Turon's question, the surrounding miners paled, stealing nervous glances at the overseer. Glaring at the miners as if he would kill them on the spot, the overseer suddenly forced an awkward smile, as if something had just occurred to him. "Well, first, may I ask where you don't make me repeat myself?" Turon's demeanor instantly turned cold and commanding. The overseer trembled violently at the pressure and quickly nodded. "Why, yes, it's true. Who governs this area? And not a noble house, but the Corvinus pirates." "Pirates? Yes, we serve the great pirate lord Corvinus." According to the overseer's sycophantic explanation, Corvinus was an illegitimate child of a noble and had gained notoriety as a pirate wizard in the South Sea over many years. Despite being just a pirate, his skills were formidable, so much so that even the armies sent by noble families to eliminate him had suffered defeat several times. Under Corvinus' command, dozens of knights and warships were stationed, and he ruled over several islands, including Parian Island. As Turon listened to the explanation, he gestured toward the miners. So this Corvinus guy kidnaps people and forces them to mine saltpeter here. Why yes, though this isn't just a saltpeter mine. At that, Turon took a closer look at the carts scattered around. Among the saltpeter, he noticed a few shimmering minerals. It made sense. There was no reason to operate an entire mine just to extract something that was only useful when fraudulently sold as an elixir of immortality. Most likely, they were primarily mining other valuable minerals and simply selling saltpeter as a side business. Turon muttered under his breath as he observed the ragged miners. I don't like this. It might have been overstepping to interfere in how another shepherd managed their flock, but stealing someone else's sheep was an entirely different matter. And if they had at least treated the captives well, it might have been a different story, but they clearly had not. Hearing his words, the overseer's face turned pale. There are knights under his command stationed here. I'll try to negotiate with them, so please, thanks, but that won't be necessary. Initially, Turon had planned to do what he did last time with the sulfur. If saltpeter was lying around, he would simply collect it. If it had an owner, he would negotiate for a fair price. But after seeing this situation, he discarded that plan entirely. Paying kidnappers for their goods, that was absurd. Turon spoke softly to the miners. All of you come this way. Even without using any taming magic, the miners, as if entranced, began moving toward him. There were 35 of them in total. Unlocking the shackles on their ankles with a simple lockpicking spell was not difficult at all. It's off. Thank you so much. Please take me home, wizard. Some were in awe that their chains had come off, while others broke into sobs expressing their gratitude. Some clung to his legs, pleading to be taken home. Turon gently removed the one grabbing his pants and spoke. I'm going to take care of the village next, so I'll leave things here to you. By take care of, what do you mean? That guy, Turon pointed at the overseer. The man flinched in terror and tried to flee, but a simple telekinetic spell was enough to send him sprawling to the ground. Snatching away his only weapon, the whip, Turon tossed it aside and walked out of the mine. From behind, a blood-curdling scream echoed. The village along the coast was about an hour's walk from the mine, but for Turon, who was riding Bage, it was practically within arm's reach. Since it was broad daylight, the shadows of the Golden Eagle and Turon stretched over the ground, alerting the pirates below. A man on a bird? No, wait, is he hanging from the bird? Is he a wizard? Someone report this to the village chief. As the pirates scrambled in confusion at the sudden appearance of an unknown figure, Turon looked down at them while slipping a hand into his pocket. When he pulled it out, a handful of pitch-black powder rested in his palm. This is my first time using it in real combat. Remember, Bage, don't be startled. Hearing a chirp of acknowledgement, Turon scattered the spirit of fire over the village. As he cast an ignition spell, explosions erupted on the ground. Chapter 62. The power and range of attack magic are fundamentally inversely proportional. Since the amount of magic power available for a spell is limited, focusing on power reduces the range, and focusing on range reduces the power. However, the magic unleashed here on the coast of Parian Island defied that principle. The force that incinerated everything within a radius of several dozen meters and pulverized the pirates, leaving not even their corpses, amounted to nothing more than a few breaths' worth of recoverable magic power and a mere handful of pitch-black powder. Brushing off his blackened palms, Turon once again realized just how powerful and dangerous the spirit of fire truly was. This absolutely cannot be shared with other houses. Although he had combined it with wind magic to dramatically expand the explosion's range, even considering that, the power was absurd. At this level, it was practically no different from a disposable magic artifact. Of course, given the method of its creation, the likelihood of someone accidentally replicating it was close to zero. The process of combining three materials in precise proportions and having a wizard expend magic power to mix them was excessively intricate. The only ones besides me who know about this were probably the nobles of House Carmine who helped me kill Oval Right. Among them, most showed little interest, but only Vyson the leader had curiously copied the notes from his notebook. They were more focused on the ritual that granted the pyromaniac bloodline, and considering that saltpeter and sulfur were not particularly easy resources to acquire, the chances of them producing the spirit of fire were slim. Even so, it was worth staying cautious. While calming down Bage, who was complaining about her ears hurting, Turon landed on the ground and methodically executed the surviving pirates one by one. Some had remained inside the buildings, either asleep or too lazy to come out, about 30 in total. Please spare me, I beg you, D. Please let me serve you. I swear my loyalty. The responses from those who had been hiding varied. Some immediately begged for their lives upon seeing the devastated coastline, others courageously resisted, and still others switched sides outright, surrendering on the spot. Turon spared a few who at least seemed obedient, burying them in the ground using earth manipulation magic instead of killing them. The ones who resisted the longest were the two knights assigned to defend this island. Turon incapacitated them by sending a pinch of the spirit of fire flying with wind magic before detonating it. He could have killed them without using it, but he wanted to gauge how much was needed to eliminate a knight-level wizard. The experiment's results. One was killed instantly, while the other was left in a near-death state. His internal organs ruptured completely. Thanks to that, Turon could now roughly estimate the required amount and distance for optimal effectiveness. The barely surviving knight, seemingly aware of his impending death, spat out blood as he cursed. "You'll pay for this, our captain will have revenge. I was already planning to pay him a visit soon. To tell him to cut this crap out." Turon replied before kicking the knight's head, putting an end to his suffering. There was no doubt that this Corvinus was a noble-level wizard, but he still wouldn't be stronger than Turon. If he were that skilled, he wouldn't have resorted to piracy in the first place. As he continued his work, Turon sensed a group of a dozen or so people gathered inside a certain building. Even through the distinct acrid scent of the spirit of fire, an overwhelming stench emanated from within. Breaking down the door of what appeared to be a large warehouse, he found, as expected, a group of women in ragged conditions huddled together like livestock. "Please save us, we'll do anything at all, just please. Were you all kidnapped by the pirates? Yes, then get yourselves organized and come out. You're free now." After saying that, Turon turned away and stepped outside without looking at them. Many of them were far from well-groomed, and unless they had a personality like Rita's, they probably wouldn't appreciate his gaze. A short while later, the women hesitantly emerged from the warehouse. Upon seeing the countless pirate corpses strewn across the area, some gasped in awe while others screamed in horror. Some of them, having suffered long-term abuse, were so weak that they couldn't even stand on their own and had to be supported. "There's a mine inside. The men who were kidnapped are there too. I've already freed their shackles." "How many pirates were there on this island?" "I don't know exactly, but around 60 or 70, I think." Turon counted the ones he had wiped out with the large-scale explosion, those he had personally killed, and those he had buried in the ground, then nodded. The numbers more or less matched. Even if a few had left the island for some reason and hadn't returned, there wouldn't be more than one or two still alive. Besides, the only ship on the island was a single sailing vessel docked at the village harbor, so they wouldn't have been able to escape in any case. "For now, wash up and get some rest. The ones I buried over there are still useful, so don't kill them." After instructing the women to clean themselves up and find clothes to wear, Turon immediately returned to the mine. The miners were gathered near the corpse of a brutally torn-apart overseer, their faces filled with anxiety. Upon seeing Turon, their expressions brightened instantly. "Ah, the wizard has returned. You're safe. How did things go in the village?" Their relieved and hopeful expressions reminded Turon of the citizens of Kalamath, sheep looking solely to him, seeking reassurance. Turon admitted to himself that he was beginning to enjoy protecting and being revered by such people. Even if his grin stretched from ear to ear, he would never openly admit it to anyone. "The pirates have all been taken care of." "Yes, we've prepared something for you." "Prepared? Well, since you came to collect saltpeter, if you need anything else we can have it all transported to the village as well." At first, Turon wasn't sure what they meant, but it seemed that while he was busy wiping out the pirates, the miners had been organizing the mined minerals inside the cave for easy collection. "I'll take care of this myself, so for now go out, wash up and rest. I've also rescued the women, so look after them." "The women? Please let her be alive." Taya, some of the miners seemed to have connections with the women in the village. Without even taking a moment to clean themselves, they immediately ran toward the village. After confirming that everyone had left, Turon reached out toward the tangled mess of rocks and minerals. He melted down the gold and silver-infused stones with intense flames, separated the molten metal using liquid manipulation, and crushed the saltpeter completely before dividing it with telekinetic magic. Ironically, this process consumed several hundred times more magic power than incinerating an entire village and slaughtering dozens of pirates. He had to meticulously control the heat to prevent it from spreading elsewhere. Once he solidified the molten gold and silver into ingots and measured their size and weight, each weighed over 10 kilograms. If refined into currency or bullion later, it would amount to a considerable fortune. However, Turon's primary objective for coming here was saltpeter. Upon checking the secured amount, he frowned. "It's too little." Perhaps because it was a secondary mineral extracted alongside others, the amount of saltpeter powder was only about 10 kilograms. Considering that saltpeter was the primary component of the spirit of fire, he would need at least dozens of times more to feel at ease. Turon picked up a miner's pickaxe and stepped deeper into the mine. "If it's not enough, I'll just mine it myself." He had never worked as a miner in his life, but with overwhelming strength, skill hardly mattered. With each swing of the pickaxe empowered by magic, the earth split apart, and whenever the tunnel threatened to collapse, he forcibly reinforced the ceiling with telekinetic magic and earth manipulation. A single, extraordinarily powerful wizard miner could far surpass the labor of hundreds of ordinary miners. A few hours later, Turon emerged from the mine with more than his target amount of saltpeter. Phew. This should be enough. Are you finally done? Yeah, I'm exhausted. All right, let's head back and rest. Bage, who had been digging alongside him with her beak and claws, wrote with an apparently tired expression. After securing a large amount of saltpeter, Turon returned to the village, where the kidnapped survivors were busy with various tasks. Those in poor condition were lying down and resting inside the least damaged buildings, while the healthier ones had taken out food supplies and were preparing meals to care for the sick. They're in better shape than I expected. He had assumed they would just sit around blankly, but having survived even after being kidnapped, it seemed they had a different level of resilience. After confirming that none of the buried pirates had managed to escape, Turon approached the kidnapped survivors. They were in the middle of a discussion. Is this really okay? Technically, all this food belongs to him as spoils of war. We have to keep people alive, don't we? I doubt he wants corpses. If we don't feed the sick right now, they'll die. Oh, wizard. A woman who had been scolding a burly man noticed Turon and quickly lowered her head. The others also stopped cooking and greeted him, with some even going so far as to kneel. Stand up. Since his voice carried the power of taming magic, they had no choice but to obey. As they stood there, confused by what had just happened, Turon asked in a flat tone, "You've been taking care of the sick and preparing food?" "Why, yes." The woman leading them appeared to be in her mid-30s. It seemed she had naturally taken charge, acting as an elder sister figure. Turon spoke to her in a gentle tone, easing her tension. "Well done. Continue organizing the people, setting up places to rest, and maintaining order. If any more pirates show up, call for me." She had probably expected to be reprimanded. Instead, as Turon turned and walked away, she collapsed to the ground, her legs giving out in relief. Now that he had assigned the tasks to someone capable of taking charge, things would remain stable for the time being. With that settled, Turon returned to the beach and dug up the few pirates he had buried earlier. Naturally, they didn't even think about resisting the wizard who had single-handedly annihilated an entire village in an instant. "You want to live, don't you?" "Oh, of course. If you spare us, we'll serve you with absolute loyalty. I'd give my life for you." Since he had only left alive the most cowardly of the bunch, their competition for loyalty was as desperate as it was pathetic. After silencing them with a simple gesture, Turon asked his question. "Among the pirates around this area, who is the cleanest?" "Sea clean. You mean the one who bathes the most?" As expected of lowly pirates, their thinking was utterly abysmal. "I mean the one who is the most honest and doesn't prey on civilians. At the very least, someone who doesn't kidnap people like you scumbags. Someone like that. Is there anyone? The Red Whale pirates, come on, they're still pirates at the end of the day. No, I heard their captain doesn't tolerate human trafficking. How does their business even work like that?" After some back-and-forth discussion, they concluded that the Red Whale pirates best fit Turon's criteria. They still attacked merchant ships to collect tolls and even engaged in plundering. But they never engaged in kidnapping and were strict about punishing indiscriminate raids on fishing villages. After learning their base of operations, Turon buried the pirates back into the ground and went to confirm the information with the survivors. Hearing similar responses from them, Turon then informed the kidnapped people of his plan. "I'll arrange for the Red Whale pirates to send you back home. Since you all come from vastly different places, it would be impossible to personally return each of you. The cost for this can be covered using part of the minerals from the mine." The kidnapped people had come from a wide range of locations, from the Suraf wetland area to small nearby islands, the southern Emerald Desert, and eastern fishing villages. Returning all of them would take several months. Rather than attempting to return each individual by himself, it was a better option to select a reliable group among the pirates who operated multiple ships and entrust them with the task. A man visibly shaken asked with a fearful expression, "But will the pirates actually keep their promise?" "They will, unless they want to end up like that Corvinus or whatever his name was." Originally, Turon had planned to leave for the tacking plains immediately after securing the saltpeter. However, after witnessing what had happened here, he changed his mind. Seeing corrupt shepherds who kidnapped and ruthlessly abused others' sheep, practically no different from wolves, had altered his course. Turon couldn't go around exterminating every pirate in the South Sea, but eliminating at least one visible thorn was not difficult. Right now, he had the strength to do so. This act would serve as a clear warning to other corrupt shepherds as well. After finalizing his plans, Turon entered the largest and most spacious house previously used by the knights and immediately began producing Spirit of Fire. Since he had gathered charcoal powder by using dozens of trees near the village, all the necessary materials were perfectly prepared. The actual combination process did not consume much magic power, but creating several hundred kilograms of it took an entire day. He also made sure not to overexert himself. If that Corvinus guy decided to attack at that very moment, he needed to be in fighting condition. So he stopped and rested whenever he had used up a reasonable amount of magic power. After completing his preparations, Turon stepped outside, where he was met by the woman he had appointed as the village leader. She hesitated slightly before speaking. Wizard. We have gathered and organized all the wealth in the village. Would you like to check it? Wealth, yes. We collected what was found on the pirates' corpses, as well as the minerals from the mine that had not yet been delivered TTO higher-ups. Thinking about it, it was only natural. Not all the mined minerals would have been immediately sent away. However, being so preoccupied with producing Spirit of Fire, he had completely overlooked the fact that there would still be stored reserves left uncollected. Following her to the storage area, Turon was greeted by a sight far beyond his expectations. There, stacked before him, was a stockpile of precious metals, several times the amount he had refined in the mine the previous day. Chapter 63. When Turon lived on Hisarol Hill, money was nothing more than something that he had when he had it and did not when he did not. The range of obtainable goods was extremely limited, so no matter how much money he had, there was nothing to spend it on. However, after coming down into the world, he realized that money was far more remarkable than he had imagined. If magic power was the key to omnipotence, then money was the material of omnipotence. With money, one could buy delicious food, books, magic artifacts, and even magical beasts like Bage. Even nobles who had magic power and other means placed value on gold and silver, minting them into currency. And now, the wealth spread out before Turon's eyes was equivalent to or even surpassed all that he had accumulated so far. There were over 100 crudely minted gold bars and around 400 silver bars. Additionally, there were various looted items, including jewelry and gemstones, scattered about in a disorderly manner, and among them there was even a magic artifact. None of them had anything like this during the fight. Where did this come from? Did they find something hidden away? With that question in mind, Turon tossed and caught a bead that made a sloshing sound from within, then stored it in his pouch. Though the possibility was slim, it could be a trap-type magic artifact that harmed its user, so using it recklessly was out of the question. For the same reason, he had yet to identify the functions of the two magic artifacts he had obtained in the battle in the Western Wasteland. Since nobles with the Enchanter bloodline could analyze magic artifacts, he could ask Ashes to check them later when he reached the Tacking Plains. After scanning through the warehouse, Turon turned to the woman he had appointed as the leader and asked, "Is there anyone demanding their share?" Demanding their share. What do you mean? The miners. They worked hard to extract this gold and silver, so it would be unfair if I took it all. Also, some of that jewelry might belong to someone originally. At Turon's words, the woman looked momentarily dumbfounded before quickly composing herself. That would never happen. We are already beyond grateful that you saved us from the pirates, and you are even giving us money to return to our hometowns. No one would make such shameless demands. Turon figured there would probably be a few shameless individuals, but he did not detect the anxious scent typical of a liar from her. Since everything seemed to be under control, there was no need for him to worry further. All right, that settles that. What about the ones who were unwell? Thanks to your care, everyone has improved significantly, though it will still take some time for them to recover fully. It had only been a day, but rest taken with hope was far more effective than rest taken in despair. Providing them with abundant meals had also contributed greatly. And though it was a somewhat sad reality, those who were too ill to recover quickly had already died and been cast into the sea. There's no one too sick to endure the voyage then? No, probably not. Unless it takes too long. Then start preparing to set sail immediately. Everything else is settled, so just make sure to stock up on food and water. Leave the pirates on the shore to me, I will handle them personally. Shall we load all of these treasures onto the ship as well? You can just leave them here. While the woman relayed his orders, Turon stuffed the massive amount of wealth into his large-capacity pouch. Fortunately, gold and silver were heavy but not particularly bulky, so they did not take up as much space as one might think. After organizing the items inside the pouch so he could retrieve them when needed, he left the warehouse and saw the kidnapped individuals busily preparing for departure. Should we load this too? It looks like it will spoil quickly. We can just eat it right away. More importantly, I'm worried about whether we can handle a ship of that size with our current numbers. We don't have a single skilled sailor among us. Surely the wizard has a plan, doesn't he? Still, the sea is a whole different matter. Judging from the distant voices of the people, the kidnapped individuals seemed uneasy about their future but trusted that Turon would somehow take care of everything. Listening in silence, Turon then walked over to where the pirates had been buried, pulled them out, and asked, "Raise your hand if you can guide me to Corvinus's base." At his question, the pirates glanced at each other, hesitant. It seemed that while they feared him, they were even more terrified of betraying Corvinus. However, since these pirates were clearly the most cowardly among their kind, persuading them would not be difficult. If you are useless, I will deal with you here. I know the way, so do I. It was suspicious that all three of them claimed they could, but at least one of them had to be telling the truth. Turon pulled out a rope and tightly bound their wrists so they could never free themselves before hauling them onto the sailing ship. The former miners, who were busy loading food and water, quickly bowed their heads. Less bowing, more working. I want to depart as soon as possible, lock these ones up in a secluded room and keep them barely alive. Ah, understood. Turon did not stop at just urging them on. He actively used telekinesis magic to help with cargo loading and departure preparations. Back when he had boarded the Blue Marlin in the North Sea, he had learned a thing or two from the sailors, allowing him to handle the work of dozens by himself. Shortly after, once the pirate ship was fully prepared and its sails were unfurled, Turon used wind magic to propel them forward. It was something he had attempted before on the Blue Marlin, but back then, the efficiency had been too poor for sustained use. However, now he had more than twice the magic power he had then, as well as the partial ability of the Arabian bloodline to control the wind. Whoa, the wind! It's a tailwind. No, at this rate, it's almost like a typhoon. Is the ship going to take off? Despite some concerns, the ship smoothly cut through the sea. Their destination was none other than Anik Island, the stronghold of the Red Whale pirates. As one of the miners had predicted, operating a pirate ship meant that Turon had to handle nearly everything himself. The women were, of course, unfamiliar with sailing, and even the former miners had only experience with small fishing boats or low-level deckhand work, meaning none of them knew how to handle a full-rigged ship. The most critical issue was that no one knew exactly where Anik Island was. Even the pirates only knew its name, not its precise location or the direction they needed to sail. So Turon resolved this predicament in the simplest and most effective way possible. Just as he had done when searching for Parian Island, he stopped passing ships and asked for directions. This time, however, he used a much quicker and more forceful approach. A golden eagle magical beast. A magical beast is coming. Someone's hanging from it. Everyone, drop your weapons. Immediately, Turon sent Bage soaring into the sky to locate passing ships. Once he spotted one, he flew straight over and projected his magic power. This was enough to make the knights stationed on those large ships hurriedly shout for their crew to stand down. They could feel the overwhelming presence of a grand wizard, an existence they might not encounter even once in their lifetime, one who could crush even their lords with ease. Facing a being who could sink their ship with a mere gesture, they did not dare to resist. "O great and mighty descendant of the gods, I am a knight of House Rasbit, and by my lord's orders I protect this ship. Which direction do I need to go to reach Anik Island?" Anik Island, navigator. South, I think. Thanks. After confirming the direction, Turon casually tossed a silver coin onto the deck before flying back to the pirate ship on Bage. The knights and sailors, half-dazed, watched him disappear into the sky, mentally filing away this experience as one of the most ridiculous tales they would share with others in the future. Repeating this process several times over the next 3 days, Turon confirmed that they were nearing their target island, then stopped the ship to recover his magic power. At the same time, he checked on the people's condition, which he had been too busy to assess earlier. There are a few people complaining of seasickness, but aside from that, everyone is fine. If that's all, then we're lucky. Since he had continuously pushed the ship forward by forcefully generating wind, the ride had inevitably been rough. Skillfully steering to ride the currents would have helped, but Turon's knowledge of sailing was nothing more than a crash course, so that was beyond his ability. After conducting a final check on the passengers, Turon steered the ship toward the distant island of Anik. As they got closer, 2 similarly sized sailing ships came out to intercept them, seemingly preparing to respond. "Hey, where are you from? Stop the ship. If you keep coming, we'll sink you." Unfortunately for them, none of the pirates who emerged were wizards. Turon stretched out his hand and made a large amount of seawater surge up before drenching both ships with it. The pirates, now looking like wet rats, trembled in fear. "I have business with your leader. Go and inform him." At Turon's words, the 2 ships turned and fled toward the island as if their tails were on fire. A short while later, as the message had been delivered that a pirate-hunting wizard had arrived, another ship returned, this time carrying someone with the magic power of a noble. Standing at the bow was a massive man with red hair and a beard, holding a long harpoon in one hand. Turon immediately recognized him as Red Whale and projected his magic power. The man let out a brief groan before shouting in a loud, carefree voice befitting a pirate. "Who the hell are you, strutting into a place like this with that much power? No, wait, your face looks young. You're not actually a brat, are you?" Even after confirming Turon's strength, he still acted this way. It was unclear whether he was just ignorant or had an unusual amount of nerve. "You're Red Whale, that's right. I came here with a request, but first, according to custom, I demand to be treated as a guest. Even pirates who are nobles should be aware of proper etiquette. Red Whale momentarily wore a blank expression, as if his face was asking, what the hell is that? He might have been a noble by name, but at his core, he was still a pirate. Ignorance was inevitable. Clicking his tongue lightly, Turon quickly explained the customs of hospitality that were standard among the continent's nobility. Hearing this, Red Whale swiftly nodded and shouted, "Ah, of course. Of course, I already knew that. I, Tassin, have inherited the blood of the gods. How could I refuse to properly entertain someone of noble lineage?" His words were so forced that they bordered on theatrical, yet the subordinates behind him let out gasps of admiration, praising his dignity. It was indeed a very pirate-like display. Red Whale, Tassin's residence, was quite large and grand, but compared to the noble estates on the continent, it lacked both refinement and luxury. Leaving the kidnapped people aboard the pirate ship, Turon formally met with Tassin in the grandest hall of the place as a guest. Behind Tassin stood the officers of the Red Whale pirates, while Turon sat alone. Yet in terms of presence, it was the pirates who were being overwhelmed. Tassin, the strongest among them, had less than half of Turon's magic power, while the rest were merely at the level of knights. It was an obvious outcome. "So you have a request. I don't know which noble house you come from, but someone of your skill must be well known on the continent. What could you possibly need from us? My strength aside, I am just one person. That's why nobles bother establishing houses and raising knights. Unfortunately, I don't belong to any house." Judging by the doubt in Tassin's eyes, he was not fully convinced. Turon shook his head slightly and got straight to the point. He explained about the island located 4 days' sail to the north or northwest, where people had been kidnapped and forced to work as miners and sex slaves. Upon hearing this, Tassin exploded in fury. "Corvinus, that bastard!" With a thunderous roar, the massive harpoon slammed into the floor, piercing straight through it. Turon had known that Tassin did not order kidnappings, but he had not expected him to react so violently to abductions carried out by other pirates. After huffing and fuming for a while, Tassin turned to Turon and asked, "So what, you want to team up with me and hunt down Corvinus? You've been operating relatively close to him, so you should have some idea of his magic power. How does he compare to me?" At Turon's question, Tassin tilted his head, humming in thought before replying, I'm not great at measuring strength, and it's been a long time since I last saw Corvinus, but I think you're stronger. Can't say for sure, though. Really, given that Turon's current magic power made him unmatched among wizards with a single bloodline, this was surprising. Could Corvinus be an illegitimate child of a great noble house? Still, even if it was unexpected, it was not enough to disrupt his plans. With his exceptional magical skill and the spirit of fire, Turon was confident that he could defeat even a wizard of equal rank without much difficulty. "He's one of the strongest among the pirates of the South Sea. I consider myself pretty capable too, but..." The way Tassin suddenly shrank back, in stark contrast to his fiery temperament earlier, made it seem like he had switched masks entirely. Had he suffered a serious defeat at Corvinus's hands before? In any case, what I'm asking isn't about taking him down. I want you to send the kidnapped people back to their hometowns. I'll pay the fare for their passage. And yet, for some reason, not only Tassin but also the officers of the Red Whale pirates stared at Turon as if he were some bizarre creature. Tassin spoke for all of them. Why am I paying? Well, if I force you, you probably won't do it properly. No, I mean, why are you even doing this? What do you gain from it? At the very least, it makes me feel good. The joy on the faces of the kidnapped people when he told them they would be sent home had been truly gratifying. He did not mention that he did not want to see them fall into despair and disappointment. That would be revealing too much of himself. Hearing Turon's answer, Tassin's expression stiffened as if he were angry. Then with a swift gesture, he signaled to one of his subordinates. A moment later, a pirate brought out a bottle of sugar-cane rum, the same kind Salif had given him. "Turon, was it? Did you look into me before coming here? I only checked that you're a relatively moderate pirate who only plunders merchant ships without kidnapping or killing civilians. If it were others, they'd sell them again instead of sending them home." Tassin scrutinized Turon for a long moment as if doubting his words, but since Turon was telling the truth, there was nothing for him to hide. After a while, Tassin extended a cup of rum and spoke. "My parents were fishermen. My father drowned at sea when I was 8, and my mother was kidnapped by pirates when I was 10. So Tassin was a commoner-born man who possessed noble-level magic power. It was an extremely rare occurrence, but not unheard of. Though the chances of nobility being born among commoners with diluted blood were slim, the sheer number of children born meant that such cases inevitably occurred from time to time. If one were to trace back Tassin's lineage a few generations, there was likely a knight or an illegitimate noble somewhere in his ancestry. Because of my lowly birth, I ended up becoming a pirate, but for that very reason, I have never abducted people. I'd rather raid merchant ships for a living. But you say you're doing this just because you want to? That makes me feel ashamed of myself. If that's the case, from now on, you're my Hyung. Take this drink. Faced with this middle-aged man with a thick beard declaring him as his Hyung, Turan had absolutely no idea what kind of expression he was supposed to make. Chapter 64. From what he learned through further conversation, the Hyung that Tassin referred to was not some grand concept like sworn brotherhood. It simply meant that, as a person, he placed the other above himself out of respect. In other words, this did not establish any kind of lord-vassal relationship that would create obligations of obedience or protection. Regardless, since it signified a gesture of deference, there was no issue with it. However, being called Hyung by a man nearly 100 years older was indeed an odd feeling. Tassin, too, seemed to have regained some composure compared to his earlier, emotionally charged exclamation. His voice now carried a mix of embarrassment and self-reproach. Anyway, Hyung, I fully understand what you mean, so I will take responsibility and return those people to their homeland. Of course, there's no need for any fare. Isn't that right, men? Yes, Captain. At Tassin's cry, the officers standing behind him shouted in unison. Among them, there seemed to be a few sighing over the costs involved in operating the ship, but at the very least, they tried not to show it outwardly. However, Turan shook his head and objected to Tassin's words. No, I'd feel more at ease if I gave you something. If it was impossible to eradicate piracy from these southern seas, then it was at least preferable for the more decent pirates to hold power. Yet if Tassin returned the kidnapped people to their homeland without any compensation, the financial state of the Red Whale pirates would worsen, and naturally their influence would shrink as well. More importantly, if he had to return later to punish them for not properly handling the matter, they could use their livelihood as an excuse. Turan wanted to eliminate even the possibility of such an excuse. I think the ship we came on should be sufficient. At first, he had considered using the minerals obtained from the island, but upon reflection, offering the ship they had arrived on seemed like a better option. Though it was smaller and more worn out compared to the ships he had sold off in the North Sea in the past, a sailing ship was still a sailing ship. Tassin firmly refused, insisting it was unnecessary, but when one of his officers, who seemed fairly intelligent, brought up financial concerns and earnestly persuaded him, he eventually accepted with a sulky expression. Accepting a reward for doing the right thing feels awkward, but if I refuse, I'd be disrespecting my young Hyung's dignity. I'll make sure to do a lot of good deeds in the future so the ship won't go to waste. That's good enough. And so a peculiar negotiation concluded, where the giver insisted on giving more and the receiver tried to take less. After finishing the discussion, Turan had the people on the pirate ship disembark and rest on the island. Some of them had a long voyage ahead before they could return home, so they needed to regain their strength. Among them, a few, mostly women, expressed that they lacked the confidence to live properly even after returning home and instead wished to follow Turan. However, to someone like him who traveled alone, ordinary people were nothing more than a cumbersome burden. When he gave them a reasonable sum of money to help them settle down somewhere, they tearfully accepted and ultimately relented. During the break, Turan did not simply idle away. First, he extracted information about the Corvinus pirates from the pirates he had brought from Parian Island. By cross-referencing it with the intelligence obtained from the Red Whale pirates, he was able to gather a significant amount of data, including the organizational structure, defense system, capabilities of the leader and officers, and their armaments. At the same time, whenever he had the chance, Turan used concealment and roamed around inside the Red Whale pirates' stronghold, spying on their internal affairs. His reasoning was that they would likely reveal aspects of themselves in private that they wouldn't show in front of guests. As a result, he fortunately concluded that they were not entirely two-faced. Of course, some of the lower and mid-ranking pirates were dissatisfied with Tassin's policies and secretly wished to indulge in murder and plunder, but at least such sentiments were not the mainstream. In fact, if there had been not a single such individual, he might have suspected that magic had been used to brainwash them. Even amid his busy schedule, Turan occasionally joined the drinking gatherings that Tassin invited him to for camaraderie. Thanks to this, he discovered something surprising. Salif was here. That's right, he was truly a man among men. Tassin nodded with a nostalgic expression. It was actually the Red Whale pirates who had informed Salif about the saltpeter on Parian Island. At the time, they had not known that it was being mined by kidnapped laborers. He came because he was curious about my bloodline ability. He said he was looking for people who were strong and good at swimming. Apparently, Salif had been disappointed when he realized that Tassin had nothing more than a standard fighter bloodline. However, that did not stop them from becoming friends and drinking together for several days. Turan had a good idea of what Salif had been searching for. One of the bloodlines contained within the mimic relic was called Wave Rider. And according to their conversation back then, Salif had somehow learned that one of the drowned god's bloodline abilities granted exceptional physical capabilities and swimming skills. He had been searching for the descendants of that lineage. In reality, if such descendants had truly existed, they would have been widely known by now, so it seemed that his search was misdirected. Thus, after 3 busy days of various tasks, Turon finally announced his departure. "Are you really going alone, young Hyung?" "Yeah, having someone with me would just be more of a hassle," though Tassin groaned as if he couldn't quite believe it. For Turon, being alone was truly more convenient. That way he could freely use abilities like concealment and spirit of fire. Before leaving, Turon left Tassin with a piece of advice, which was also a warning. "Some of your subordinates might have different ideas, so make sure they know. I'll be checking whether the people I protected have made it back home safely. If there's any trouble, you'll be making an enemy out of a wizard capable of taking down the Corvinus pirates alone." "I'll keep that in mind," Tassin responded with a serious demeanor. As expected, the Corvinus pirates' territory lay in the direction of Parian Island, so Turon needed to travel northwest again. By ship, the journey had taken a full 3 days, but by flying on Bage, he returned in just a few hours. No matter how much he enhanced a ship's speed with wind, the fundamental speed difference between sailing and flying was enormous. Since news of the Parian Island pirates' annihilation had not yet spread, their corpses still lay untouched. After confirming this, Turon made several stops on islands along his northward journey, comparing his memorized maps with his current location. There were a few miscalculations, but by late evening he finally found his first target. "This is Mikan Island, and that one further out is Bainadu Island. Good, I'm almost there." The Corvinus pirates' base consisted of 3 major locations. On a map, they formed a perfect triangle, which was why the area was also called the Three Brothers Islands. Corvinus and his officers frequently traveled between these 3 islands by ship, so their exact location had to be determined on site. Flying over Bainadu Island, Turon activated his relic's sensory abilities. There were about 200 pirates, 10 knights, and 1 noble. At first he wondered if the noble might be Corvinus, but their magic power was far too weak for that. It barely exceeded the minimum threshold for nobility. It was likely one of the top-ranking officers. After spending a considerable amount of time analyzing with his eyes closed, Turon concluded that there were no civilians in their base. "All right, let's get this over with quickly." Simply storming in and slaughtering them was not a difficult task, but since his goal was to wipe out the unprepared enemies before the night ended, he needed to conserve both his magic power and stamina. And the best way to conserve both was to expend other resources instead. Turon commanded Bage to circle around the enemy base while he began scattering the spirit of fire. Now that he had secured several hundred kilograms of it, there was no need to hold back. The pitch-black powder fell from the sky, blending into the dark night, and was carried by wind magic, spreading across the entire area where the pirates resided. Then came the explosions. A terrifyingly loud roar, blinding flashes of light, and raging flames engulfed the buildings, causing them to collapse while pirates' bodies were torn apart. Through his relic senses, Turon tracked those attempting to escape and continued triggering explosions. 200 men, 150, 150. The last survivors were a handful of knights and a noble hiding within the stone fortress at the heart of the base. In the end, he had used just a few handfuls of the spirit of fire to avoid the hassle of hunting down each of the scattered hundreds. Enemies indoors are harder to kill, after all. If the stone buildings are thick enough, they don't get completely destroyed either. The explosions caused by the spirit of fire were easy to extend over a large area, but increasing their intensity seemed difficult. Come to think of it, even when he had detonated an entire bundle of it at once during his first encounter with it, it had not been enough to guarantee instant death. Registering this new information in his mind, Turon, alongside Bage, stepped into the ruins of the pirate base. The bodies inside the central fortress remained relatively intact, likely because of the stone walls and ceiling. Judging by the blood leaking from their eyes and ears, they had probably died from the sheer pressure of the explosions. Deeper inside, he found the remaining knights and the lone noble. "Why you?" Turon studied the man, whose mustache was half burnt and who held a trident-like magic weapon. He recalled the information he had obtained from the pirates on Parian Island. His name was Vagos, a noble with a bloodline that controlled water, one of Corvinus's most trusted subordinates. "Where is Corvinus? Tell me and I'll grant you a painless death." "Why? Why would someone as powerful as you launch an attack like this?" "Because I don't like what you lot are doing." Turon did not bother explaining that their deaths were merely because they had kidnapped and enslaved a few people. It would be far more frustrating for them to die over a reason that was utterly absurd in their eyes. Vagos's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed. "Don't give me that bullshit. Even if I die, I will never betray Big Brother." Everyone, before he could even finish his command, an explosion erupted, sending the knights around him flying in all directions. It was a technique that involved using wind magic to carry a small amount of the spirit of fire and detonate it precisely in front of their bodies. Thanks to recent experiments, Turon had determined the exact amount needed to kill a knight. None survived. Meanwhile, Vagos was also sprawled on the ground. Unlike the others, however, he had not been hit by the explosion. Instead, he had lost one of his legs to a pre-prepared slingshot attack. He had not even had a chance to use his prized trident magic weapon or his water-controlling magic. Turon grabbed the now helpless Vagos by the head and spoke, "You're the only one left now." Even as fear twisted his face, Vagos did not dare to resist. How could someone still have so much strength after unleashing such devastating magic one after another? At this level, he was on par with the strongest warriors of the great noble houses, or perhaps even equivalent to a head of a noble house. Since Vagos had no idea that the explosions were not purely caused by magic power, such a conclusion was inevitable. Yet even as he faced such an overwhelming force, he gritted his teeth and remained steadfast. "We'll never betray Big Brother, is that so?" Turon looked down at him with indifferent eyes before snapping his neck. Even if they were corrupt shepherds, he chose to respect their sense of loyalty among themselves. Inside the ruins of Bainatu Island, there was far less treasure stored than Turon had expected. Most of it was likely kept aboard Corvinus's flagship or stored in a warehouse on the island where he was currently staying. After dispersing the magic power from the noble and knights and collecting what little wealth remained, Turon sank the ships he had no way of taking with him and immediately flew to the second island. Unfortunately, Corvinus was not there either. I don't know if this is good luck or bad luck. Although the attacks had the benefit of weakening the enemy before they could prepare, Turon had hoped to kill Corvinus first, cutting off the head of the organization before dealing with the remnants. Even though he possessed a large quantity of the spirit of fire, it was still a finite resource, making it preferable to rely on magic instead. By the time he finished bombing the two islands and had rested enough to replenish his magic power, dawn was already deep. If Corvinus was not at the next location either, then he was likely traveling somewhere by ship, which would make things much more troublesome. Let's hope he's here this time. With that thought, Turon arrived at his final destination, the third island, Deben. As soon as he approached, his brows furrowed at the presences he sensed. One noble whose strength rivaled Salif, 3 others weaker than that but still stronger than Turon, and 7 more who were weaker than Turon but at least on par with the head of an ordinary noble family. What is this? No matter how he looked at it, this was an absurd level of power for a mere pirate gang. At this level, they could have inflicted significant damage on the dark elf extermination force that Mesa had led. If a single pirate faction had this much strength, they would have long since unified the southern seas and risen to the status of a great noble house. After landing on the island's shore, Turon dug a small burrow and hid Bage inside. He was concerned that, like last time, a noble might try to capture her. "I'll be back soon, but if I don't return, don't come out until you're truly starving. If you do come out, escape this island immediately." "Got it, be careful." After preparing a sufficient supply of jerky and water, Turon used concealment and infiltrated the island's interior. Naturally, mere pirates had not prepared any countermeasures against the concealment abilities of House Zahar, so he had no difficulty sneaking into the fortress. After checking for presences, he found that most of the nobles were gathered upstairs, likely sleeping, while only 2 remained below. The strongest noble's presence came from underground. "Let's check that area first." Recalling how he had been discovered by Rita last time, he moved cautiously, taking several minutes to advance. When he finally arrived at the underground prison within the fortress, his eyes widened in shock at the unexpected sight. The first thing he noticed was a young noble slumped against the cell bars, swaying slightly. And deeper inside, to his astonishment, Salif was bound tightly, completely battered and in a wretched state. Chapter 65. Originally, it is truly difficult to restrain a wizard, especially one of noble status. Even if their entire body is bound with chains, they can melt them and escape. If locked in a room surrounded by thick walls, they can create a passage through the walls. However, at this moment, Salif was not attempting to escape in such a manner. Instead, he was merely leaning helplessly against the wall. Judging by the flow of magic power emanating from the chains that bound him, it seemed that those chains were the problem. If it's capable of restraining a high-ranking noble, then it must be a treasure akin to a sacred relic. Of course, considering that the nobles gathered here were likely the elite of House Varaha who had come to capture Salif, it was not all that surprising. What was more puzzling was that they were calmly staying at Deben Island, which was Corvinus's last stronghold. Should he run away now, or should he stay a little longer to gather more information? After a brief moment of deliberation, Turon chose the second option. As long as it was not an immediate crisis, the more information he had, the more advantageous the situation could become. And fortunately, there was someone here who could provide him with the most relevant information. After moving a little away from the prison, Turon activated a wind path, an application of wind magic. Normally, this technique was used to silently shoot stones at high speed, but with a slight modification, it could serve another purpose. That was to create a path from his mouth to the other person's ear, allowing him to secretly transmit his voice. Hey, startled by the unexpected voice, Salif twisted his body, causing the chains to rattle with a clanking sound. The young noble who had been lounging around turned around in surprise and shouted, "What the fuck, what was that? I'm telling you, there's no way you can break out of that. Quit scaring people for no reason." His blatantly mocking attitude was far from how one would treat the heir of a prestigious house. After a brief silence returned, Turon spoke again in the same manner. "Stay still in your seat and don't move your face. I'll let you speak without making a sound." Turon confirmed that Salif's silhouette had stiffened as if frozen in place, then created a second wind path. This time it started inside his ear and connected to Salif's mouth. "It's done. Even if you speak softly, I can hear you, so just whisper. Who are you? The guy you drank with at the beach a while ago." "Ah, right, Turon. That was your name. How did you do this? Is it a magic artifact?" Since they had only met once a few days ago, Salif did not immediately recognize Turon's voice. It was also likely because the voice was somewhat distorted when transmitted through the wind path. Instead of answering his question, Turon asked one of his own. "The nobles here, they're the elite of House Varaha, right?" "Yeah. They were determined to take me away. I put up a decent fight, but they brought a pile of suppression-type magic artifacts, so I didn't stand a chance. You're not here to rescue me, are you?" "When I went to Parian Island, I saw Corvinus kidnapping people left and right and turning them into slaves, so I came to kill him. And then I saw this mess. I only found out today, but Corvinus is a fake identity used by House Varaha people. He was using a magic artifact that changes one's face. It's probably the same one my childhood friend used. The fact that he started to say my house, but changed his words was quite significant. In any case, just as expected, the Corvinus pirate group was a force created by House Varaha to exert influence over the South Sea. Most likely, those like Vagos, whom he had killed a few hours ago, were local subordinates recruited through the use of false identities. I told you to get as far away from your house as possible. If Salif had taken Turon's advice seriously and fled west toward the Suraf wetland, he would not have been captured here within just a few days. It was obvious that he had continued exploring various places in the South Sea afterward. To be honest, I didn't expect them to come after me so quickly, and to mobilize this much manpower on top of that. Salif muttered bitterly that he had expected, at most, his parents or a few relatives to come and try to persuade him. After grasping the situation, Turon pondered how he should act moving forward. He had already dealt a blow to the enemy by destroying two major strongholds of the Corvinus pirate group. But since he had only killed the local pirates so far, he could still walk away from this without escalating things further. However, if he rescued Salif, that would be the equivalent of landing a direct punch to the face of House Varaha. Even if he fought alongside Salif after freeing him, the two of them alone would not stand a chance against a great noble house, which was far too powerful an entity to take on. By contrast, the option of quietly slipping away felt much more tempting. After all, he was not close enough to Salif to risk his life for him, and so far he had not mentioned any information that might provoke the divine entity that could be backing House Varaha. As his thoughts continued, Turon realized that he was just looking for an excuse to retreat out of fear. The reason he had come here in the first place was because the Corvinus pirate group had been kidnapping ordinary people, enslaving and abusing them. That act had reminded him of the stories his mother used to tell, tales of evil nobles who captured and exploited knights. In those suffering people, he saw a reflection of his younger self, who had once feared such corrupt nobles. But did the fact that his enemy was a great noble house, one of the most powerful military forces in the world, change anything? If anything, the fact that such powerful individuals were using their strength to oppress ordinary people was even more disgraceful. To rampage freely when thinking the opponent was weak, only to cower like a beaten dog the moment a strong enemy appeared, such cowardice was utterly despicable. "Salif, want me to rescue you? I mean, obviously I'd love that, but can you? In terms of numbers and strength, these guys could wipe out more than a dozen decent wizard houses without breaking a sweat. On top of that, some of them took my magic artifacts. I know you're pretty skilled, but this won't be easy." Come to think of it, as the heir of House Varaha, Salif had originally possessed quite a few powerful magic artifacts. But now, aside from the chains binding him, he was completely unarmed. Well, there was no reason for them to let their captive keep such things. "I have a way. First, if I remove those chains, you'll be able to fight again, right? Even if I look fine on the outside, I'm actually pretty banged up. If I don't get treated, I don't think I'll be able to fight properly. Then I'll heal you, but you have to promise me two things. What are they? Let me hear them. First, aside from the two of us, not a single noble on this island will leave here alive. After Turon finished speaking, there was no immediate response. A moment later, Salif spoke, his voice trembling slightly. You mean kill them all? Yes, that's a bit. I mean they're still my family. Since he had expected such a reaction, Turon began explaining in a low voice. He spoke of the memorandum of the pre-god tribe that he had discovered during his journey and the conclusions he had drawn from it. When he heard the hypothesis that he would be used as a vessel for a god's soul, Salif's voice trembled slightly. What you just said, you're not making this up, are you? If necessary, I can provide some proof later. If it turns out I'm lying, you can kill me. If Turon had told this to the Salif he had met at the beach, he probably would not have taken it seriously. Back then, he had just been a runaway youth, escaping from a family that had restrained and controlled him. However, under the one-sided intimidation of the family's wizards, who descended upon him as if hunting a magical beast, it was difficult for Salif to simply dismiss Turon's words. The explanation made perfect sense as to why the family's wizards had subdued him without the slightest respect for him as an heir. All right, I'll believe you for now, but do we really have to kill them all? We could just take out the ones in front of us and escape on our own. There are already more than a few people who know I've been attacking the Corvinus pirate group. The moment I free you, it'll be obvious who's responsible, meaning that from then on, both of us will be on an irreversible path with House Varaha. Since we're going to be their enemies anyway, we need to use this opportunity to weaken their forces as much as possible while strengthening our own. On top of that, dealing a major blow here could help slow down House Varaha's pursuit. A great noble house, in proportion to its vast scale, had to maintain its domains by hunting magical beasts and protecting its lands with powerful nobles. If many of their strongest nobles were wiped out, sending more nobles out into the field would only weaken their foundation. After Turon finished his explanation and fell silent, Salif responded after a moment, his voice tinged with gloom. All right, I understand. What's the second condition? Move with me and provide your full support in everything I do for about 20 years. Turon had estimated that 20 years was the time it would take for him to become strong enough to at least survive against the heads of great noble houses, if not match them. Whether he would actually encounter enemies strong enough to help him reach that level was a matter of luck. The condition of giving his full support was closer to recruiting Salif as a subordinate rather than simply making him a companion. For a high-ranking noble like Salif, it was a condition that could feel humiliating, which was why Turon added a bait that Salif would not be able to refuse. In exchange for the second condition, I'll tell you something you desperately want to know. What is it? I know where the drowned god's corpse is. After completing the negotiation and tactical discussion, Turon re-entered the prison while maintaining his concealment spell. He silently approached the noble standing guard with a careless attitude, covered his mouth with one hand and stabbed his dagger into the man's throat. GHK, the noble from House Varaha, widened his eyes in shock, struggling to resist, but he was no match for Turon, who not only possessed overwhelming magic power but had also trained his body extensively. After stabbing him several more times in the chest and abdomen, Turon tossed the lifeless body forward. Salif, who had been sitting still inside the prison watching the scene, spoke in a hollow tone. You really killed him? Yeah, I really did. Now I'm going to free you, so stay still. Since Turon had already revealed after the negotiation that he could use the power of the House Zahar bloodline, Salif was not particularly surprised. Turon easily bent the iron bars and stepped inside, then reached for the chains binding Salif. According to Salif's explanation, the function of this magic artifact was simple yet incredibly powerful. When wrapped around a living being, the longer they remained bound, the stronger the restraining force became, ultimately suppressing their ability to use magic power. Though impractical for throwing in the middle of battle, it was the perfect tool for completely restraining a subdued opponent. Using a lockpicking spell enhanced by wind magic, Turon undid the lock securing the chains. As soon as he was freed, Salif rotated his arms, stretching his stiff body. As expected, the magic power doesn't return right away. Rest for a bit, I'll heal you. Since Turon had absorbed the power of the healer bloodline from the mimic relic before coming in, he immediately cast healing magic on Salif. Since he had already used a quarter of it on Bage, only 3/4 of it remained. Given that stronger magical beings required more magic power to heal even the same injuries, it would be difficult to completely restore him. However, since Salif had not sustained any severe wounds to begin with, he could at least recover enough to fight without issue. As Turon absorbed magic power from the noble's corpse after finishing his work, Salif, now recovered, muttered in disbelief. Invisibility and healing magic. Are you sure you're not some reincarnation of the pre-god tribe? Don't exaggerate, you remember the plan, right? Of course, it hasn't even been that long since you explained it. As they left the underground prison together, Turon focused on the presences he could sense above. Just in case, he checked, but it seemed none of them had realized what had happened below. After sending Salif outside, Turon ascended to the upper floors and quickly noticed that the nobles' sleeping quarters were completely enveloped in magic power. It was undoubtedly the power of the barrier master bloodline. Well, with the Emerald Desert near, of course, they wouldn't let their guard down. Naturally, nobles of House Zahar had no reason to suddenly attack people who were not from a hostile house like House Arabian. Still, it was human nature to prepare for the possibility of individuals with concealment abilities lurking nearby. Even if that was not the case, they might have simply been guarding against the vulnerability of being asleep. Remaining hidden, Turon flicked a spark of fire out the window as a signal. Before long outside, Salif began wildly lashing out with the same whip of light he had used in the past, initiating destruction. "I am free." With the booming voice characteristic of a high-ranking noble, his deafening shout rang out as light and fire erupted in all directions, instantly rousing the sleeping fortress. As the panicked pirates scrambled in confusion, Turon sensed the barrier over the sleeping quarters being lifted. "What's going on? That bastard broke free. How? Enke was guarding him. We need to subdue him again. One of you go down to the prison and check if the chains are still there. The rest follow me." The voices of the Varaha nobles were evident with confusion. For them, the fact that Salif had escaped was an impossibility, so their reaction was natural. Because of that, they rushed across the corridor so quickly that they failed to notice the thick layer of black powder scattered all over the floor. Then again, without the abilities of the Zahar bloodline, spotting something like that in the dark corridors of the night would have been difficult. As Turon dropped from the window using flight magic, he ignited the spirit of fire that covered the corridor. Chapter 66. Having bombarded 2 islands earlier, Turon explored the power of this black powder, known as the Spirit of Fire, from various angles. Fortunately, since the Three Brothers Island was overflowing with pirates to use as test subjects, he was able to conduct quite a variety of experiments. He detonated it above their heads, under their feet, beyond a single wall, and even cornered them before setting it off. As a result, he discovered that the impact was maximized when the explosion occurred in a confined space rather than an open area. From what he had observed through his ability to read the flow of the wind, it seemed that the force, which should have dispersed in all directions, instead rebounded off the walls and concentrated inward. If used properly, this could lead to the creation of some rather interesting things. However, with an imminent battle at hand, he had no choice but to utilize it in a relatively simple manner. That was by creating a wall of wind, just as he did when making wind paths, effectively turning the explosion site into an indoor space. What a gruesome sight! Flying in the sky, Turon looked down at the corridor, now in shambles due to the explosion moments ago. His strategy was to simultaneously detonate a massive amount of the Spirit of Fire, enough to blacken the floor, while sealing off the windows with a wall of wind. As a result, the explosion that started within the corridor did not spill out but was instead fully contained inside. Of course, some of the force was dispersed through doors leading to the bedrooms and staircases. Based on what he sensed through the sacred relic, 2 of the 9 nobles had died instantly, while 2 others had suffered significant damage, their energy visibly faltering. This was an outcome beyond his expectations. Originally, Turon had merely hoped to inflict moderate damage on all 9, impairing their bodies and magic, and if he was really lucky, render one of them incapable of fighting. It seemed that the fortress building, being sturdy enough to withstand the explosion, had played a role in amplifying the results. Orin Amia, damn it, is this the trap of a barrier master? And no. If there had been a barrier laid in advance, my magic artifact would have definitely detected it. Just get out of here, jump out the window. What about those 2? Carry them. Though all of the Spirit of Fire inside had been consumed, those who did not understand the cause of the explosion would likely assume another similar attack could follow at any moment. Considering that, their decision was not entirely unwise. As the 7 remaining nobles jumped out of the window, carrying the 2 corpses, Turon hovered in midair, spinning his slingshot while watching them. Since they were moving targets, he could not use wind paths. However, that was not an issue. His slingshot attacks were more than enough to kill most nobles in a single strike. Let's take care of that one first. Among the 7, there was a particularly small-built man. Since he was carrying a corpse, both of his hands were occupied and his condition was among the worst. Turon hurled a stone at him, and with a sound like the air being torn apart, the target's head exploded. It seemed he had some kind of defensive magic artifact, as a multicolored glow flared up in an attempt to block the attack. However, it was not strong enough to withstand a slingshot strike that had been powered up over time. What the? A sniper? The attack came from above. I can't see anything. Then light it up. It was a long-standing tactic. When facing an invisible opponent, the first move was always to illuminate the surroundings. This was a direct result of history. when the House Zahar once terrorized others by abusing their concealment magic. If the Zahars had not been too troublesome to eradicate, the rulers of the Emerald Desert might have been different by now. However, Turon had anticipated this. As soon as he threw the stone, he immediately re-entered the corridor, which had been torn apart by the explosion, and descended through a hole in the floor. No matter how specialized their bloodline was in light, they could not shine through stone and wood to illuminate the inside. Where's the enemy? Can't see them. As a result, even though the surroundings were as bright as midday, the nobles of House Varaha could not locate their enemy and fell into confusion. They continued to look around frantically until they eventually charged toward Salif, who was standing in the distant garden. Whatever that ambush had been just now, securing Salif's custody was their top priority. Damn it, subdue that bastard first. The nobles of House Varaha each conjured weapons of light and fire, launching them at Salif. In response, Salif created a halo, drawing out a whip of light just as he had done when he fought Turon in the past. However, the force behind it now was incomparable to back then. At that time he had held back, unsure of his opponent's full strength. Despite his power, Salif was unable to take control of the battle. Being outnumbered 1-6 was already difficult enough. And to make matters worse, he was injured and had all of his magic artifacts taken from him. Meanwhile, 3 of the nobles, who possessed greater magic power than Turon, were at the forefront blocking Salif's attacks while each using a different magic artifact. One of them seems to be using the artifact Salif originally had. Another one, it feels similar to my guardian magic artifact. And the last one is defending by physically moving himself. The only reason Salif was able to hold his ground and not be instantly overwhelmed was because he was also using a defensive magic artifact, Turon's trusted guardian magic artifact. With it fully activated, Salif was theoretically on par with a high-ranking noble heir of the Guardian bloodline. No matter how high-ranking the attacking nobles were, taking him down in an instant was no easy feat. Thanks to that, Turon had enough leeway to exit the building, create a wind path, and prepare for a second shot. His target was the one moving the least among the 6. Completely immersed in battle, the nobles of House Varaha naturally did not even notice his actions. Q-heck! A stone flew in silently, piercing one noble's heart. The House Varaha nobles, who had been overwhelming Salif just moments ago, immediately switched to a defensive formation. One of them examined the corpse and tried to deduce the direction from which the stone had come, but by then, Turon had already retreated back into the fortress. No way is it really a Zahar. Why? The leader of the group that had come to capture Salif, a cousin of the head of House Varaha, muttered in disbelief, as if the very idea of a noble from House Zahar interfering here was as shocking as the sky collapsing. However, his stunned expression lasted only a moment. He had not become their leader for nothing. He quickly regained his composure and issued commands. I'll keep fighting him with sorrow. Ray, take care of the Zahar bastard hiding inside the building. Of the 3 nobles stronger than Turon, 2, along with 3 weaker nobles, surrounded Salif once again, while the remaining one charged toward the fortress. A bird made of fire ignited in his hand, rapidly swelling in size before soaring toward the stronghold. Damn it! As the firebird swept through the corridors and rooms, it incinerated the bodies of over 100 pirates who had been hiding inside, watching the battle between the powerful magic users. So this was the kind of devastation a pyromaniac bloodline wielder could unleash when wielding immense power. Turon pulled out the water flask he had and doused his face before launching himself toward the back of the mansion. He could feel the scorching heat licking at his back and the nape of his neck. Even though he had escaped as quickly as he could, the burning pain on his back suggested that he had sustained a significant burn. Had he at least activated the guardian magic artifact, it might not have been this bad, but since he had lent it to Salif, there was nothing he could do about it now. As he withdrew, he absorbed magic power from the mimic relic. Then turning his head, he saw the noble of House Varaha named Ray approaching. The burning fortress cast a fiery glow behind him, throwing his face into deep shadows. I was sure everything had already been settled between our sides. Is interfering with our event the will of your house, Zahar? Think whatever you want. From the way he spoke, it seemed that there had been some sort of understanding between House Varaha and House Zahar. Perhaps it was something trivial, like an agreement where Zahar would not interfere with Varaha's pursuit, even within their own territory, in exchange for some tangible or intangible asset. Or perhaps it was something even darker. For example, the shadow of the same god might be looming behind Zahar as well, or different gods could be backing each house, leading them to reach some kind of secret agreement. Even as these thoughts ran through Turon's mind, his expression remained completely unaffected, as if he had carelessly thrown out his words without a second thought. Unlike Ray, whose face twisted at being provoked by a noble clearly much younger than himself. What the hell are you relying on to act so arrogantly? You do know that our House Varaha is your natural enemy, don't you? Or are you perhaps an heir? light and fire, both elements were practically the bane of Zahir's concealment ability. From the beginning, the Zahir bloodline was not particularly strong in direct confrontations. No matter how talented a wizard Turon was, fighting head-on against a battle-specialized wizard with greater power was no easy feat. If there had at least been water nearby, as there was during his fight with Salif, that might have been different, but that was not the case here, making it even more disadvantageous. Yet there was not even a trace of fear in Turon's gaze as he looked at his opponent. "I'm not an heir, but I can still beat you." Ray bristled at the remark, and the moment he fired a massive sphere of flame imbued with overwhelming magic power, Turon stomped the ground. Immediately, a towering wall of earth rose up right in front of him. Despite the disparity in magic power, the stone wall Turon had created endured the explosion of the fireball without a scratch. The ones pyromaniacs hate the most are those of the Wave Rider bloodline when near water or earthmovers, wasn't it? And the magic power Turon had just absorbed belonged precisely to an earthmover bloodline user. It had come from the commander of the army he had killed in the western wasteland. While immense heat could melt even soil and stone, the land imbued with the power of an earthmover family was a different story. Turon counterattacked, launching a stone with his slingshot. Amusingly, the influence of the earthmover bloodline made it fly even faster and hit harder than usual. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Ray instinctively raised his hand to shield his face. At that moment, something greenish slipped out of his grasp and intercepted the stone in his stead. It was the small, palm-sized shield he had seen earlier. Likely a defensive magic artifact, it confidently hovered around Ray as if it could deflect any attack. Damn it, judging by his reaction, it seemed Ray had not consciously blocked the attack himself. He cursed under his breath as he touched the spot on his face where the stone had almost struck. His face had reddened, likely from the shame and rage of realizing he had been afraid. Extending his hand toward Turon, he unleashed dozens of arrows formed from light. Light-forged weapons were among the most commonly used magic by knights due to their simplicity. But when wielded by a noble of the light bloodline, they became far deadlier weapons. In response, Turon stomped the ground again, causing stone spikes to shoot up, intercepting the incoming arrows one by one. Both wielded physical force, earth magic being more defensive and slow, while light was aggressive and swift. As their attacks clashed, Turon allocated a portion of his focus to discreetly releasing the spirit of fire using wind magic. It naturally bypassed the shield, and upon reaching Ray's vicinity, erupted in a violent explosion. While such an attack was unlikely to seriously injure a high-ranking noble, it was enough to temporarily impair his vision and hearing. In a battle like this, that kind of disruption was more than significant. As Ray instinctively clutched his face for a moment, Turon seized the opening. Earth spikes shot forward, piercing through Ray's feet and legs. The green shield could only block so much. It could not possibly deflect every single attack while Ray was completely stationary. "Arog!" Ray let out a scream of agony. However, as befitting a high-ranking noble who had lived for centuries, Ray continued to fire arrows of light without pause, forcing Turon into a defensive stance. Turon attempted to send out the spirit of fire once more using wind magic, but this time, shockingly, the powder exploded the moment it left his hand. A faint groan escaped Turon's lips as he suffered a slight burn on his hand. I don't know what trick you pulled, but it won't work twice." Since he had been fully focused in the midst of battle, Ray had quickly realized that the black powder had been deliberately sent toward him to detonate. He had already come up with a countermeasure. Moreover, perhaps due to his pyromaniac bloodline, his ability to ignite flames was significantly faster than before. Realizing that further use of the spirit of fire was futile, Turon abandoned the tactic and chose to engage in a straightforward magic duel instead. He manipulated the earth, creating more stone spikes to restrict Ray's movement while simultaneously shooting down the incoming arrows of light. Meanwhile, whenever an opportunity arose, he launched stones with his slingshot, but the green shield intercepted them. Even so, in the grand scheme of things, this too was a form of poison. All magic artifacts fundamentally relied on their user's magic power as an energy source. For an artifact that blocked attacks automatically, the magic consumption was bound to be even greater, making it obvious which side was at a disadvantage. Huff, huff. Ray's heavy breathing and cold sweat were clear indicators that he was burning through his magic power too quickly. The problem was that Turon too was nearing the depletion of his Earthmover bloodline magic. As soon as he exhausted it and took a step back, Ray noticed his advantage and grinned triumphantly. "Haha. You put up a good fight, but you're at your limit, aren't you?" "Not really." Despite his words, Turon had also expended a considerable amount of energy in their relentless exchange of attacks. While he still had more stamina than his opponent, he needed to conserve his strength, as he would soon have to assist Salif in his battle. Truthfully, the fact that Ray had immediately found a way to counter the spirit of fire was an unexpected miscalculation. Had that not been the case, the fight would have ended much sooner, as expected of a high-ranking noble wizard. Taking advantage of the brief lull in battle, Turon retrieved the mimic relic from his robes and absorbed a second source of magic power. What is that? A magic artifact? Something like that. It was blatantly obvious that Ray was trying to buy time to recover his stamina and magic power, but Turon played along. After all, he too needed time for the foreign magic power to fully integrate into his body. A moment later, once the magic had completely settled within him, Turon raised both hands, conjuring light in one and fire in the other. What? Ray's face twisted in confusion. Light and fire, weren't those the two types of power that nobles of House Zahar who specialized in concealment despised the most? Of course, his opponent had earlier displayed the abilities of a trained Earthmover bloodline noble out of nowhere. But even so, these were not the kinds of weapons one would expect him to wield against someone of the Sun bloodline. As if answering Ray's unspoken question, Turon fused the light and fire in his hands into one. Two forces that, as if existing on entirely different planes, refused to mix at first. But before long, they melded together in an unstable, flickering manner, forming a radiant halo behind Turon's back. Chapter 67, the beam magic that Salif had shown, created by mixing light and fire, was originally a secret technique passed down to the head of House Varaha and their successor. Just like how Mesa had secretly taught Turon House Arabians thought acceleration magic in the past. The difference between the two was that the former could only be used by those born with the Sun bloodline, whereas the latter could be used even without the Storm bloodline. This was also the reason why Salif had been puzzled when Turon asked him to teach this technique in prison. Even if you understand the principle, you won't be able to use it without the Sun bloodline, right? There's a way, so just teach me first. Well, if you say so. You know that fire can have various colors, right? The color of flames varied depending on what they were burning as fuel, and wizards, when using ignition magic, could manipulate the properties of magic power to control this to some extent. These colors changed depending on what wavelength of light was emitted, and by precisely adjusting the colors of fire and light to match, they could be fused into one. For this, the most ideal color was the golden hue that Salif had created. Though Turon did not fully understand what exactly a wavelength was, or why matching the wavelengths of light and fire allowed them to merge, it did not really matter. Salif himself was not using magic with a complete understanding of the concept either. Knowing this much was enough for the theory. Let's see. From the halo spread out behind his back, Turon drew out a whip of light and gave it a light swing. Perhaps due to a lack of proficiency, its movement felt crude and clumsy compared to Salif's. Of course, the mere fact that he could use it to this extent after just a few short practice sessions in prison was, to ordinary wizards, nothing short of an outrageous display of talent. What? How can you use light of judgment? Countless thoughts raced through the mind of Ray, the noble from House Varaha, upon witnessing this scene. Could it be that, in the few years since the heir ran away from the family, he had a child of that age? Of course, that was nonsense. If not that, was the enemy before him not actually from House Zahar, but instead an illegitimate child of House Varaha merely using a concealment magic artifact? It was impossible to determine whose child he might be, and even then, what was the Earthmover bloodline ability he had displayed earlier? Ray's thoughts were thrown into complete disarray by his confusion, and he only came to his senses the moment Turon's whip lashed toward him. The sword of light extending from his hand struck against the whip, attempting to deflect it, but it could not withstand the heat and was instantly severed. Had he been in peak condition, it might have been a different story. However, with the total amount of magic power between him and Turon now reversed, this outcome was inevitable. The green shield managed to block another attack, barely keeping him alive, but the impact drained away a significant chunk of his remaining magic power. The only fortunate thing was that his opponent did not yet wield Light of Judgment, the secret technique of House Varaha, with great proficiency. At the speed of the previous attack, as long as he stayed alert, he might still be able to dodge. That is, if his legs and feet were not injured, in which case he could have avoided it with ease. The moment he thought this, Turon's light whip suddenly multiplied into 4. I'm still not used to this, so I can only manage 4 for now. With those chilling words, the rapidly multiplying whips shot toward Ray. They were moving at exactly twice the speed of the previous attack. By the time Turon returned to the garden after dealing with Ray, Salif was on the verge of being overpowered, nearly out of strength. Of course, the wizards of House Varaha who were pressing him were not in great condition either. This was because they had wasted magic power keeping the area brightly illuminated, fearing the sudden reappearance of a noble from House Zahar. How in the world? Just like Ray earlier, the nobles of House Varaha were stunned at the sight of Turon appearing, his halo glowing behind him. And when they saw him skillfully wielding a dozen whips of light in an instant, half of them seemed completely dazed. Despite the sudden shift in the battle, the Varaha nobles put up a decent fight, but the outcome had already been decided. While Turon, even after subduing Ray, still retained just under half of his magic power, the Varaha nobles had exhausted nearly all of their strength trying to overpower Salif. To make matters worse, even in his exhausted state, Salif managed to burn his last remaining strength to take down a high-ranking noble with him. With that, Turon leisurely flew above the garden using flight magic, taking down enemies one by one. First, he scattered Spirit of Fire and detonated it, temporarily blinding and deafening 3 relatively weaker nobles. Then, while they were incapacitated, he swiftly cut down 2 of them before using his slingshot to kill the last one, who had panicked and tried to flee. Worried about being counterattacked like before, he only used Spirit of Fire once. As for the remaining leader of the Varaha nobles, he systematically subdued him with his whips of light, just as he had done with Ray. The man fought back quite fiercely, wielding a magic artifact in the form of a cloth that swallowed light. However, with his magic power nearly depleted, it was only a matter of time before he lost. Eventually, his arms and legs were severed and he collapsed onto the ground. Perhaps it was fortunate or perhaps unfortunate that the intense heat cauterized his wounds, preventing excessive blood loss. Just, what the hell are you? Concealment, light of judgment, flight, and even explosion magic, you use them all freely. The Varaha leader's eyes held the fear of someone witnessing an unfathomable being. If this was not the descent of a god of magic, how else could it be explained? Even if the head of some great noble family had invaded, it would not have been this shocking. Turon could understand the sentiment, but what he needed now was not to answer questions but to ask them. He pulled out a chain magic artifact from his large-capacity pouch. He planned to restrain the man to ensure he could not resist even after recovering some magic power, then extract information step by step. However, the leader's expression changed the moment he saw the chains. Suddenly, his head burst into flames. All of his remaining magic power had been concentrated into a final, overwhelming burst of heat. Normally, if a wizard cast magic on their own body without proper causality, it would trigger a powerful backlash. The only exception to this rule was when the magic was cast directly upon oneself, just like the noble before him, who had now ignited his own head with ignition magic. Before Turon could react, the man's head burned black and he was dead. Turon looked down at the charred corpse, then clicked his tongue and put the chains back into his pouch. Someone of this rank would have surely known something about the forces behind the manipulation of Salif's life. In the end, subduing a noble who was prepared to die was never easy, even with the appropriate magic artifacts at hand. Nothing I can do about it now. Dwelling on what was already done was pointless. Turon left the leader's corpse behind and carefully lifted Salif, who was lying on the ground. His body was in a terrible state, one arm severed at the elbow, a chunk of flesh torn from his side, and wounds covering him all over. "You look awful." "Hess, well. I held out pretty well, didn't I?" Salif's unfocused eyes made it clear that he would soon lose consciousness, and naturally, in his current state, losing consciousness meant death. A high-ranking noble's vitality might allow him to last a few more hours, but natural recovery was out of the question. Extending his senses toward the corpses of the fallen nobles, Turon found and retrieved an object shaped like a glass bottle. During his earlier strategy meeting with Salif, he had learned about the functions of the magic artifacts these nobles carried. Thanks to that, he recognized this as a healing magic artifact. He had said if I inject magic power, it dispenses a healing potion. Most likely, it was a crude imitation of a sacred relic, one that could even bring back the dead. When he injected magic power, liquid could be seen sloshing in the empty bottle, so Turon fed it to Salif. Before long, the deathly pale color of his face began to fade and a healthy flush returned. However, a single dose was not enough for a full recovery. Given Salif's immense strength, the potion's effect was too weak. Turon continued converting his magic power into healing potion and feeding it to him repeatedly. As he rapidly depleted his already scarce magic power, a dizzying sense of exhaustion washed over him. I guess this is far less efficient than the healer bloodline. Well, if a magic artifact could replicate a bloodline ability with the same efficiency, it would be on par with a sacred relic in value. Turon's Guardian magic artifact also replicated the power of the Guardian bloodline, but its magic efficiency was poor. After several breaks to recover his magic power and continue making more potions, Salif shuddered all over and pushed himself up. Though his severed arm had not regenerated, his strength seemed to have returned considerably. "Revived? Yeah, since you've revived, make some of this for me." Salif had shot up enthusiastically, but when Turon, looking half-dead, held out an empty glass bottle, he awkwardly complied and made more healing potion. As Turon drank it, he felt the burns on his back, which had been constantly stinging, ease a little. After they took turns making and drinking the healing potion to stabilize themselves, Salif used telekinesis magic to unfasten the guardian magic artifact from his arm and handed it over. This thing was really incredible. Without it, I would have been finished long ago. It's my treasure. In terms of pure functionality, the mimic relic was overwhelmingly superior, but Turon was more attached to this one. After all, it was a gift from a friend. Of course, the item Ashes had personally made for him was the clothes he was now wearing, which had been torn to shreds during the battle. So, are we cleaning up right away? First, I need to bring Bage. We should start organizing then. I'll do it, you just rest. Even if they had harbored sinister motives, these were still people who had once been his family and comrades. Having already engaged in a bloody slaughter, Salif must have felt uneasy enough. Turon did not want to make him rummage through their corpses as well. I fought alongside you. Resting alone would feel a bit unfair. If you were in better shape, I'd put you to work whether you liked it or not, so don't refuse. Well, if you say so. Seeing Salif give a sheepish smile before leaning against a tree, Turon immediately set off toward the place where he had hidden Bage. As he passed through the fortress and the village, he encountered neither pirates nor island residents. The pirates must have been terrified at the sight of the fortress burning and had fled on their ships, while the villagers seemed to have barricaded themselves inside their homes, waiting for the battle to end. When he dug up the entrance of a small burrow, he found Bage curled up inside. "Bage, I'm here," Turon hurt. As soon as she saw his face, Bage wrote those words. In the dark burrow, an ordinary person would have seen nothing, but Turon's eyes picked up the writing clearly. "I'm not hurt, just a bit tired. It's all over now, so you can come out. I even have a nice gift for you." Gift. Something delicious. Turon had left Bage out of this battle because she was far weaker than him. Even though she was quite powerful for a magical beast, a single misplaced attack from a high-ranking noble's magic could have been fatal. Someone like Ray, whom Turon had fought directly, could have killed Bage in one strike. However, things would be different once she absorbed the magic power from the corpses scattered across the fortress. This is unbelievable. Returning to the fortress with Bage, Turon organized the bodies of the fallen Varaha nobles and gathered their magic artifacts. Thanks to the mimic relic, he did not have to strip their corpses down to their undergarments to search for valuables. In total, he recovered 23 magic artifacts. 10 of them were relatively ordinary, 7 were quite exceptional. And the last 5, these were treasures valuable enough to be highly prized even within great noble houses, rivaling Turon's own guardian magic artifact. If word got out that a single individual possessed this many magic artifacts, dozens of noble families might rise up to hunt him down. Turon first suggested that Salif reclaim the magic artifacts he originally owned. "Are you sure that's okay? The artifacts you originally had must be optimized for you. There's no point in me hoarding them all alone." Having 2 fire-based magic artifacts would not double a wizard's firepower. After all, exerting power required consuming one's own magic power. It was more efficient to distribute some of the artifacts to capable allies who could use them effectively. With a somewhat sheepish expression, Salif retrieved about a dozen artifacts, including a backpack, a wooden rod with paper attached, and even some enchanted undergarments. Afterward, Turon carefully sorted through the remaining magic artifacts, recalling their functions one by one or checking with Salif when uncertain. Fortunately, since he had seen most of them in action during the battle, he had a rough idea of their uses. This one belonged to Ray, an automatic defense function. The performance is excellent, but the magic consumption seems excessive. Still, I should hold on to it. This one seems to overlap with the guardian magic artifact, so I'll let Salif use it. Oh, and this is that cloth from earlier. Since the Varaha nobles were naturally gifted with the offensive powers of light and fire, they had not brought many attack-type magic artifacts. The closest thing to an offensive artifact was the one Turon had just picked up, the cloth that swallowed light. This was the item the Varaha noble leader had used earlier. When unfolded and infused with magic, it absorbed all the surrounding light. It was practically a natural counter to the sun bloodline. They must have brought it specifically to hunt Salif. And since it had the ability to eliminate light, it would also be highly useful for a wizard from House Zahar like Turon. This thing is seriously useful. Until now, he had either been forced to flee when exposed to bright light or had to dispel his concealment magic. But with this cloth, he could swallow the light and remain hidden while fighting. It was possible that House Zahar's wizards had already developed similar artifacts. The only time Turon had seen a Zahar wizard fight was during the battle in the underground labyrinth, but that place had rendered concealment abilities meaningless. After folding the cloth and storing it away, Turon continued sorting through the artifacts. One particular item that caught his eye was a translucent mask. "Is this the mask that changes appearances?" Yeah, probably. When I put it on my face, my appearance changed. You don't know its exact functions or potential side effects. Nope. Turon examined the mask from various angles before storing it in his large-capacity pouch. He planned to have Ashes appraise it later. Once the sorting was mostly complete, it was time for the main event, magic power absorption. Among the 10 nobles who had died in this battle, one had already had his magic power absorbed by Turon back in the underground prison. That left a total of 9. As they stood before the lined-up corpses, Salif spoke in a slightly unsteady voice. This feels really strange. It's not my first time handling a funeral, but he had probably never imagined a day would come when he would have to kill his own people and prepare their funeral. When Turon positioned Bage beside him, Salif lowered his voice and asked, "Are you going to have that thing eat the corpses?" "No, Bage can absorb magic power the same way wizards do. I taught her how." "Oh. I heard that very few magical beasts can learn that ability." It seemed that Bage was not just unusually intelligent, but also uniquely gifted in absorbing magic. Realizing that the bodies would not be physically damaged, Salif looked somewhat relieved. His expression softened slightly as he stretched out his hand, and thus the magic power absorption began. The first targets were the 6 nobles with relatively weaker magic, the ones possessing power equivalent to that of ordinary family heads. Of course, neither Salif nor Turon could expect any significant growth from absorbing the magic power of these nobles. At best, Turon gained the benefit of storing Sun bloodline magic power in the Mimic Relic. Seeing this, Salif clicked his tongue in disbelief. "No matter how many times I see it, I still can't believe it. A sacred relic that absorbs magic power and replicates bloodline abilities actually exists." Since he had already seen the explanation and its results firsthand in the underground prison, he was no longer shocked, but it still seemed difficult for him to fully accept. It was understandable. There was no existing record of any magic artifact, past or present, possessing such a function. Unlike the 2 high-ranking nobles beside her, Bage was experiencing significant growth as she absorbed the magic power of the 6 nobles. She had already been slightly stronger than an average noble, and now, after absorbing 6 family head-level wizards, her power had naturally surged. She fluttered around excitedly, unable to control her suddenly increased strength until Turon calmed her down. After that, they moved on to the final step, gradually absorbing the magic power of the 3 high-ranking nobles. Salif did not gain much from it, but for Turon, absorbing the power of nobles who were slightly stronger than himself allowed him to experience the long-forgotten joy of growth. A sensation beyond just strengthening his bones, muscles, magic, and mind. It was as if his very essence was evolving into something more transcendent. That dizzying sense of euphoria washed over him, and after a few deep breaths, he opened his eyes to find the world around him appearing even clearer than before. His increased magic power had enhanced his physical abilities, sharpening his senses as well. At this level, I might be close to Ferga now. He was not certain since he could not recall Ferga's exact strength, but it seemed roughly equivalent. Compared to Salif standing beside him, he estimated himself to be about 80% as strong. Considering that Ferga had once been regarded as one of the successor candidates for House Zahar, this meant Turon had now reached a level where he could be considered a contender among the successors of noble families, even if only among the weaker ones. In factoring in his magic artifacts and mastery of spells, he was likely even stronger than that. Placing a hand over his racing heart, Turon tried to steady himself when Bage let out a sharp chirp and suddenly soared into the sky. It seemed she had experienced an even more dramatic surge in power and was overwhelmed with excitement. "Bage, I know it feels great," but calm Turon was about to call her back when his words caught in his throat at the sight unfolding before him. In the pitch-black night sky, a golden eagle flapped its wings, and with each movement swirling winds erupted into violent whirlwinds. Chapter 68. Unlike wizards who originally acquire multiple spells, magical beasts could only use the innate power they were born with at the moment of their awakening. Just like the shadow leopard or the rabbit that Turon had encountered in the past. There were various hypotheses regarding the reason for this. Some suggested that magical beasts had extremely poor intelligence and imagination, while others proposed that bloodlines specialized in close combat had difficulty extending magic beyond their bodies. Thus, Turon consistently taught Bage the techniques and sensations needed to use magic. If the inability of magical beasts to use magic was due to intelligence issues, Turon believed that Bage could sufficiently overcome this limitation. Even if Bage could only use simple telekinesis or ignition magic, it would be incredibly convenient. However, despite the passage of considerable time, there had been little progress, and Turon had half given up at some point. But now Bage suddenly displayed such an overwhelming wind spell, making it impossible not to be surprised. How? For a brief moment, Turon was startled, but then he focused his consciousness, realizing that something was happening within himself. Through the soul bond connecting him to Bage, he could sense something being transmitted to Bage from within him. It was not something that consumed magic power or mental energy, but was closer to pure information. Could it be that my storm bloodline ability is being transferred? As if confirming his suspicion, the turbulence he had felt through the soul bond disappeared the moment Bage stopped the vortex. Turon, calming himself, petted the descending Bage and analyzed the new ability his bird had gained. You suddenly managed to do it because your power got stronger? Yes. And what about what I taught you before? That doesn't work. I can't start fires or move things. Then can you try concealing yourself so you are not visible? Bage attempted it for a moment, but then tilted her head as if it was impossible. This meant that among Turon's powers, Bage could only borrow the Storm Bloodline's ability, specifically the currently developed wind-related power. Was this why she said only Mesa and I were matched for her? Perhaps Bage had a latent affinity for wind or the power of wind and lightning, which was why she only responded to nobles whose bloodlines were compatible with her. If that were the case, then it was not surprising that the perfect match had not appeared for her until now. It was only natural, after all. Nobles of the Arabian bloodline would have had no reason to go to the Emerald Desert to buy a magical beast. Further experiments showed that Bage's wind magic was closer to the innate magic unique to magical beasts. Although her precision and control were inferior to that of human wizards, her raw power and efficiency were far superior. Watching this unfold beside them, Salif clicked his tongue and spoke. Never release her into the wild later. If she ever develops a taste for human flesh, she'll be impossible to catch unless the great houses form a hunting party. Indeed, a golden eagle with high noble-level magic power and control over wind was nothing short of a walking disaster. Flying at terrifying speeds and unleashing gusts capable of blowing away log cabins from a distance, how could anyone possibly chase and attack such a creature? As Salif spoke, Bage suddenly hopped onto his head and started pecking at him. Ow, what the hell, that hurts. Hey, tell her to stop. I don't eat humans because Turon told me not to. After pecking him several times, Bage landed on the ground, scribbled those words, and then huffed as she climbed onto the stick at Turon's side. As Turon chuckled at the utterly childish behavior, he turned to Salif, who was rubbing his head, and asked, "Have you ever heard of a case like this? A magical beast awakening magic later in life?" I have no idea." Even though Salif had received an elite education as the heir of a great house, he had no knowledge of such an occurrence, proving that it was certainly not common. Come to think of it, there had been no mention of anything similar in the Magical Beast Guide either. If he ever met someone highly knowledgeable about magical beasts, it might be worth asking about in detail, or perhaps the librarian. After finishing their analysis of the unexpected situation, they proceeded to clean up the battlefield. First, Salif ignited a fire and burned all the corpses, while Bage used the wind to spread the flames around the fortress where the battle had taken place. In a way, it was a cremation of an enormous scale. Meanwhile, Turon used tracking magic to search for any valuable treasures within the burned-down fortress. Unfortunately, it seemed that the fire, which had swept through the entire fortress, had also reached the treasury, melting and fusing the gold and silver coins, as well as various gemstone ornaments, into an unusable mess. Since Turon's large-capacity pouch was already running low on space, the items were instead stored in Salif's large-capacity backpack. Salif's backpack was much larger than Turon's pouch but had a lower compression ratio, meaning the total storage capacity was roughly the same. However, since the Varaha nobles had discarded all the junk inside, there was still plenty of available space. Salif lamented the loss of his cherished sugarcane rum. After collecting the spoils, he meticulously used tracking magic to remove any stray hairs, blood, or feathers left behind from their bodies. If an experienced noble of House Zahar or someone with a tracking magic artifact got hold of such traces, they could potentially use them to track them down, so this was a necessary precaution. By the time they had finished cleaning up everything, the sun was rising, marking the end of the long night. Salif raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight and asked, "Staying up all night has me dead tired." "So what's the plan now, boss?" Boss. That was a title Turon had never heard addressed to him before. It felt especially strange coming from a great noble who was about 40 years older than him. Without reacting to the oddity of it, Turon pointed at Salif's left arm. "First, we need to fix that." As if he had momentarily forgotten, Salif looked down at his severed left arm cut off from the elbow. The healing potion known as the Spring of Life could not reattach a severed limb, but a noble of the healer bloodline could regenerate a missing arm entirely. While telekinesis magic would allow him to function in daily life, having an actual arm was obviously preferable. "I know a place where we can get it treated anonymously. We earned enough money for the treatment, so there's nothing to worry about." "Where is it?" Arabian. At first, Turon had considered asking Rita of the Lvidas family for treatment. However, the problem was that he had no idea where she usually resided. She surely was not always staying near the hot springs. If she was at the Lvidas estate, summoning her would require revealing his identity and attracting unnecessary attention. Considering that the Suraf wetlands near the South Sea were likely within House Varaha's search range, exposing his movements in such a manner was too risky. Instead, it was a better option to head far away to the Tacking Plains and discreetly use his connections with House Berg to locate a noble of the healer bloodline. Oh, the one in the northwest. That explains why you were flying through the sky. Are you an Arabian noble then, and you stole concealment magic by killing a Zahar noble? No, that's my innate ability. I'm mixed blood if I had to define it. At the mention of mixed blood, Salif's face hardened. Normally, the term simply meant someone born from two noble houses. However, Turon had already demonstrated the abilities of both bloodlines. Don't tell me, bloodline fusion. That's right. Salif was at a loss for words for a moment before quietly asking 3 then, guessing that he was referring to the number of bloodline abilities. Turon nodded and answered, for now. What do you mean for now? When you have 4 bloodlines, they unlock one by one as your magic power grows stronger. Right now, I've unlocked 3. I still can't use lightning yet. Hearing Turon's explanation, Salif gaped in shock before looking up at the sky and lamenting, 4 bloodline abilities. That was something unheard of, even in historical records, a true anomaly. This world is fucking unfair. Being born as the heir to a great noble house is already considered a blessed life by most people. It was not a wrong statement, but hearing it from a freak with 4 bloodline abilities made it unbearably irritating. Ignoring Salif's growing frustration, Turon focused on his task. He was building equipment that would allow him to ride Bage. This should be good enough, right? Well, it looks a bit precarious, but it's not like you'll die if it breaks. What they had made was a kind of swing using ropes and wooden planks, a structure far too simple to guarantee the rider's safety. It was an object that would be difficult to ride unless one had considerable nerve. But since neither of them were the type to get injured from falling out of the sky, it did not really matter. A moment later, as the two awkwardly perched themselves on the swing, Bage took off with the ropes tied to her legs. With a creaking sound, the swing lifted off. Whoa! Salif, experiencing flight for the first time, let out an exclamation as the ground below shrank into a distant speck. Come to think of it, Turon had felt something similar when he first took to the skies in the Emerald Desert, so he had no reason to mock Salif. Seated on the swing as they soared through the air, Turon looked back. Bainadu Island, where countless people had perished the night before, was now peaceful as if nothing had ever happened. Thanks to absorbing an immense amount of magic power, Bage flew even faster than before, despite carrying an additional passenger and a riding swing. On top of that, by using wind magic to generate air currents, she could further increase her speed. However, if she went too fast, the swing could not withstand the wind resistance and let out alarming creaking sounds, so she had to control her pace. Despite the inconvenience of the swing, it had its advantages, namely freeing up both hands, allowing them to do various things. For instance, eating a meal of hardtack and dried fish. As they dined in midair, Turon fulfilled his promise to Salif and recounted the dead god he had witnessed. The North Sea. Yeah, perhaps the mirror, the one supposedly connecting the two seas, might be somewhere near there. Since they were divine beings, they could have emerged from the mirror and continued their battle for a while before meeting their end. When Turon added that the god had left behind the mimic relic, Salif's expression grew rather complicated. It was certainly not the face of someone delighted to have discovered the truth about something they had been searching for. I thought you'd be happy to know this. Ah, how should I put it? It's like the mystery I was so curious about got solved too easily. It's not that I'm not happy, but Turon more or less understood what he meant. After all, Salif had not been searching for this out of some grand ambition. He simply enjoyed the process of adventure itself. And now the answer had been handed to him on a silver platter. Instead of joy, he felt a sense of emptiness. Well, not everything has been revealed yet. There's still the question of why that god fought alone instead of joining forces with the other members of the pre-god tribe, and why there are no proper historical records of it. Most importantly, we don't even know his name. Yeah, I guess that's worth looking into. I'd also like to visit the place where the remains are. Can you guide me there, if I have the time? After that, they chatted about various adventures Turon had experienced, but interestingly, Salif never once asked about his origins. Though Turon claimed to be from the distant eastern lands of Varaha, Salif knew all too well how hostile Arabian and Zahar were toward each other. He could easily guess that the circumstances of Turon's birth had not been peaceful. Turon, for his part, also had an idea of the misunderstanding Salif might have had, but he did not bother to correct it. After all, he himself did not yet know the full truth about his father's identity. Eventually, when he looked into it further, there would be opportunities to discuss it. Still, he figured he should at least clarify his current situation and standing. So Turon explained that he was not particularly deeply connected to House Arabian. He was merely acquainted with Mesa, the next head of the house, and was a benefactor to House Berg, one of Arabian's vassal families. After chatting like this and flying northwest for several hours, land soon came into view. Judging by the dense forests inland from the beach, this was definitely the western forest region where dark elves had once rampaged. Good, looks like we managed to skip over the Emerald Desert. Based on the conversation during the last battle, it was likely that House Zahar and House Varaha had come to some kind of agreement regarding capturing Salif. It was better to avoid contact with the Emerald Desert area if possible. As they landed to rest, Salif let out a sigh of exasperation. You really do have it easy when it comes to traveling. He couldn't help but say that, since they had instantly traversed a distance that would have taken at least 1 to 2 weeks by ship. Turon answered while stroking Bage's head, I was walking and sailing everywhere until just recently. Besides, you could always get a companion like Bage yourself. That's easier said than done. If only someone hadn't stolen her from me. I don't think I was the one who had the first chance to be chosen. Flying-type magical beasts were common, but few were as conveniently small, easily tamed, and powerful as Bage. Turon had been able to purchase her cheaply in the past only because she was extremely picky about her owner. Otherwise, her original price would have been far higher. After having dinner at the beach and sleeping through the night, they resumed their journey north the next day, once again riding the swing. As they traveled, Turon spotted familiar routes, one leading west from Kalamaf and another that Turon had taken with Ashes. We're almost there. For real, finally I was thinking this swing felt a bit precarious. Mid-sentence, the swing, unable to withstand the wind pressure, snapped, causing Salif to plummet. Fortunately, he only ended up with a minor ankle sprain. Learning from their past mistake, they built a slightly sturdier swing and after half a day of flying, finally spotted the tacking plains. This time we've really arrived. Please let's land gently this time. Unlike before, when golden wheat fields stretched endlessly, the plains were now covered in lush green spring barley. Turon and Salif landed in a relatively unpopulated area, stored the saddle, and moved on foot. This place is completely different from the Emerald Desert. Well, that place is quite barren. Yeah. I heard that back in the day, crops from Arabian used to be brought there through this route. While land trade usually couldn't match maritime trade in terms of volume, for wizard houses, land trade was actually much more advantageous. This was because they could use tamed giant magical beasts to haul massive carts. There had even been a time when large trade caravans would travel between Arabian and Zahar every few years, using the roads of the old empire. Now, after the brutal conflicts between the two noble houses, such things were nothing more than a distant dream. Since he still remembered the path Ashes had once guided him through, Turon managed to reach Zabalin's city, the territory of House Berg, after half a day's walk. Coincidentally, the knight stationed in front of the city walls was someone familiar. Lord Turon, it's been a while. Is Ashes doing well? Of course, the young master will be thrilled to see you. And the person beside you, a friend I made while traveling. Hearing that, the Berg Knight did not bother asking further about Salif's identity and let them pass. After all, Turon was not only Ash's friend but also his benefactor, someone who had been treated as an honored guest for the past month. As for the golden eagle by his side, that was probably just a pet. Entering Zabalin's city, Turon felt a strange sense of comfort as he took in its familiar scenery. Passing by the restaurants and theaters where he had once enjoyed good food, with Ashes brought back memories of those enjoyable times. When they finally reached the Berg family's palace in the heart of the city, news of their arrival had already spread, and Ashes came rushing out with open arms. Turon, my friend, life outside isn't easy, is it? I knew you'd be back before long. Yeah, it really wasn't easy. Imagining the expression Ashes would make if he knew about all the adventures he had been through, Turon embraced his old friend. Though he had only stayed here for about a month and had spent only a few months wandering outside, it felt as if he had returned home after a long journey. Chapter 69. After reuniting at the palace entrance, they first paid a visit to Bizella, Ash's mother and the head of House Berg. She warmly welcomed her son's benefactor, who had come after several months, and provided a separate annex for their stay. As for Salif, he was introduced simply as a wandering noble of the pyromaniac bloodline whom he had met during their travels. With his modest attire and even missing an arm, he looked every bit the impoverished and rugged wanderer, leaving no room for suspicion. After exchanging greetings with nobles of House Berg whom he had met before, Turon entered the annex and asked Ashes about Haram's whereabouts. His mentor, who had taught him hand-to-hand combat techniques and physical training, and who was also Ash's uncle-in-law, was nowhere to be seen. Uncle-in-law, he went out to hunt a magical beast. A magical beast, a giant wolf, I think. Judging by its known size and speed, the knights wouldn't stand a chance against it, so he personally took on the task. He should be back in a few days. It would have been nice to meet him right away, but Turon swallowed his disappointment and sat down in the annex's reception room. Ashes and Salif, like any friends meeting a friend's friend for the first time, looked at each other with a somewhat awkward expression. It seemed they would need more time to grow closer. Perhaps to break the awkward atmosphere, Ashes turned his attention to Bage, who was sitting at Turan's side. "What's this, a pet? Her name is Bage, we made a soul bond." "Oh. Like Tilly, that's right. Tilly, a massive horse standing about 3 meters tall at the shoulder. Like Bage, it was a magical beast soul bonded with a wizard, in this case Medela, the head of House Berg. Of course, last time it had accompanied Ashes on his pilgrimage. "Can I touch it?" asked Bige directly. "She's as smart as a person." "Is that okay, Bige?" At Ashes's question, Bige initially considered writing with her claws, but realizing it might damage the expensive table, simply nodded instead. Seeing her obedient behavior, Salif grumbled from the side. "That thing acted so fierce with me." With the conversation now revolving around the golden eagle magical beast, the atmosphere lightened slightly before shifting to updates on each other's lives. "Me, I've been the same as always. I heard you're going on another pilgrimage." "Not yet, I'll rest for a few more years first." As expected of a long-lived noble, he had a relaxed sense of time. Of course, from a noble's perspective, Turan was the unusual one, living with the urgency of a commoner who measured time in weeks and months. After sipping his tea, Ashes brought up the recent Dark Elf subjugation. "I heard you participated in the Dark Elf subjugation with Mesa. Where did you hear that?" "It's all over the place. There was talk of a noble who's insanely skilled with a slingshot." "Who else could that be but you?" "Well, true. Even the nobles of House Zahar whom he had seen before used bows or other throwing weapons, but never a slingshot. After all, it had the image of being a weapon used by the lower classes." Turan had considered switching to a more lethal weapon at times, but it would have been a waste to abandon his years of skill. At this point, he could even hurl fireballs with a slingshot-like throw, making them more powerful while using less magic power. "Tell me more. How did you even get involved? And what's this rumor about you having the barrier master bloodline?" "Ah, that. Come to think of it, he had told that lie using the mimic relic. He had spoken so much nonsense wherever he went that even he sometimes got confused." Turan took a moment to sense his surroundings through the relic, checking for eavesdroppers, and then used wind magic to block out sound around the reception room. Seeing this, Ashes's eyes widened in shock. "Huh. What?" Ashes already knew that Turan was a genius when it came to magic, but seeing him use such a technique so effortlessly was another matter entirely. As a vassal of House Arabian, he understood that manipulating wind with such precision was not merely a matter of skill. "Wait, are you from the Arabian bloodline? You didn't even tell your friend, and here I thought you two were best friends. How can you have so many secrets?" Ashes's shocked reaction made Salif, who was listening from the side, mutter in disbelief. Turan ignored the comment and sank deeply into his chair. "This is going to be a long story, so I'll explain everything slowly from the beginning." In the secluded room, free from any interference, Turan revealed what he had learned in Kalamaf about his parents' past. The story of a knight's daughter who had been kidnapped from Arabian, her romance with a noble of House Zahar, and the tragic end that followed. Ashes, who had never even suspected such a thing, was left with his mouth hanging open as if he might swallow a bug, while Salif, who already knew about Turan's bloodline, merely clicked his tongue. Turan continued, recounting how he had been born on the western Hisarul Hill and lived as a shepherd, how he met the knight Kjorn, and how his journey east eventually led him to encounter Ashes. The latter part of his story was meant to prove that his meeting with Ashes had nothing to do with House Zahar. That's pretty much how it all happened. A brief silence followed before Ashes suddenly grabbed his teacup and took a large gulp, only to choke and cough violently. Then he lowered his head slightly toward Turan. "Thanks for being honest with me, that couldn't have been easy to talk about." Turan sank deeper into his chair, trying not to show his inner feelings of relief, joy, and gratitude. Though he tried to maintain his composure, his voice was slightly hoarse. "I just couldn't tell you because I was a coward." In the past, no, even until recently, Turan had been almost paranoid about hiding his true identity. This was largely due to the past of Kjorn, the knight who had told him about his Zahar bloodline. After discovering that the relatives who had massacred Kjorn's family were his own kin, Turan developed a vague sense of self-loathing. That feeling only grew stronger because all the friends he had made afterward were from Arabian. If his identity were ever exposed and they looked at him with contempt, that would have been unbearable. What finally helped him overcome his self-loathing was realizing that the other half of his bloodline was Arabian and that he had been born from his parents' love. It also helped that the Arabian nobles he met firsthand weren't as noble and pure as he had once imagined. And after fighting on the island to save Salif not long ago, he even managed to break free from his obsessive need to keep his identity a secret. Now, he had both the confidence and the strength to stand against even the great houses for the things he wanted to do and what he believed was right. And considering that he would need to ask Ashes for many favors from now on, it was necessary to lay everything bare here. There was no greater way to show absolute trust in someone than to reveal one's deepest secrets. As the shock gradually wore off, Ashes let out a sly grin and playfully teased Turon. A bloodline fusion between two great houses. If you formally rejoin your family, Mesa's position might be in danger. Keep my story a secret. Huh. Why? I get that having Zahar blood might make some people uneasy, but a noble with 4 bloodline abilities would be welcomed anywhere. I mean, unless you prefer living as a wanderer. Ashes's words reflected the typical mindset of nobles. Most people preferred living as a core member of a great house, enjoying luxury and influence, rather than wandering with no clear status. Turon glanced at Salif, who had been quietly sitting beside him, and asked, "This also involves you, Salif. You don't mind if I tell him, right? If you trust him that much, go ahead." After getting Salif's permission, Turon briefly explained Salif's identity and past. Upon learning that the man he had assumed to be just an ordinary wandering noble was actually the heir to a great house in the Far East, Ashes immediately jumped to his feet and bowed his head. "My apologies, I had no idea I was treating such an esteemed guest in such humble conditions." Even though Mesa, Ashes's cousin, was also an heir to a great house, was this how he treated someone of the same status? Turon was surprised by Ashes's reaction, but on second thought it made sense. It would be difficult to treat a cousin the same way as a complete stranger. Salif, seeming accustomed to such treatment, shook his head. "It's fine. I have already left my house." Ignoring the still awkward atmosphere between the two, Turon continued his explanation. The topic now was even heavier than before. He spoke of the various incidents he encountered after leaving House Berg, the secretive information he learned about the gods and great houses through those experiences, and finally, the hypothesis he derived from it all. By the time the story was over, Ashes looked 10 years older than when he had first met Turon. This is too much for me to handle. Ashes, you must not tell the family head or anyone else who isn't here. You're the only one I trust enough to reveal all of this." At Turon's solemn words, Ashes trembled slightly before letting out a deep sigh and rubbing his face with both hands. "So what are you planning to do now?" "I want to find out if the pre-god tribe is behind Arabian and if they're manipulating Mesa's life like they did to this friend here. Can you help?" This was not just a distant issue for Ashes either. Mesa's mother was the cousin of Ashes's mother, Medela, the head of House Berg. After a brief silence, Ashes, now sounding more resolute than before, spoke in a firm voice. "All right, let's do it. If nothing else, we can treat it as a grand theatrical performance. At the very least, I should be able to play a supporting role, right?" His words, fitting for a drama enthusiast, made Turon laugh. With that joke lightening the mood, he dispelled the soundproofing magic, called for a servant, and ordered tea. Unlike earlier when he had gulped his drink in a rush, Ashes now sipped his tea gracefully before asking, "So what exactly do you need my help with?" "I want to restore his arm." "Do you know a healer? They don't need to be particularly skilled, just discreet." Because this person's abilities shouldn't be revealed." "Exactly. The stronger a magical being was, the more power was required to heal them. So even if they didn't intend to, healers would naturally perceive the immense strength of their patients." And Turon did not want Salif's true status as a top-tier noble to be exposed. It was not just about keeping the existence of a silver-haired, highly skilled noble from spreading. Most importantly, if something unexpected happened during their investigation of Arabian, Salif could serve as their hidden trump card. This was not just a lingering remnant of Turon's old paranoia, but a strategic decision. I do know someone, but she moves around a lot, so I can't guarantee she'll come immediately. Is she on some kind of pilgrimage?" "No, she just likes healing commoners." Oh, that alone earned the unknown healer high marks in Turon's mind. According to Ashes, her name was Rua Maneg, a noble from the Maneg family, one of Arabian's vassal houses. She had been born with noble-level magic power and was adopted as a foster daughter by the family. So that's why, yeah. While magic power was the most important factor in the noble world, there were still distinctions based on lineage. Those born to noble couples like Ashes and Salif were considered the most precious, while those born to couples where one parent, usually the mother, was a concubine were considered middle class, and those born to knights or commoners who awakened noble powers through atavism were considered the lowest. If they were exceptionally talented, it was one thing, but if not, they often found themselves isolated even among nobles. On top of that, people think she's strange for going around healing commoners. Most don't like her for it. Not that I care about things like that. As expected from someone who got along well with both knights and servants alike, his words reflected his natural affinity for people. Anyway, if things were as Ashes described, she was exactly the kind of person Turon needed. If she had no close noble acquaintances aside from Ashes, there would be no risk of rumors spreading. But if we're unlucky, it might take a few months to reach her. Just contact her first. If it seems like it'll take too long, I can always go find her myself. She is fastest in the world." As Turon said that and stroked Bage's head, she let out an adorably cute cry despite her large size. The annex of House Berg, where Turon was staying for the first time in a while, still felt like another world. After washing up and changing into fresh clothes in a room overflowing with all sorts of magic artifacts designed for daily convenience, Turon called Ashes and Salif to join him for a banquet in the annex's dining hall. Since leaving Kamad City, where he had bought Bage, he hadn't had the opportunity to enjoy such a luxurious meal. Having a feast after several months felt like a blessing, and his mood naturally lifted. Even Salif, who had lived his entire life as an heir to a great house, showed a similar reaction. "Yeah, my damn house may be unbearable, but I have to admit this part was nice. Aw, I kind of miss it. Thinking about going back, not a chance, besides I think I prefer the food here." After somewhat soothing their tired bodies and minds, Turon sat down to write a letter to Mesa. He wrote that he was staying at House Berg and wanted to meet her, either by having her visit or by receiving an invitation to see her. Since someone was bound to read the letter before it reached her, he deliberately avoided mentioning anything too sensitive. It would be best if Mesa came here instead. No matter what, he was still reluctant to enter the Arabian main estate. That was why, even when he had gone to see the departure ceremony before, he had only ventured to the outskirts of the city before turning back. Of course, going inside would have its own advantages. There was information he could only gather by seeing things firsthand. After sending the letter, Turon secretly made his way to Ash's room to take care of something he had been putting off. Analyzing the magic artifacts he had obtained during his last journey. "Wait, just how many of these do you have?" "Quite a few." "This is way more than quite a few." Spread out in front of them were a total of 15 magic artifacts. A great house that had vassals like House Berg, a family of enchanters, might be able to afford such a luxury, but for ordinary nobles, obtaining this many magic artifacts would mean uprooting the very foundation of an ordinary noble house. Ashes let out a dry chuckle before placing his hands on each magic artifact, one by one, and beginning his examination. The first items he checked were the ring and earrings obtained from the Western Wasteland. As expected, since they had belonged to lesser nobles, they were not particularly impressive. The ring improved night vision when worn, while the earrings slightly increased resistance to fire. The earrings might be somewhat useful, but the ring was utterly worthless, making it a better idea to just give it to Salif. Next, he examined the magic artifacts from the nobles of House Varaha. Most of them were designed for defense, support, or mimicking bloodline magic, and as expected from a great house, their performance was exceptional. Although Turon had already figured out some of their abilities through real combat, verifying their exact functions and potential side effects was essential for using them properly. Of course, without an enchanter among their acquaintances, doing so was not easy. As he carefully noted down each artifact's abilities and considered which ones to use or distribute, Ashes finally placed his hand on the transformation mask. It was most likely the item that the House Varaha noble had used to deceive Salif and disguise himself as a pirate. Closing his eyes, Ashes channeled magic power into it to analyze its properties, only to suddenly frown. What, did you find something strange?" It was a reaction he had not shown while examining any of the previous artifacts. When Turon asked, Ashes opened his eyes and replied, "The ability itself is a bit grotesque, but it's useful. If you place the mask on a corpse's face and infuse magic power, it stores that face. Later, when placed on a living person and activated, it changes their face to the stored one. The effect lasts until the mask is removed, but it continuously drains magic power. What's the magic consumption like? For a night, a few hours would be the limit. For a noble-class wizard, their recovery rate might barely outpace the drain, allowing for near-continuous use, but using magic while wearing it would severely hamper recovery. Magic recovery speed was proportional to one's total magic power. Based on that explanation, someone like Turon, a high-ranking wizard, would only experience a slight slowdown in magic recovery, making it possible to wear the mask almost indefinitely. And since he could simply remove it when he needed to fight at full strength, the drawbacks were more than manageable. That's excellent. Right, with this level of functionality, it could be considered a top-tier magical artifact. But I think there's a matching item that pairs with it. It seems like the true ability can only be used when combined with that counterpart. Chapter 70. As soon as Ashes finished his explanation, Turon immediately brought the mask to his face. At first, he felt a cold and hard texture, but as he infused magic power into it, it quickly transformed into something lukewarm and gelatinous, clinging tightly to his face. Just as he had heard, he could feel a steady amount of magic power continuously being drained, but his natural recovery ability was sufficient to handle it. "How is it? I've suddenly aged overnight." "It's flawless." When he spoke while looking at Ashes, his voice was much rougher than usual, as if metal were being scraped together, producing a deep, coarse tone. Looking at the mirror beside him, he saw a middle-aged man with dark brown skin, tanned from years in the sun, and a thick black beard that left a strong impression. However, upon closer inspection, below the neck, his relatively pale skin remained unchanged, making the transformation feel somewhat unnatural. Well, now that I think about it, the scars remained the same too. If the mask had the ability to alter body shape as well, then even Salif would not have been able to detect anything unusual. If it had such a function, it would not have been something tossed around merely for impersonating pirates. At that moment, as he quietly observed, Ashes asked Turon, "I didn't expect it to create a beard as well." "That's not real, is it?" "Of course not." Just to be sure, Turon grabbed a strand and pulled it out, and the beard slipped off painlessly before crumbling away into dust. Aside from that, when he brushed over it, there was no sense of unnaturalness in the texture, making it incredibly convincing. Whatever the matching item is, this alone is already quite useful. As he was saying that, Turon suddenly felt a peculiar vibration emanating from his chest. The source of the vibration was none other than the item he always wore as a necklace, the mimic relic. Why is this? Could it be that this is the paired item? Now that he thought about it, the two did share some similarities. The relic's owner's bloodline was literally called the mimic, and its function was to absorb another's magic power to replicate their bloodline ability. Similarly, the mask was also an item that imitated someone else's face. However, if it was truly a paired artifact with an object that had slumbered in the sea for thousands of years, then that would mean this mask was also a sacred relic. But its magic power and function seemed far too weak for that. If it were truly such an artifact, House Varaha would never have foolishly let it circulate outside. Aren't the two items too mismatched in terms of grade? Completely mismatched. It's like comparing your guardian magic artifact to a basic magic lamp hanging here. Before appraising the mask, Turon first asked Ashes to assess the mimic relic. Until now, he had been using it more by trial and error rather than with a proper understanding of its functions. However, after attempting an appraisal, Ashes admitted that it was impossible for him to analyze the item with his current skills. If that was the case, then this relic was undoubtedly one of the highest-grade sacred relics. To properly understand it, he would probably need to ask Ashes's mother or older brother for help. That aside, if they're a pair, what should we do? Just stick them together. Turon removed the mask and tried bringing it into contact with the relic, but not only did nothing special happen, even the vibration from earlier completely disappeared. It seemed that the lack of reaction was due to them not being used together. There's no real response. How about infusing magic power into them while they're connected? Following Ashes's suggestion, Turon brought the two items together and infused magic power into each. Immediately, a deep wooing sound echoed, and both the mask and the relic began to vibrate. Even a fool could tell that there was some connection between the two. Turon felt an immense amount of magic power draining from his fingertips and let out a gasp. Looks like this is the right method. Once they started resonating, the two artifacts greedily devoured Turon's magic power at an alarming rate. At first, he thought it would stop soon, but after 1 minute, then 5, then 10, then 20, he started feeling his magic reserves running low. But if he stopped infusing magic power now and damaged the items in the process, it would be a huge waste. In the end, he even called Salif, who had been idly lounging in his room, and the three nobles infused their magic power into the resonating artifacts together. The sudden magic power absorption phenomenon ended only after the three of them had exhausted their magic power to near depletion. Turon, Salif, and Ashes all collapsed onto the large bed without a word, too drained to care about anything else. "I feel like I'm going to pass out." "Hey, if we were going to do something like this, you should have called me earlier. I was in the middle of practicing levitation magic, as if I knew this would happen." The three of them lay there, overwhelmed by exhaustion and dizziness, until they finally recovered their strength about an hour later. Since he had been the last to join, Ashes had retained more of his magic power compared to the others. He placed his fingers on the mask and then spoke to Turon. "This mask, I can't appraise it anymore. Just like your necklace." In other words, its status as a magic artifact had skyrocketed to an incredible level. Struggling to sit up, Turon immediately grabbed the two transformed objects and observed them carefully. The first noticeable change was in their appearance. The previously semi-transparent mask was now engraved with wave patterns, while the sacred relic bore the image of a face wearing a hat adorned with bells. When he put the sacred relic around his neck and donned the mask, activating them, he realized that not only their appearance but also their functionality had changed. He could see the flow of magic power swirling around the bodies of the two nobles in front of him. The flow of magic seemed to be forming small symbols from within. Ashes has a white anvil and a black hammer, while Salif has two glowing white hands holding a mass of fire. They were unmistakably symbols representing each person's bloodline. Turon immediately turned his gaze inward and confirmed his suspicion. A white cloud charged with lightning, surrounded by darkness, and within that darkness a lone eye glaring fiercely. These were undoubtedly the symbols of House Arabian and House Zahar. At that moment, Ashes pointed at Turon's face and said, "Huh, you're wearing the mask right, but your face hasn't changed." Hearing those words, Turon quickly looked into the mirror again and realized that despite wearing the mask, his face remained unchanged. Had the mask lost its transformation ability in exchange for gaining the power to perceive others' bloodlines? For a brief moment he panicked, but then an idea struck him. He faced the mirror and imagined his face changing. Moments later, his reflection shifted, first into Corvinus, then into Ashes and Salif, and even into women like Mesa and Rita, effortlessly transforming at will. Ashes and Salif, watching from the side, widened their eyes in shock. "No way, you can change your face freely now." Turon continued experimenting to see just how far this artifact's abilities extended. He could adjust his height by about 5 to 10 centimeters, slightly alter his skeletal structure and finger proportions, and even change his skin tone and voice almost exactly as he imagined. Each transformation consumed magic power, but this level of functionality was undoubtedly that of a legendary top-tier sacred relic. It seems this was a sacred relic all along. Our magic power acted as a catalyst for its growth or unlocking its full potential. To test further, he removed the mask, and as expected, he could no longer perceive others' bloodlines. Likewise, when he separated the mimic relic from the mask, he could only transform into Corvinus and no one else. In other words, the two artifacts had to be used together to access the additional abilities. Upon hearing Turon's analysis, Ashes and Salif examined the two objects multiple times before tilting their heads in confusion. "This is strange." "Right, it really is. How could a nameless top-tier sacred relic left behind by the pre-god tribe be paired with a mere magic artifact that House Varaha had been treating so carelessly?" At that moment, Turon proposed a theory. "What if this sacred relic wasn't originally such an incredible item?" "What do you mean?" "One of the questions I had back when we first went there was why neither the god nor the great sea serpent had turned into undead spirits. Even if the god remained unaffected because of its divine nature, at the very least, their magic power should have lingered. If someone had come first and absorbed the magic power, there would have been no reason to leave the mimic relic behind. If, like the merfolk Prince Armenia, they had been unable to take it because they were not chosen, then at the very least, they could have taken the entire corpse. The wizard who absorbed the power of the two beings would not have been as powerless as that baby shark." "Wait, are you saying that this sacred relic absorbed the magic power of those two beings?" "It's just a guess, but think about it. Originally, it was just a pair of moderately powerful magic artifacts. One absorbed the power of a dead god and a mythical magical beast, becoming a sacred relic, while the other remained an ordinary magic artifact, circulating around for thousands of years." Turon had considered this theory before but had never been certain. The reason was that, for something that had supposedly absorbed the power of two divine beings, the mimic relic did not seem particularly impressive as a sacred relic. It was certainly useful in many ways, but it was not on the level of a potion that could revive the dead or armor that granted immortality. However, if that power had been accumulating without being fully utilized, and if the magic power of the three nobles had served as a catalyst to enhance the mask, then the theory started to make more sense. Even though Turon's reasoning had several leaps, Ashes and Salif could not come up with a more plausible explanation, so they accepted it. At that moment, Ashes pointed at the mimic relic and asked, "But is identifying bloodlines really that useful?" Unlike Turon, most nobles did not bother to hide their bloodlines. After all, bloodline abilities played a massive role in battles, making them difficult to conceal. Turon replied to the skeptical Ashes, "This is a good chance to find out if there really are Zahar assassins inside Arabian." Ah. Only then did Ashes realize the true potential of this artifact. No spy would be able to escape the scrutiny of the newly transformed sacred relics. After completing the appraisal of the magic artifacts, Turon wandered through the Berg family's annex, observing the people passing by. From servants to knights and even the occasional noble. Among the nobles and knights, all of them displayed the symbols of the enchanter bloodline, an anvil and a hammer. Some knights also bore the symbol of a cloud imbued with lightning. Surprisingly, even among commoners, there were a fair number who carried these symbols. "Well, my mother wasn't a knight, yet she still had the Arabian bloodline." As he continued observing, Turon arrived at the Berg family's stables. There, a massive horse and a golden eagle were playing together. "Having fun, Bage?" "Turon, she's so dumb." Bage flapped its wings and landed, furiously stamping the ground while scribbling letters in the dirt. From past experience, Turon knew that Tilly was a fairly intelligent horse. But to Bage, who could freely write words and form sentences, Tilly probably seemed frustratingly slow-witted. Don't be like that, just have fun. And don't bully her. I'm not bullying. Bage then launched into a long-winded complaint about how she had tried all sorts of games with Tilly, but the horse was too stupid to understand anything, leaving Bage exasperated. Judging by Tilly's indifferent expression, it was hard to tell if the horse truly did not understand or if it simply could not be bothered. As Turon comforted Bage, he used his enhanced sacred relic to peer into her inner self. An Arabian symbol, but it's translucent. Can you try making some wind, not too strong, just a gentle breeze? Like a good child, Bage immediately created a gentle wind that swept through the stables. As soon as she did, the translucent symbol activated, and Turon could see a faint yellow glow resonating within his own body. So Bage has the potential for the storm bloodline, but she needs a bonded partner to fully wield that power. Looking at Tilly beside it, Turon noticed that the horse had no such markings, indicating that not all magical beasts possessed this kind of latent potential. It was unlikely that one of Bage's ancestors had been a human with the Arabian bloodline, so why had Bage inherited this potential? That, too, was a question worth pondering. Afterward, Turon returned to his room and continued researching how to make full use of the mask. This time, Turon attempted something different, not shaping the face of an actual person, whether living or dead, but creating the face of someone who did not exist at all. At first, he tried crafting an entirely new face from scratch. However, it gave off an unbearable sense of awkwardness and discomfort. So instead, he changed his approach by slightly modifying the features of real people. There was no shortage of faces to use as a base, both inside and outside the palace. Each day, Turon observed the people he encountered, carefully memorizing their features. Then at night, he would alter or combine them to create faces that had never existed. A broad-featured and hardy young farmer, a lanky and frail-looking scholar, an elderly merchant with a hooked nose. Just in case it ever became necessary, he also gave Salif and Ashes the two sacred relics and had them practice using them. However, unexpectedly, neither of them could use them at all. The mimic relic did not even grant its most basic effects to anyone other than Turon. Thus, he spent about a week training alone with the mask. Then Haram, who had gone hunting wolves, finally returned. "It's been a while." "It has, master, don't call me that." Haram briefly masked his embarrassment with his usual gruff demeanor, but his eyes lit up when he noticed Salif standing nearby. "You've trained well. Are you perhaps from a major house?" "Huh, ah no, how could I be?" When Haram had first seen him, he had only thought Salif had a sturdy build. But to the eyes of a seasoned expert who had dedicated his life to this field, something must have stood out. Haram examined Salif's physique, feeling different parts of his body and exclaiming in admiration before repeatedly questioning him about his training methods. Since Salif could not exactly reveal that he had been trained within House Varaha, he simply claimed that he had learned from a wandering noble. For Salif, it was an awkward interrogation, but for everyone else, it was an amusing spectacle. Afterward, Turon attempted to train with Haram as before, but they had to stop soon after. There was no equipment available that could handle Turon's current physical abilities. "You've grown strong." "I was lucky." Haram did not know what Turon's bloodline was, but he could tell that Turon's strength did not come from any inherent physical specialization. Yet with this level of physical ability, it meant that Turon had accumulated magical power on par with the high-ranking nobles. Haram seemed puzzled about how Turon had gained so much power in such a short time, but did not press the issue. Perhaps he assumed that Turon had resorted to some less than honorable means. Regardless, having excessive magic power was not always a good thing. By the time 3 weeks had passed, Turon realized that Mesa's reply should have arrived long ago. "Ashes, how long does it usually take for a letter to travel between here and Morgan City?" "At most, a week is enough, and if it's between noble families, it should be even faster." Just to be sure, he asked Ashes, but there was nothing particularly slow about Arabian's communication network. In other words, if Mesa had received the letter and sent a reply, it should have already arrived. There were 3 possible reasons why it had not. First, Mesa had read the letter and deliberately ignored it. Second, Mesa had read the letter but was unable to respond. Third, the letter had not been delivered properly. Whichever it was, simply waiting would not resolve anything. "I think I'll have to go to Morgan City myself." "Wouldn't it be better to wait until Salif's arm is fully healed and then go together?" Turon shook his head and placed a finger on his face. "Normally, traveling together would be safer, but now I have this. If all I need to do is sneak in, check things out and leave, it's actually easier to go alone." It was finally time to put the skills he had been practicing for the past few weeks to the test. Chapter author's note pi here, the author of this novel has released a world map which I have shared below. The quality is low because that is how it was shared in the original version by the author. I will also be updating the spellings of some of the places to match those of the author in future chapters. So far these changes include House Arabian right arrow House Arabian House Berg right arrow House Berg Zavalin City right arrow Zavalin City Anik Island right arrow Anik Island Miguel Island right arrow Miguel Island Comed right arrow Comed Vanapel right arrow Banifal Vijan right arrow Bijan Abacha right arrow Avacha Parian Island right arrow Palian Island below is the message author posted with the map. Hello, this is Watermelon Peach. This time I have finally completed and posted the world map that has been requested several times. The reason I hadn't created a detailed map before was because I thought maps might limit readers' imagination, and additionally, if I failed to verify the accuracy, there might be setting errors. However, it seemed that with the expanding scope of the story, many readers might find it difficult to follow along without a specific map. So this time, instead of using Paint, I created it using a paid edition of a commercially available map program. While making this, I read through the entire story from the beginning to check for any inaccuracies. But since I'm also human and the map itself is a concrete visualization of what was vaguely in my head, there might be some settings that slightly deviate from the main story. In such cases, please prioritize the main story. Moving on to the map contents, the thin gray lines on the land are the old Empire roads mentioned in the main story. You might notice that they often pass by important cities, which is because cities mainly developed in places where transportation was convenient due to these roads. For areas controlled by major houses, I included the house names without region names, and for areas without ruling major houses, I included the region names. Of course, originally there are many more cities in each region besides the marked ones, and numerous islands in the seas. Since depicting all of these would be impossible and unnecessary, I boldly skipped everything except for some important regions that appeared in the main story. I'll have to think about whether to supplement future appearing cities and regions in a revised version or not. After all, just creating this one was quite exhausting. And I debated quite a bit about whether to write the names in Korean or English, but when I tried both, English looked more stylish. Perhaps it's because of the parchment-style map. I intentionally excluded particularly difficult spellings, so I guess there won't be much difficulty in reading. Anyway, I hope this map helps you imagine how Turon moved and what the world looks like while reading the story. I sincerely thank all the readers. Chapter 71, the capital of Aravian, Morgan City, was an ideal city with the most favorable conditions for the formation of a great metropolis. First, it was the central hub of the Tacking Plains, which had the capacity to support a massive population. Second, there were no mountains nearby to obstruct the city's expansion, and the enormous volume of the Ribble River flowed through the city. Lastly, and most importantly, one of the most powerful great houses in the world, House Aravian of the Storm bloodline, protected it. While the capitals of other great houses had populations ranging from 100,000 to 500,000, Morgan's population exceeded 1 million. As a result, no one paid attention to a couple of wandering travelers passing through the city. This was the reason a certain middle-aged traveler was able to enter Morgan City so naturally. Turon, who had perfectly disguised himself, looked around in awe at the greatest city in the world, just like any other country bumpkin traveler would. Even seeing it again, it's unbelievably huge. He had visited Morgan once before, but at that time he had only watched a departure ceremony from the outskirts and left. This was his first time entering the city itself. As Turon walked further inward, he realized how meticulously the city had been designed. The residential district for commoners was surrounded by entertainment and commercial areas, including theaters, gambling houses, bathhouses, and brothels. Further inside, there were cultural facilities for the higher-class citizens, such as libraries, debate halls, and sports arenas. Noisy and foul-smelling facilities such as blacksmiths, paper mills, and dye factories were placed far from the residential areas. However, the well-paved wide roads allowed large carriages to transport people back and forth without interruption. The entire city felt like a well-crafted piece of art. The various pollutants generated by such a large population were efficiently drained into the city's river through a well-maintained sewer system. These pollutants were then purified naturally by the influence of magical artifacts installed within the river. Most likely, several high-tier magical artifacts powered by the abilities of the Purifier bloodline had been installed. While admiring the city's internal design, Turon also activated the senses of his sacred relic to observe the magic power and bloodlines of the people passing by. As expected of the capital of a great house, it was not difficult to spot knights and nobles among the pedestrians. Surprisingly, many of them were dressed in humble clothing, just like Turon. Some of them were likely wanderers who simply wanted to avoid drawing attention or did not wish to reveal their identity in Aravian. However, if that was not the case, then they were either criminals or spies. How many hours had passed as he continued observing the people walking by? At last, he reached the center of the city, House Aravian's main estate. The dazzling sight made Turon instinctively raise a hand to shield his eyes as he muttered, "Ah, so bright." This was not a figurative expression describing excessive grandeur. He was literally blinded by the radiant glow of the densely embedded magical lamps covering the white castle walls. If a Zahar noble attempted to infiltrate the estate using concealment magic, their magic power would be completely drained in an instant. Turon slowly walked around the castle walls, confirming that House Aravian's estate was perfectly enclosed by this wall of light. The only open passage for entry was a massive castle gate. In front of it stood 4 nobles and around 40 knights, with inspectors verifying the identities of those passing through. Naturally, this area was also packed with magical lamps, making it nearly impossible to sneak through using concealment magic. Moreover, there was a high probability that a detection magic artifact, similar to the one Mesa had used in the past, was in place. What if someone attempted to fly over the walls? That option was also blocked. Every open section above the walls was covered by a magic net. Since none of House Aravian's vassals had the barrier master bloodline, they had either used a magical artifact or hired an outsider to set it up. Furthermore, the magic net extended downward, preventing any attempt to tunnel underground using earth manipulation. So I can't even use the sacred relic to scout the inside. If Turon were to fully activate the mimic relic right now, he would be able to detect magic power within a radius of approximately 500 meters and sense bloodlines within 50 meters. However, neither ability extended inside the checkpoint. It seemed to be either one of the powers of the barrier or a separate countermeasure specifically designed to block detection abilities. After surveying the area for a long time, Turon ultimately acknowledged that infiltrating through stealth alone was impossible. Of course, if it had been that easy, the nobles of Zahar would have already turned this place into a complete mess, so it was only natural. That did not mean he intended to give up. Name and occupation. Vecca Gardener, as the man who appeared to be in his early 30s stated his name, the inspector quickly scanned the documents beside him, flipping through the section labeled Gardener. Soon he found a page detailing a gardener named Vecca. Red bobbed hair, brown eyes, a pug nose, buck teeth, medium height with a slightly protruding belly, one leg slightly shorter than the other, and a long scar on his cheek. Not only did all the characteristics match perfectly, but his face was also identical to the meticulously drawn magical portrait. After confirming the entry pass as well, the inspector nodded. "Proceed, thank you," the gardener Vecca cheerfully responded and walked past the checkpoint, entering the main estate. The buildings were elegant and well-maintained, befitting the residence of a great house's core members. As he observed the people passing by, Vecca no Turon smiled. "That was easier than I expected." After securing a lodging near the Wall of Light and staying for a day, Turon had carefully roamed around the castle gate, repeatedly changing his appearance to avoid drawing attention, all while analyzing the checkpoint procedures. As a result, he realized that House Aravian did not control access to its estate as strictly as he had expected. Of course, with over 100 nobles, 1,000 knights, and more than 10,000 servants managing their needs, it was impossible to regulate every single person's movements with absolute precision. Even the security measures they had, creating portraits and entry passes for every individual, were at a level that ordinary noble houses could not even dream of. After multiple attempts, Turon finally identified the group with the lowest likelihood of being scrutinized: servants. He targeted a gardener on leave, got him heavily drunk, stole his appearance, entry pass, and clothing, and left 3 Arabian silver coins in exchange. The gardener would likely struggle when he sobered up and tried to return without his entry pass. But since there was no record of his previous entry, the guards would not suspect that the same person had entered twice. Considering that the inspectors processed hundreds of people daily, even if one of them recalled his face, they would likely dismiss it as a mistake. Besides, I don't plan on keeping this face for long anyway. Although Turon had conversed with Vecca while drinking, he had not bothered to learn much about him, his personality, relationships with family and friends, or anything of the sort. In other words, if he ran into someone who knew Vecca, his identity would be exposed immediately. To avoid such a troublesome situation, Turon hid in the shadows of the building closest to the castle wall and modified his face, blending features from several Aravian knights he had seen at the checkpoint. He now appeared to be a young knight apprentice in his mid to late teens, with blonde hair, brown eyes, a slightly short and slender physique. Instead of the shabby gardener's clothes, he donned a training uniform he had taken from House Burke, completing the transformation into a youthful Aravian knight in training. Stuffing his previous outfit into his large-capacity pouch, Turon walked confidently down the main road. So this is the main estate of a great house. As he heightened his sacred relic senses, he detected the presence of numerous wizards and magical artifacts throughout the area. Turon carefully analyzed their strength one by one. Among the nobles, there are at least 15 at the lowest level, 30 at the lower level, 42 at the middle level, 17 at the upper level, and 5 at the highest level. There are too many knights to count. Ever since obtaining the mimic relic, Turon had been observing the magic power of nobles and roughly classifying their strength. However, after discussing the matter with his companions recently, they had decided to categorize them into 5 distinct tiers. This system was devised to convey an opponent's strength in a relatively simple manner. Knights, from a noble's perspective, were all more or less on the same level, so they were excluded from the classification. The lowest tier consisted of individuals who were either too young to have fully awakened their magic power or those, with exceptionally poor talent even among common nobles, barely managing to manifest their bloodline abilities. The lower tier represented the average level of common nobles or those from great houses who were at the very bottom in terms of talent. The middle tier included common nobles with relatively outstanding talent or the average level of nobles from great houses. The upper tier comprised heads of ordinary noble houses or elite figures even among great houses. The highest tier was reserved for the strongest individuals within great houses, those who, if young, would be considered candidates for the next head of the family. And then there is one more level beyond that. Turon's gaze turned to the largest building in the main estate, where he saw a massive cluster of light in the shape of a human. Even the highest-tier noble in the adjacent building, who he assumed was Mesa, seemed diminutive in comparison to this overwhelming presence. That person could only be Battle Aravian, Mesa's father and the strongest wielder of the Storm bloodline, as well as the current head of House Aravian. It wouldn't be surprising if that guy turned out to be a member of the pre-god tribe. The sheer magnitude of the great house leader's magic, observed firsthand for the first time, was beyond formidable. Would it even be possible for Mesa to accumulate such power, even if she lived for several hundred years? And what about the head of House Zahar, who had once fought this monster on equal footing? With such questions lingering in his mind, Turon slowly surveyed the overall structure of House Aravian's main estate. At the very center stood the largest mansion, presumably the residence of the family head. Adjacent to it was a slightly smaller mansion, which seemed to belong to Mesa. Several buildings appeared unoccupied, possibly because their residents were away on business. However, it seemed that the higher one's status, the closer their residence was to the center of the estate. The smaller houses, where only knights and commoners' presences could be felt, were likely the living quarters for knights, their families, or household servants. Since Vecca, the identity Turon had stolen, was also the son of a knight, it was highly probable that most of the servants here were related to knights. As he passed by a training ground where young knights were enthusiastically shouting as they trained, he finally spotted Mesa's presumed residence. It was the second largest building within the estate, located right next to the main residence of the family head. Yet, despite its massive size, the mansion contained only 5 commoners and Mesa herself. Compared to other noble mansions, where numerous knights, nobles, and dozens of servants resided, this was an oddly small number. Curious whether there might be a security artifact similar to the one Rita had used in the past, Turon carefully scanned the area. However, apart from the magical artifact Mesa herself possessed, he could not sense any others inside. Is this a trap? The security seemed suspiciously lax for the residents of House Aravian's heir, raising his doubts. However, there was no logical reason for them to set a trap. Turon had left no traces or clues during his infiltration so far. Surely, they weren't preparing every day for the possibility of an unexpected Zahar noble invasion. After much deliberation, Turon concealed himself in the shadows of the mansion's outer wall, activated concealment magic, and leaped over the wall. Fortunately, no sudden alarms blared, nor did dozens of nobles come rushing toward him. It worked. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, Turon scanned the interior of the mansion. The first thing he saw was a garden, overgrown and tangled with trees growing in all directions. The walls and windows were covered in ivy, and many of the numerous windows were either broken or filthy. Had he not already sensed people inside, he might have mistaken the place for an abandoned mansion. He climbed through one of the broken windows into a room, only to find it completely empty, devoid of any furniture. Stepping out into the hallway, he noticed that every single room was in the same condition. He was able to confirm this because all the doors were left wide open. The hallways and walls were completely bare, no tapestries, no paintings, nothing that was commonly used for decoration. The maids gathered on the first floor were all elderly women, seemingly between their 50s and 60s, who looked like they should have retired long ago. They went about their tasks in a lethargic manner, not engaging in any chatter, making it difficult to glean any information from them. Turon observed these women idly embroidering or reading books for a while before heading up to the second floor, where Mesa was. Just like the first floor, he passed by several empty rooms with wide-open doors before arriving at the only closed one. Carefully pushing open the unlocked door, he saw a room filled with old, dust-covered, and shabby furniture. In one corner of the dusty room, Mesa lay curled up under a blanket, her body frail and thin. If not for the array of elaborate magical artifacts wrapped around her, she looked less like the heir of a great house and more like the daughter of a poor laborer. One who had been starving for months and was on the brink of death. No matter how I look at it, something's not right. She's living in a place this rundown in a situation this defenseless. It was no wonder Mesa had developed paranoia, believing that assassins lurked around her at all times. Even House Burke's estate seemed far better fortified against assassination attempts than this. Why on earth was the heir of House Aravian being left in such a state? If Turon had been an assassin from Zahar, this would have been the perfect moment to strike. Of course, taking her out in one blow would be difficult with all the magical artifacts guarding her body. Turon briefly considered speaking to Mesa right away, but decided against it, wary of the possibility of unseen surveillance. Even though his sacred relic detected nothing, there could still be techniques capable of bypassing even its senses. For now, it seemed wiser to use this strangely empty mansion as a base and observe the surrounding situation more thoroughly. Fortunately, they don't seem overly concerned about Zahar nobles infiltrating the estate's interior. Had they embedded magical lamps throughout the inside of the walls as well, nighttime activities would have been far more challenging. But even House Aravian must have found that level of security excessive. After all, they disliked blinding lights as much as anyone else, and it would have been difficult to sleep if the night was as bright as the day. Of course, approaching the main residence where the family head resided would not be as easy as slipping into this mansion. Turon's goal was to investigate the residences of powerful figures within House Aravian, much like when he had encountered Cadram before. He might be able to eavesdrop on their conversations or sneak a look at internal documents. Just as he was considering securing a hidden spot within the mansion to stay, he sensed a presence approaching from afar. A wizard with the magic power of an upper-tier noble. Judging by the silhouette, it was a woman. The moment she got close enough for him to identify her bloodline, Turon's expression hardened. This presence, the wizard entered the mansion naturally, exchanging greetings with the other maids before heading upstairs to Mesa's room with something in hand. Knock, knock. Her manner suggested she was quite familiar with this routine, as if she had done this many times before. "Young lady, I've brought the book you asked for." A few seconds later, she opened the door, quietly gazed at the sleeping Mesa for a moment, then placed a few books on the desk beside her before leaving. After briefly checking the books she had left behind, Turon cautiously followed the mysterious upper-tier noble. Who is this woman? On the surface, she appeared to be just a maid in her early 30s. But deep within, beneath the overwhelming magic power of an upper-tier noble, Turon could sense the distinct darkness and the symbol of eyes, characteristics unique to Zahar. Chapter 72, the noble of House Zahar, who had come out of Mesa's room, did not leave the mansion immediately but instead headed to the reception room on the first floor. The elderly maids, unlike before, greeted her with energy. "Oh my, why are you out already? Aren't you going to talk more?" She was sleeping soundly, so I just left the book she was looking for and came out. The sun hasn't even fully set yet. It seems like she's been sleeping more and more these days. It's because she's unwell. She needs to eat something to regain her health. But if she doesn't want to eat, we can't force her, can we? The women chattered on without realizing that Turon was standing right behind them in concealment. Thanks to this, he effortlessly learned that the noble's alias was Rita, and that she was none other than a personal maid of the head of House Aravian. It was already shocking that a noble of House Zahar was inside the main house of House Aravian, but to be the head's personal maid. How in the world? From what he knew, the servants in the main house were thoroughly raised from childhood among the families of knights. Given the nature of nobles who aged slowly, it would be difficult to maintain a commoner disguise for long periods. Perhaps she was using a magic artifact similar to the one he had, but even his sense for sacred relics detected nothing. She either used some ingenious method to disguise herself, or House Aravian is secretly harboring nobles of House Zahar. For nobles, bloodline abilities served as a kind of boundary. If someone possessed the same ability, they were kin. If they had a different ability, they were an outsider. This also involved religious and political elements. Nobles' bloodline abilities were originally bestowed by the gods, symbolizing their divine right to rule. For this reason, nobles strictly gathered within families based on shared bloodline abilities. Of course, cousin marriages were frowned upon, so external bloodlines were often brought in. However, even in such cases, if a child's bloodline differed from that of the family, they could not remain within it. For example, if the head of the House of Enchanters married a noble of the healer bloodline, and their child inherited the healer bloodline, that child would have to be adopted into the healer family regardless of being the head's offspring. Violating this rule by assimilating nobles of a different bloodline into one's house was called bloodline theft, which was considered as severe as robbery and murder committed for magic power. But after all, taboos and rules existed because there were those who broke them. Perhaps House Aravian had been raising nobles of House Zahar for quite some time. It was too early to be certain which case it was. Lost in thought, Turon eventually noticed that the women's chatter had ceased and that Rita had left the mansion. He intended to follow her while remaining concealed but had to stop soon after. The place she was heading to was none other than the residence of the head of House Aravian. Following her inside, that wouldn't be wise. Only Mesa's residence had such strangely lax security. The head's residence was likely well guarded. Turon was confident he could escape from anyone else, but he had to avoid facing the head. If the head decided to attack, he could die instantly before even having the chance to react. Instead of following further, he stealthily plucked a strand of hair from Rita's maid uniform. He even used tracking magic to confirm that it was indeed her own hair and not a wig or someone else's. Good, with this, I can track her wherever she runs. Tracking magic worked by setting specific conditions and using heightened senses to locate a matching target. The more precise the conditions, the wider the range that could be searched with minimal magic power. Using a part of the target's body was one of the most efficient tracking methods. In other words, with just this single strand of hair, Turon could track Rita even if she was thousands of kilometers away. There was a reason why people feared the tracking abilities of House Zahar. After securing a way to track Rita and letting her go, Turon returned to Mesa's room and opened the book. Contrary to his expectation that it would contain some important information about the family, it was nothing more than an ordinary collection of fairy tales. The woodcutter who dropped his axe, the prince who became a frog, the star child, these are all familiar fairy tales. Each one was a story his mother, Bage, had told him at bedtime when he was a child. Thinking about it, it made sense that the daughter of an Aravian knight would only know fairy tales originating from this region. He skimmed through the book multiple times, wondering if there might be some hidden code or message, but nothing seemed particularly special. Besides, if there were such a thing, it wouldn't be much of a code if someone like him, a complete outsider in this field, could easily decipher it. As Turon read the fairy tales, he was momentarily lost in old memories. However, he soon snapped out of it, closed the book, and turned to look at Mesa. Did she just want to read fairy tales? Unfortunately, since she was asleep, he couldn't get an answer. So he left the room and resumed patrolling the mansion. He was searching for a suitable place to use as a base, but it didn't take long for him to realize that, like the first floor, all the rooms up to the fifth floor were completely empty, with their doors wide open. To make matters worse, even the attic, which was a common feature in mansions like this, had rotting floorboards exposing everything inside. Turon quickly realized that it was impossible to use this mansion as a base. If the mansion was deliberately kept in this state to prevent nobles of House Zahar from infiltrating, then it was surprisingly effective. After all, concealment magic couldn't last forever, and at some point he would have to release it and rest. But here that was impossible. Even the slightest movement would cause the half-rotten wooden planks to creak, and the walls and floors full of gaping holes would do nothing to muffle any noise. If he so much as snored, the keen hearing of the nobles would likely pick it up from the first floor. The only viable option was to reveal himself to Mesa and share her room, but he hadn't gathered enough information to justify that yet. At the very least, he needed to find evidence that House Aravian was plotting something, similar to what he had uncovered in case of Salif, before he could convince Mesa. Leaving the mansion, Turon used both concealment and flight magic as he searched for a temporary hideout. Streetlights cast their glow, but they provided just enough light to push back the darkness, making it easy for him to remain hidden in the sky. He heightened his sacred relics perception as he observed the people passing by. After a few minutes, he spotted a family of 4 walking in the distance. One of them possessed magic power on par with a high-ranking noble. "Today's performance was really fun, Father." "I didn't think so." "Oh my, but you cried earlier, Dora." "I did not cry. Don't be so embarrassed. It's okay to cry if something moves you." The middle-aged noble, chatting with his wife and children as they walked, had a familiar face. Was his name Cadram? Turon vaguely recalled that he was the vice-captain of House Aravian's dark elf subjugation force. Kjorn had once mentioned that he was the half-brother of the head of House Aravian and one of his most trusted aides. If that was true, there was a good chance Turon could gather valuable information from his residence. Judging by the man's level of strength, even if an alarm were triggered, Turon was confident he could either escape or subdue him if necessary. After confirming that Cadram and his family had entered their mansion, Turon maintained his concealment magic. and used telekinesis magic to unlock a window near the roof before slipping inside. The room appeared to be an attic that was rarely used, but it was still far cleaner than Mesa's residence. It seemed that keeping the interior in a state of ruin wasn't a preference among House Aravian's nobles, but rather Mesa's personal taste. Turon deactivated his concealment magic, removed his mask, and let out a deep sigh. As the magic power he had been slowly consuming began to recover, a wave of fatigue washed over him. As long as he wasn't caught right in front of the head of the house, Turon was confident he could escape. However, that didn't mean he felt no pressure about infiltrating the stronghold of a great noble family. Turon took out the mimic relic and absorbed a small amount of magic power from the barrier master bloodline before setting up barriers on the attic's door and windows. Judging by the thick layer of dust accumulated in this place, it didn't seem like anyone would be coming here anytime soon. Still, it was best to be prepared for any situation. With his safe zone secured, he took a light nap for a few hours. Once his fatigue had faded and his magic power had recovered, Turon checked the mansion and confirmed that only 1 or 2 servants were awake, standing night watch. Without delay, he began his exploration of the estate. Naturally, his target was Kadram's study. After all, the easiest place to find someone's personal secrets in their home was the room where all sorts of documents were stored. Fortunately, he didn't need to search through the entire mansion to find it. He could sense that one room in the corner of the second floor was sealed with a magic artifact. If it wasn't a study, then why would it be secured even more tightly than a bedroom? This much is nothing. Kadram may have thought he had locked it up securely, but against the mimic relic, this level of security was meaningless. Turon examined the flow of magic within the artifact, sealing the study's entrance, and then went to Kadram's bedroom, where he found a key that seemed to be its pair. Kadram, who had just finished an intense sex session with his wife and fallen into deep sleep, didn't even notice that an intruder had entered his room. The security inside is surprisingly lax, almost ridiculously so. Turon had been able to enter quickly thanks to his mask, but if someone was willing to take the time and effort, other nobles of House Zahar could just as easily infiltrate by disguising themselves as servants. That woman he had seen earlier might have used a similar method. And if an infiltrator decided to go on a killing spree, how exactly did they plan to respond with such poor security? Clicking his tongue at the weak defenses of House Aravian, Turon entered the study. Inside, he found a desk, about 10 bookshelves, and numerous books and documents neatly arranged. Now it was time to check whether any of them contained the information he was looking for. Let's see. As expected, the documents spread across the desk were of little value. Approval records for the distribution of supplies within Morgan City. Considering that most nobles had no interest in such matters, it was likely that Kadram merely stamped his seal on them without paying much attention. After neatly organizing the documents back in place, Turon began pulling out and checking the papers stored in the bookshelves, one by one. This was an ordinary book on general knowledge, that one was a religious text, and this, an Aravian noble family genealogy. After a few minutes of searching, Turon's eyes landed on a report about the recent dark elf subjugation. The first page detailed the procurement of large trees at low prices from settlements near the western forest region. As he flipped further, he found something about himself. The report described him as a mysterious noble, recognized for his contributions to the dark elf subjugation and personally favored by Mesa. The following page contained a document detailing his personal background, likely included to supplement the previous entry. It included a magically drawn portrait that was nearly identical to his real face, along with a summary of his past actions. In essence, these few pages outlined House Aravian's current perception of Turon, a noble of the barrier master bloodline, origins unknown. His primary skill is stone throwing using a slingshot. Combat power rating 4. Rescued ashes of House Burke from the Dark Elves and remained as a guest, forming a connection with the runaway heir. It is presumed that the recent Dark Elf invasion was retaliation for those killed in that battle. Currently ruling an abandoned city in Kalamaf, located in the Gray Zone, has bound a golden eagle magical beast through soul bond. The fact that his departure from Kalamaf and its transfer to another noble house wasn't recorded likely meant that the report hadn't been updated with the latest information. For Turon, traveling back and forth in just a day or two by riding Bage was easy, but for ordinary people, the same distance would take several months to traverse. The fact that there was no mention of Hisarul Hill suggested that Kjorn had truly kept quiet about Turon when speaking to the Aravian upper class. As Turon continued reading, his expression hardened at the last part of the document. Judging by the fact that there were at least 3 different handwriting styles, it seemed that multiple people had taken turns writing it, as if exchanging letters. Status update: returned to House Burke and attempted contact with the heir. Excessive closeness is a concern, elimination recommended. The noble in question has a combat power of at least 7, cannot be easily eliminated. Rito, too extreme, first block letters and observe the reaction. Remember what happened when the air was broken. How did his combat power increase from 4 to 7 in less than 6 months? Verify for errors. Rito, the name of the noble from House Zahar he had seen earlier. From this, Turon confirmed that she was affiliated with House Aravian, or at the very least, that the Aravian high-ranking nobles were aware of her existence. They had sent a noble from House Zahar to assassinate him, fearing that he was getting too close to Mesa. The letter was sent 3 weeks ago. I was this close to fighting an assassin from House Zahar. Turon had never encountered a noble of House Zahar using concealment abilities before, so he wasn't sure if he could detect them with the mimic relic. If he could, the battle would be laughably easy, but if he couldn't, even a weaker opponent couldn't be underestimated. No matter how many defensive measures he had, including the Guardian magic artifact, a blade to the vital points while asleep would still be fatal. More than that, what did they mean by remember what happened when the air was broken? He needed to gather more information to understand the full context, so he carefully put the document back in its original place, committing its location to memory. Now that he knew where it was, he could always return and retrieve it later if necessary. Besides, it's unlikely that this guy is the only one keeping such records. At least 3 high-ranking nobles had the authority to command nobles from House Zahar. Whether the head of the house was among them or not was uncertain, but since no one had realized Turon had infiltrated yet, he still had plenty of time. The subsequent document search was as tedious as expected. Even though most of them were administrative records, he had to read through each one just in case something valuable was hidden among them. Then, amidst his search, a single old letter slipped out from between the books, landing with a soft, rustling sound. Turon carefully unfolded it, ensuring the fragile paper didn't crumble. To my uncle, life here in House Najin is rather quiet. All of my mother's relatives are strangers to me, so it's only natural that we are distant. I suppose I'll just have to take my time and gradually grow closer to them. Cyril keeps writing that he's doing well, but honestly his letters often feel insincere. Could you check if he's slacking off on his studies? Also, Mesa suddenly sent me a letter calling me a murderer. Did something happen within the family? Renaud. Turon immediately reopened the Aravian family genealogy he had examined earlier. Renaud Najin, Cyril Aravian, and Mesa Aravian. All 3 names were listed under the head of the house, Battle Aravian. The first 2 shared the same mother, with Anietta Najin written beside their names. Now that I think about it, Ashes mentioned something like this before. Digging into his memory, he recalled the first conversation he had about Mesa. The head of the house had 3 children, but the eldest was sent to another family because they inherited the maternal bloodline. Mesa sent a letter calling her half-brother a murderer. Turon read the letter over and over, committing it to memory. Though he had no solid evidence, he had a gut feeling that this letter held the key to understanding why Mesa was hostile toward her own family. Chapter 73. Turon was not accustomed to politics, as he had not lived closely interacting with others. However, he had learned the basic concept to some extent. Flattering superiors, coaxing colleagues and subordinates, ensnaring enemies in schemes to frame them, and solidifying one's own position. Ordinary humans had to conform to society to survive, so they were naturally governed by such political logic. Even the most powerful nobles could not escape from it. They had to manage relationships with their kin within their own house, as well as with nobles from other houses that made up the larger society in order to continue living. And the larger the group, the more complex and tangled these political structures became. The internal politics of a great noble house, a house of nobles among nobles, was far more insidious than an ordinary person could imagine. For the past few days, Turon had wandered around in the daytime disguised as a young knight, identifying which nobles lived in which mansions. Then every night he would infiltrate their mansions, ransack their studies, and collect documents. Each study had its own unique security measures, but fortunately none were thorough enough to be impenetrable. Perhaps it was because they believed the study to be the safest place. There, the more he dug, the more filth he unearthed. Receiving bribes and interfering in the distribution of magic artifacts or magic power within the house was so common that it was hardly worth mentioning. Framing people for crimes they did not commit, disguising the strength of magical beasts that were to be hunted, and even treating human lives as mere playthings, such stories were numerous. There were even documents that, albeit subtly worded, indicated direct orders for assassination. After reading through various documents and piecing together the information, Turon came to realize that there were currently 3 factions within House Aravian. If he were to name them, they would be the Elder faction, the Middle-aged faction, and the Young faction. The elder faction consisted of nobles between 300 and 400 years old, slightly younger or of the same age as the current head of the house. They were widely respected for their long-standing achievements, but they rarely involved themselves in the house's affairs. The second was the middle-aged faction, which included cadrum and consisted of nobles aged between 100 and 300 years old. They were essentially the core of the house, monopolizing key positions and wielding immense power. Notably, they actively supported the wife of House Najin, who was the consort of the house's head, as well as her children, while opposing Mesa. The last faction was the young faction, composed of promising young nobles. Naturally, they were the weakest of the three factions. Though they supported Mesa, the rightful heir, they had not managed to form a proper bond with her. Among these factions, Turon primarily targeted the studies of the middle-aged faction. Through his investigation, he confirmed that they were systematically isolating Mesa. First, they asked the Rita of House Zahar to make Mesa constantly suspect that she was being targeted by Zahar's assassins. At the same time, they pushed the narrative that the existence of assassins was mere paranoia, making Mesa appear as a lunatic. Not only that, but they sent away all the servants who had built a certain level of familiarity with Mesa to distant locations. They also harassed, or in extreme cases, even killed young members of the young faction who attempted to befriend her. This was the reason she lived in a desolate mansion with only a few elderly maids. Turon could now understand why Mesa had fled to the mansion of House Burke at the time. Perhaps they had left that house alone because it was a vassal house, making it troublesome to touch, or because they feared that if they destroyed even that last support, Mesa might truly commit suicide. Fortunately, there were no signs that they treated House Burke with special favor or had any communication with them, which meant they were not allied with the middle-aged faction. Had that been the case, it would have been disastrous not only for Mesa but also for Ashes. With this newly gathered information, Turon was also able to decipher the meaning of the letter sent by Mesa's half-brother, Renaud, in the past. Judging by the circumstances, it seems the middle-aged faction was the one who killed Mesa's mother and younger brother. Though it was not recorded in the family tree, Mesa had a younger brother. 10 years ago, in the year 22-7, an 8-year-old child who had not even awakened magic power lost his life along with his mother. And Renaud's letter had also been written in the same year. Was it not too much of a coincidence to say there was no connection between the two? Officially, it was an accidental death. Mesa's mother, Oren Burke, was merely a low-ranking noble who had barely awakened her bloodline ability, yet she had borne the head of the house a powerful child and was favored for it. However, one day she died in an accident and was simply buried away as if she had never existed. Even Ashes, her relative, had only heard that she died in an accident and did not know what that accident actually was. There were numerous records stating that the legitimate wife from House Najin was displeased with the existence of a concubine who had given birth to an heir-worthy noble. Considering that this wife's supporters were controlling nobles from House Zahar, it was no surprise that they had been involved in this accident. Furthermore, during Turon's raids on the estates of the middle-aged faction nobles, he even found circumstantial evidence that they had handled Oren. Utilize Rita to eliminate mother and child. Confirmed. The document did not specify whose mother and child it referred to, but given that it was written in the year 22-7, the implication was clear. Later, Turon also found records reprimanding the incident. Eliminating both the mother and child was excessive. The target is broken. It was necessary for the state of isolation, find a way to restore the target. Mesa's aversion to food seemed to have stemmed from the deaths of her mother and younger brother. Judging by the way they described her as broken, they were not pleased with the outcome. Perhaps it was because the body that was supposed to be used by the god had deteriorated. Even amid all this, they continued their efforts to keep Mesa isolated, complaining in several documents about how difficult it was to overcome this issue. From this, Turon was nearly certain that a divine entity was backing the middle-aged faction. Just as Salif had been sculpted into a specific personality, it was clear that they were manipulating Mesa's circumstances to shape her character. From the very beginning, tormenting Mesa like this wouldn't have been possible without such a powerful backer. To antagonize an heir with no clear replacement, someone who was an indisputable next head of the house, was nothing short of a suicidal act. Especially with the current head already aging, the moment leadership changed, the entire middle-aged faction would undoubtedly face immediate purges. Yet despite this, they still carried out such actions. The most likely reason was that they knew the secret of soul replacement. Once the soul of the pre-god tribe took over, there would be no reason to address the injustices Mesa had suffered in the past. No, rather, it was highly probable that the god itself was the one who had ordered this in order to make the soul transfer easier. It was also likely that the deaths of Mesa's mother and younger brother had been part of the plan to isolate her. Although there were no documents explicitly stating that the head of the house had given orders regarding these matters, it was impossible for even a group of powerful nobles to oppress the heir to this extent without his tacit approval. The problem was that there was no definitive evidence of soul replacement or the murder of Mesa's family. Even if a study was a private space, leaving behind explicit records of such secrets would have been too risky, which was likely why no such details were found. Should I gather more information, or should I inform Mesa immediately? Turon pondered for a long time before finally deciding to make direct contact with Mesa. He had already searched through the estates of most of the influential nobles. Now, the only options left were to infiltrate the main estate of the house head or to capture and torture some middle-aged faction nobles for information. However, both options were too risky to attempt without first securing Mesa's cooperation. He was perfectly prepared with the necessary evidence to persuade her. Using thoughtography, a technique that replicated documents by sketching them with ash and paper, he had copied all the relevant records. Considering Mesa's current predicament, simply handing over these documents would likely be enough to gain her trust. On the 10th night since his infiltration, Turon decided to make contact with Mesa. During the day, there were too many people moving about, increasing the likelihood of drawing attention if an unexpected noise occurred. Additionally, if things went wrong, it would be easier to escape using concealment. Emerging from the mansion where he had been hiding, Turon flew toward Mesa's residence, heightening his senses through the sacred relic to their maximum. Countless living beings within the main estate entered his perception. As he briefly scanned them one by one, he soon realized that once again he had failed to locate his target. Letting out a faint sigh, he muttered to himself. Still not here, huh? For the past few days, whenever he had spare time, Turon had used the sacred relic senses to check whether there were any non-human entities within the estate. Considering the past cases of dark elf necromancers, if there was a white elf spirit necromancer present, he too should be detectable. There were roughly two possible hypotheses in this scenario. Either they did not need a spirit necromancer for their soul transfer process, or they had confined such individuals outside the main estate or in a special space that prevented detection. Personally, Turon believed the latter was more likely. From past experiences, the senses of the mimic relic were surprisingly easy to obstruct in absurd situations. While entertaining these thoughts, Turon approached Mesa's residence, only to realize she was not at home. It was 2 in the morning, an unusual time for someone to have any particular business outside. Where did she go? Could it be that she had slept too much during the day and was now out for a nighttime stroll? Fortunately, Mesa's presence was so large that, by expanding his perception, he could locate her without much difficulty. On second thought, her being away from home was actually an opportunity. Initially, he had considered secretly leaving the relevant documents in her room, in case there was some undiscoverable surveillance system inside. However, if she was outside, he could directly approach her and speak. Flying in her direction, Turon soon arrived at a massive bakery filled with the lingering scent of old bread and flour. This building supplied freshly baked bread throughout the Aravian main estate. However, with all the bakers having gone home and the lights turned off, it looked utterly desolate. Following Mesa's presence, Turon entered the building, quickening his pace at the strange noises coming from within. The voice, as expected, belonged to Mesa. To his shock, she was shoving stale bread into her mouth in a secluded corner of the bakery. She clamped her lips shut and held her mouth with her hands as if trying to keep it down. But a moment later, she could not endure it any longer and vomited everything out. Catching her breath, Mesa then used ignition magic with an intense heat that left not even a trace of smoke as she burned away the vomited bread. Then, as if compelled, she grabbed another piece and stuffed it into her mouth. Even as tears streamed down her face from the repeated retching, she did not stop. It was then that Turon realized what she was doing. She was desperately trying to force some form of nutrition into her body despite her inability to eat properly. Damn, it was a sight no one should witness. Would it be better to pretend he had not seen anything and wait for another opportunity to speak to her? Turon hesitated for a moment but then deactivated his concealment. Feigning ignorance after seeing everything would be no different from deception. More importantly, there would not be many chances to speak to her so freely again. By morning or daytime, Mesa would return to that empty, desolate mansion. In contrast, this bakery was sturdily built, offering far better soundproofing than that ruined estate. Above all, there was little chance of a dedicated surveillance system being in place here. Mesa. At the sudden call, Mesa flinched and turned around in shock. As Turon quickly raised both hands to show that he had no intention of fighting, the lightning that had formed at Mesa's fingertips crackled before dissipating into the air. Judging by the power behind it, if he had been struck directly, even if he had fully activated the Guardian magic artifact, he would have taken considerable damage. Turon, how are you here? Wait, are you an illusion? Perhaps it was because someone who had no reason to be here had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Mesa cautiously poked Turon's shoulder with her finger to confirm that he was real. If he had not just witnessed what she was doing moments ago, he might have even chuckled at her reaction. You're real, how did you get here? No, more importantly, did you see everything just now? It wasn't intentional. I apologize. Mesa's face, which was far too thin, made it difficult to read her expressions, but if he had to guess, it seemed to be a mix of anger and embarrassment. For a young woman to be seen repeatedly eating and then vomiting her food by someone else, especially when it was tied to personal emotional scars, was something she would naturally never want to reveal. However, in an instant, the emotions on her face shifted to shock and wariness. Only now did it seem she had fully processed what it meant for Turon to be here. How did you even get in here? Are you here with ashes? If you entered as a guest, there's no way I wouldn't have heard about it. I snuck in, but before that, could you look at this first? It's important. Speaking casually about something that would leave most people horrified, the fact that he had infiltrated the main estate of a great noble house, Turon immediately handed over the documents he had copied from the Aravian nobles' mansions. Even as she took them, Mesa did not press further and instead unfolded the papers. What is this? I obtained them from the nobles here. The truth was for her to determine on her own. With that, Turon fell silent. Mesa glanced between the documents and Turon, then with her large, protruding eyes began scanning the papers frantically. As she immersed herself in the contents, Turon casually added, by the way, the Rita mentioned in there is the same maid from the main house. She's a noble of the Zahar bloodline. At the shocking revelation, Mesa's entire body flinched. However, even in that state, she did not stop reading. She was already deeply absorbed in the information. About 10 minutes later, she suddenly crumpled the papers in her hand and burst into laughter. Her gaunt hands trembled violently. I knew it, of course, I wasn't crazy after all. Turon had been worried she might pass out from the overwhelming emotions, but fortunately she only let her tears stream down her face while managing to keep herself composed. It was almost baffling how such a frail body could produce so many tears. A moment later, after somewhat calming herself, Mesa looked at Turon and spoke. Now, will you explain? How did you get this and why did you come to show it to me? Despite her words demanding an explanation, the blue eyes staring at him were already filled with trust. Turon could sense how desperately Mesa had wanted this information, how much she had longed for someone to bring her the truth. And because he had delivered exactly what she needed, she now trusted him deeply. Chapter 74. The bakery was illuminated only by the moonlight, with not a single light turned on. Turon explained to Mesa how he had obtained such information and why he had investigated it. As the conversation naturally progressed, he also mentioned his past, the abilities he possessed, the companions he had met along the way, and the presence of Salif. Perhaps because this was the third time explaining it, he realized that he could now present his story more coherently than before. Feeling this, Turon concluded by explaining the various secrets he had uncovered during his journey and the hypotheses he had inferred from them. Finally, after demonstrating the bloodline abilities of both House Zahar and House Aravian, Mesa, who had been silently listening until now, finally spoke. Her words were unexpectedly sharp and critical. There are quite a few logical leaps and the evidence is lacking. That's true, Turon nodded in agreement without hesitation. Up until now, he had only gathered indirect evidence. He had not secured any definitive physical proof of a god's existence or the true identity of those oppressing Mesa. Without directly meeting the librarian to obtain relevant information or personally experiencing things within the labyrinth, his claims could easily be dismissed as nothing more than an absurd conspiracy theory. But I believe that your own life experiences so far serve as evidence in themselves. A woman born into one of the great noble houses, one of the most prestigious statuses in this world, yet subjected to an almost absurd degree of oppression. Turon's hypothesis clearly explained why she had ended up living such a miserable life. That's true, that's why I'll believe it, or maybe I should say I want to believe it. Wanting to believe it was likely Mesa's true feelings. Because only by believing it could she assure herself that she was not insane and that the true evil was her cursed family. After taking a few measured breaths, she looked at Turon and asked, then what should I do now? First, we need to prepare for your escape. Unlike the relatively young head of House Varaha, the head of House Aravian was already an old man who could die at any moment in the next few years. No matter how powerful a wizard she was not strong enough to completely fend off the grasp of someone who might even be a godlike entity. That meant she had to flee while she still had the chance. Escape, from her murmured response, Turon could detect both fear and a sense of learned helplessness. Mesa was a grand wizard, nearly unmatched except for the heads of the great noble houses, Yet she was, at the same time, just an emotionally immature adult who had lived her entire life oppressed within the confines of her family. Considering that she was only about 22 years old, she was still quite young for a noble. Of course, from Turon's perspective, she was still older than he was. Then, as if something had come to her mind, a faint trace of fear flickered across her gaunt face. If I escape, will they retaliate against my aunt's side? Everyone knew how dearly Mesa valued her maternal family, House Burke. It was entirely plausible that they would be oppressed in retaliation for her defection. Since he had already considered this issue, Turon immediately provided the answer he had prepared. That is a possibility. That's why after escaping, I plan to distribute some of the documents we obtained this time among the vassal houses. House Aravian had a total of 17 vassal houses scattered across Taking Plains and its surrounding areas. Among them, 3 or 4 houses were closely tied to the faction of middle-aged nobles, but the rest maintained relatively loose lord-vassal relationships. If Mesa, under her name, exposed the corruption committed by House Aravian's executives, they will find it difficult to oppress House Burke for the time being. They'll lose justification. If Mesa revealed the wrongdoings of House Aravian's executives and House Burke was then targeted, the other vassal houses would inevitably see it as an unreasonable tyranny by their liege family. Moreover, not only the younger nobles who had been suppressed all this time, but also several upright elder nobles would likely find such a situation unacceptable. No matter how much the middle-aged faction wielded power within House Aravian with the support of the family head, attempting to suppress all opposition by force would undoubtedly split the family in half. There was no guarantee that oppressing House Burke would bring Mesa back, so such an action would be little more than a temper tantrum with far too many consequences. Of course, in a few decades, the impact of the corruption documents will weaken, but by then, we need to find a way to oppose the family head. Or just hope he dies of old age. With the combined strength of Mesa, Salif, and Turon, they could easily hunt even mythical-grade magical beasts. While such creatures born near the domains of great noble houses were usually hunted down quickly, some still survived in remote, untouched regions, such as the sea or other uncharted territories. Searching for them across the vast world would take considerable time, but with a bit of luck, it was not impossible to amass power rivaling that of the great noble houses within a decade or two. This was the most realistic and effective strategy given their current circumstances. After all, they could not simply wait for Mesa to be sacrificed for the sake of House Burke. After a few minutes of silence, Mesa finally nodded with difficulty. "It's all right, I'll be in your care from now on, Turon." And with that, Turon gained another companion. Once their discussion had reached a conclusion, they began planning the specifics of their escape. "Leaving the estate itself won't be too difficult. I always wear my magic artifacts, so I can just insist that I want to go for a walk and slip away. Though we'll need to deal with that woman first." "You mean Rita?" "Yes. Rita, a noble of House Zahar who served the nobles of House Aravian. Escaping without dealing with her first would only lead to immediate pursuit. Turon could erase any traces of her within the estate, but he could not prevent her from using other means to track them. Based on what I found while searching this place, she is the only noble within House Aravian who carries Zahar blood. If she is eliminated, we'll have plenty of time to escape. Are you close to her?" Though Turon had not been able to monitor everything while investigating the nobles over the past few days, he had occasionally noticed Rita visiting Mesa's mansion. She had even brought fairy tales directly to Mesa, suggesting that they might share some level of familiarity. At his question, Mesa shook her head. "To be honest, I did feel some familiarity with her. But not anymore." During her time of isolation, Mesa had found a small sense of comfort in Rita, who was one of the few people that maintained regular contact with her without being replaced. However, she had deliberately kept her distance, fearing that growing too close might lead to Rita being replaced as well. Even so, she had occasionally found solace in subtle exchanges, such as sharing stories about the fairy tales her mother used to read to her. "It's ridiculous that I secretly cherished the woman who killed my family and tormented me." Like someone lost in madness, Mesa muttered about her past suffering. How, while she was resting, the window had suddenly shattered without warning. How, when she looked away for just a moment, the clothes in her room had been torn to shreds. How the portrait of her family that she had kept close to her heart had mysteriously vanished. Each time something happened, she had reported it to the family members, mostly the elders, but they had dismissed her concerns as mere overreaction. At first, whenever such incidents occurred, she had responded by unleashing bursts of light and firing off attack magic. But eventually, she had stopped reacting altogether. After all, no matter what came after her, the protective magic artifacts she wore were enough to keep her safe. In the end, she had come to coexist with the unseen entity tormenting her, as if it were some kind of ghost. As Turan listened to the specific details of what was described in the documents as providing appropriate stimuli in a dry and detached manner, he felt a pang of sympathy. If an ordinary person had suffered such things, they would have long since succumbed to the pressure and gone insane. So I don't care what happens to that woman. No, I want her to die in the most miserable and horrific way possible. Mesa spoke through her tears, admitting that she would likely struggle to control her emotions if she encountered Rita before their escape. It seemed that whatever familiarity she had once felt had transformed into betrayal and hatred many times over. Because of that, Turan could now plan to capture and torture Rita if necessary, without any pangs of conscience. Then I'll take care of that woman. Besides her, are there any other tracking magic artifacts that House Aravian uses, ones capable of pursuing someone over long distances? The magic artifact Mesa had used last time was designed to detect hidden enemies at close range, making it useful in fights against Zahar nobles but not for long-distance tracking. Given how persistently they had hunted down the Dark Elves, there had to be artifacts designed for that purpose. As expected, Mesa nodded in confirmation. There is. The one I used was returned to the main family, but there's an astrology-based tracking artifact that utilizes constellations. My uncle Kadram, that bastard, probably still has it. Turan briefly considered that calling her uncle a bastard was, in a way, an insult to her grandfather as well, but he chose not to comment. After all, he doubted his own Zahar relatives on his father's side were any more respectable. I've already been inside his residence, so I can steal it just before we escape. Having a Zahar bloodline ally really makes things convenient. You can just steal whatever we need. Now that she had a little breathing room, Mesa managed to joke with a small laugh, her eyes still red from crying. The two of them continued discussing potential issues and brainstorming solutions, but the conclusion they arrived at was rather comical. While Mesa would simply have to walk out on her own, Turan would be the one running around in all directions, handling all the loose ends. Are you sure you can handle all of this by yourself? I can handle it. First, let's focus on your escape, Mesa. If you suddenly claim you're going for a walk out of nowhere, it will raise suspicion. So starting tomorrow, go out for a walk every day. People become desensitized to things that happen repeatedly. You want me to make it part of my routine? Yes, also we need to address your health as soon as possible. Even if you do manage to escape, you'll collapse before you get far at this rate. Mesa's face darkened slightly, as if this was a subject she did not want to discuss, but her physical condition was indeed severe. She slept nearly 13 hours a day, almost as if unconscious, and even a slight overuse of magic caused her to feel dizzy. No matter how powerful a wizard she was, escaping in this state would be difficult. With that in mind, Turan finally brought up a topic he had been holding back. Does your refusal to eat have something to do with your deceased family? Yes. That was all Mesa said before pressing her lips together, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Since it was not an urgent matter that needed to be addressed immediately, Turan naturally shifted the conversation. You won't be able to fix this on your own, will you? I don't think so. Probably not. It was not as if Mesa had made no attempts to overcome her eating disorder. Not wanting to expose her weakness, she had lied to others, claiming she was merely trying to maintain a lighter physique. In secret, she had tried to sneak and eat various delicious foods, hoping to provide herself with some nutrition. But every time she tried to swallow something, the faces of her mother and younger brother would appear in her mind, and an unbearable wave of nausea would follow. In the end, the makeshift method Mesa had devised was to repeatedly eat and vomit, just as she had done earlier. By doing so, even a tiny amount of food managed to stay in her body, slightly improving her health. Realizing anew that Turan had witnessed her in such a state, Mesa averted her gaze in embarrassment. Knowing that showing any reaction would only make her feel even more ashamed, Turan deliberately maintained a mechanical demeanor. Then I will assist you. How? I'll feed you myself. Mesa was momentarily at a loss for words and simply stared at Turan, feeding someone directly. Wasn't that something out of a decadent romance novel from the old empire? Passing food from mouth to mouth. For a brief moment she wondered if she should feel insulted, but surprisingly there was not even a hint of personal sentiment in Turan's expression. Will that method actually help? I'm not sure, even to herself. Mesa's response sounded awkward and uncertain. Realizing that his words might have been misleading, Turan clarified. I meant that I will knock you out and insert liquefied food directly into your throat using a tube. Even if you wake up and vomit later, some of it will still remain in your body. Oh, that was a method she had never tried before, or rather, it would be more accurate to say she had never been able to try it. She had no one in her family she could trust, and when it came to the people of House Burke, she had always felt the need to act strong. While Mesa was still stunned by the sheer brutality of the method, Turan retrieved some emergency food supplies from his large-capacity pouch. Dried bean powder, jerky, vegetables. He lacked knowledge of complex nutritional science, but he at least understood the basic principle that a balanced diet was essential for good health. The porridge he made by grinding and mixing these ingredients with water looked unappetizing, but since it was going straight into her stomach, taste was irrelevant. Finally, he found a thin rod nearby and shaped it using ignition magic and telekinesis magic, crafting a metal tube suitable for inserting food directly into the stomach. It's ready, but how am I supposed to pass out? Should I drain all my magic like last time? That wouldn't be good. You're barely maintaining your health with magic as it is. If you exhaust yourself completely, you'll lose even the strength to endure. If you remove your protective magic artifacts, I can put you to sleep quickly and cleanly, being completely defenseless in front of someone else and allowing herself to be knocked unconscious. It was a terrifying request, but after a brief hesitation, Mesa moved to a secluded corner and removed her protective magic artifacts. It's done. I'll wake you up as soon as it's over. After reassuring her, Turon moved behind Mesa and wrapped his arm around her slender neck. Who would have thought that the restraint techniques he had learned from Haram would be useful in a situation like this? Fortunately, unlike Haram, whose thick muscular neck was like a log, Mesa's was so thin and frail that her veins were visibly protruding, making the technique easier to execute. Blocking this specific blood vessel was supposed to be the key to making someone lose consciousness quickly, wasn't it? GHHK, applying just the right amount of force and adjusting the pressure carefully, Turon tightened his grip around her slender neck for about 10 seconds. Mesa instinctively struggled for a moment before her body went limp.